Hello everyone, welcome to my channel DJ Squirrel Chasing Impossible. Today we're just starting the new reading Srimad Bhagavatam every day 2 hours so that we finish the Bhagavatam less than a year. So let's start the preface. My spiritual master on the 26th anniversary ceremony of his appearance day. He lives forever by his divine instructions and the follower lives with him. Preface. We must know the present need of human society. And what is that need? Human society is no longer bounded by the geographical limits to a particular countries or communities. Human society is broader than in the Middle Ages, and the world tendencies toward one state or one human society. The ideals of spiritual communism, according to Srimad Bhagavatam, are based more or less on the oneness of the entire human society, nay, of the entire energy of the living beings. The need is felt by the great thinkers to make this a successful ideology. Srimad Bhagavatam will fill this need in human society. It brings, therefore, with the aphorism of the Vedanta philosophy, Janmadhyasya Yataha, to establish the ideal of the common cause. Human society at the present moment is not in the darkness of the oblivion. It has made rapid progress in the field of the material comforts, education, and economic development throughout the entire world. But there is a pinprick somewhere in the social body at large, and therefore there are large-scale quarrels even over less important issues. There is a need of a clue as to how the humanity can become one in peace, friendship, and prosperity with a common cause. Srimad Bhagavatam will fill this need, for it is a cultural representation for the re-spiritualization of the entire human society. Srimad Bhagavatam should be introduced also in the schools and colleges, for it is recommended by the great student devotee Prahlad Maharaj in order to change the demoniac face of the society. Kaumara acharet pragno dharmam bhagavatam iha durlabam manusham janma tadapi durvam artadam. Disparity in the human society is due to lack of principles and a godless civilization. There is God, or Almighty One, from whom everything emanates, by whom everything is maintained, and in whom everything is merged to rest. Material science has tried to find the ultimate source of creation very insufficiently, but it is a fact that there is one ultimate source of everything that be. This ultimate source is explained rationally and authoritatively in the beautiful Bhagavatam or Srimad Bhagavatam. Srimad Bhagavatam is a transcendental science, not only for knowing the ultimate source of everything, but also for knowing our relation with Him and our duty toward perfection of the human society on the basis of this perfect knowledge. It is powerful reading matter in the Sanskrit language, and it is now rendered into English elaborately so that simply by carefully reading one will know God perfectly well, so much so that the reader will be sufficiently educated to defend himself from the onslaught of atheists. Over and above this, the reader will be able to convert others to accepting God as a concrete principle. Srimad Bhagavatam begins with the definition of the ultimate source. It is a bona fide commentary on the Vedanta Sutra by the same author, Srila Vasudeva, and gradually it develops into 9 cantos up to the highest state of the God realization. The only qualification one needs to study this great book of transcendental knowledge is to proceed step by step, cautiously, and not jump forward haphazardly like with an ordinary book. It should be gone through chapter by chapter, one after another. The reading matter is so arranged with its original Sanskrit text, its English transliteration, synonyms, translations, and purpose, so that one is sure to become a God realized soul at the end of finishing the first 9 cantos. The 10th canto is distinct from the first 9 cantos because it deals directly with the transcendental activities of the personality of Godhead Sri Krishna. One will be unable to capture the effects of the 10th canto without going through the first 9 cantos. The book is complete in 12 cantos, each independent, but it is good for all to read them in small installments, one after another. I must admit my frailties in presenting Srimad Bhagavatam, but still I am hopeful of its good reception by the thinkers and leaders of society on the strength of the following statement of Srimad Bhagavatam 1.5.11: Tadvag visargo janathaga viplavo yasmin pratislokamabhaddhavati api namami anantasya shonkitanya shrinvanti gayanti kunanti sadhavaham. On the other hand, that literature which is full with the descriptions of the transcendental glories of the name, fame, form, and pastimes of the unlimited Supreme Lord is a transcendental creation meant to bring about a revolution in the impious lives of the misdirected civilization. Such a transcendental literature, even though it irregularly composed, are heard, sung, and accepted by purified men who are thoroughly honest. Om Tat Sat. A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami did it at Delhi, December 15, 1962. Introduction. The conception of the God and the conception of the absolute truth are not on the same level. And the Srimad Bhagavatam hits on the target of the absolute truth. The concept of the God indicates the controller, whereas the conception of the absolute truth indicates the someone born of the ultimate source of all energies. There is no difference of opinion about the personal feature of the god as a controller, because a controller cannot be impersonal. Of course, modern government, especially democratic government, is impersonal to some extent, but ultimately the chief executive head is a person, and the impersonal feature of the government is subordinate to the personal feature. So, without a doubt, whenever we refer to control over others, we just must admit the existence of the personal feature, because there are different controllers for different managerial positions. There may be many small gods according to the Bhagavad Gita. Any controller who has some specific extraordinary power is called a Vibhuti Mat. Vibhuti Mat Sattva, and controller empowered by the Lord. There are many Vibhuti Mat Sattvas, controlled gods with various specific powers, but the absolute truth is one without a second. This Srimad Bhagavatam designates the absolute truth as someone born as a Param Satyam. The author of Srimad Bhagavatam, Srila Vyasudeva, first offers his respectful obeisance unto the Param Satyam, absolute truth, and because the Param Satya is absolute ultimate source of the all, it is the Param Satya is the absolute supreme person. The gods or the controllers are undoubtedly persons, but the Param Satya from whom the gods derive powers of the control is the supreme person. The Sanskrit word Ishvara, controller, conveys the import of the god, but the supreme person is called Parameshwara, the supreme Ishvara, the supreme person. The Parameshwara is the supreme conscious personality, and because he doesn't derive any power from any other source, he is supremely independent. In the Vedic literatures, Brahma is described as the supreme god, at the head of all other gods like Indra, Chandra, and Varuna. But the Srimad Bhagavatam confirms that even Brahma is not independent as far as his power and knowledge is concerned. He received knowledge in the form of the Vedas from the supreme person who resides within the heart of every living being. That supreme personality knows everything directly and indirectly. Individual infinitesimal persons who are part and parcels of the supreme personality may know directly and indirectly everything about their bodies or external features, but the supreme personality knows everything about both his external and internal features. The word Janmadhyasa suggests that the source of all production, maintenance, and destruction is the same supreme conscious person. Even in our present experience, we can know that nothing is generated from inert matter, but inert matter can be generated from the living entity. For instance, by contact with the living entity, the material body develops into a working machine. Man with a profound of knowledge mistake the bodily machinery to be the living being, but the fact is that living being is the basis of the bodily machine. The bodily machine is useless as soon as the living spark is away from it. Similarly, the original source of the all material energy is the supreme person. This fact is expressed in all the Vedic literature, and all the exponents of the spiritual science have accepted this truth. The living force is called Brahman, and one of the greatest acharyas, teachers, named Sripad Shankaracharya, has preached that the Brahman is the substance, whereas the cosmic energy is category. The original source of all energy is a living force, and he is originally accepted the supreme person. He is therefore conscious of everything past, present, and future, and also of each and every corner of his manifestations, both material and spiritual. An imperfect living being doesn't even know what is happening within his own personal body. He eats his food but doesn't know how the food is transformed into energy and how it sustains his body. When a living being is perfect, he is aware of everything that happens, and since the Supreme Person is all perfect, it is quite natural that he knows everything in all detail. Consequently, the perfect personality is at rest. Srimad Bhagavatam is the Vasudeva, one who lives everywhere in full consciousness and in full possession of his complete energy. All of this is clearly explained in Srimad Bhagavatam, and the reader has ample opportunity to study this critically. In the modern age, Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu preached the Srimad Bhagavatam practical demonstration. It is easier to penetrate into the topics of Srimad Bhagavatam through the medium of the Sri Chaitanya's causeless mercy. Therefore, a short sketch of his life and precepts is inserted herein to help the reader understand the real merit of the Srimad Bhagavatam. It is imperative that one learn the Srimad Bhagavatam from the person Bhagavatam. The person Bhagavatam is one whose very life in Srimad Bhagavatam in practice. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is the absolute personality of Godhead. He is both Bhagavan and Bhagavatam in person and in sound. Therefore, his process of approaching the Srimad Bhagavatam is practical for all people of the world. It was his wish that the Srimad Bhagavatam be preached in every nook and corner of the world by those who happen to take their birth in India. The Srimad Bhagavatam is the science of Krishna, the absolute personality of Godhead, of whom we have preliminary information from the text of the Bhagavad Gita. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has said that may anyone, regardless of what he is or who is well versed in the science of Krishna consciousness, Srimad Bhagavatam and Bhagavad Gita, can become an authorized preacher or the preceptor in the science of Krishna. There is a need for the science of Krishna in human society for the good of the all suffering humanity of the world, and we simply request the readers of all nations to pick up this science of Krishna for their own good and for the good of the society and for the good of all the world's people. A short sketch of the life and teachings of Lord Chaitanya, the preacher of the Srimad Bhagavatam. Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu the great apostle of the love of God and the father of the congregational chanting of the holy name of the Lord, admitted himself at Sridham Mayapur, a quarter in the city of the Navadvip in Bengal, on the Falguni Purnima evening in the year 1407 Sakat, the corresponding to February 1486 by the Christian calendar. His father, Sri Jagannath Mishra, a learned Brahmana from the district of the Sail, had came to Navadvip as a student, but because at the time Navadvip was considered to be the center of the education culture, he domiciled on the banks of the Ganges after marrying Srimati Sachidevi, a daughter of Sri Nayamra Chakravarti, the great learned scholar of Navadvip. Jagannath Mishra had a number of daughters. His wife Srimati Sachidevi, and most of them expired at an early age. Two surviving sons, Sri Vishwarup and Sri Vishwambar, became at last the object of their parental affection. The 10th and youngest, who was named Vishwambar, later became known as Nimai Pandit, and then after accepting the renounced order of life, Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu exhibited his transcendental activities for 48 years and then disappeared in the year 1455 Sakabda at Puri. For his first 24 years, he remained at Navadvip as his student and householder. His first wife was Srimati Lakshmi Priya, who died at an early age when the Lord was away from home. When he returned from the East Bengal, he was requested by his mother to accept a second wife, and he agreed. His second wife was Srimati Vishnupriya Devi, who bore the separation of the Lord throughout her life because the Lord took the order of sannyas at the age of 24, and Srimati Vishnupriya was barely 16 years old. After taking sannyas, the Lord made his headquarters at Jagannath Puri due to the request of his mother, Srimati Sachidevi. The Lord remained for 24 years at Puri. For 6 years of his time, he travelled continuously all over India, and especially throughout southern India, and preaching the Srimad Bhagavatam. Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu not only preached the Srimad Bhagavatam but propagated the teachings of Bhagavad Gita as well as the most practical way. In the Bhagavad Gita, Lord Sri Krishna is depicted as absolute personality of God, and his last teachings in the great book of transcendental knowledge instruct that one should give up all modes of religious activities and accept him. Lord Sri Krishna is the only worshipable Lord. The Lord then assured that all his devotees would be protected from all sorts of sinful acts, and that for them there would be no cause for anxiety. Unfortunately, despite Lord Sri Krishna's direct order and the teachings of the Bhagavad Gita, less intelligent persons misunderstand him to be nothing but his great historical personality, and thus they cannot accept him as the original personality of God. Such men with a poor fund of knowledge are misled by many non-devotees. Thus, the teachings of the Bhagavad Gita were misinterpreted even by great scholars. After the disappearance of Lord Sri Krishna, there were hundreds of commentaries on the Bhagavad Gita by many erudite scholars, and almost every one of them was motivated by self-interest. Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is the same Lord Sri Krishna. This time, however, he appeared as a great devotee of the Lord in order to preach to the people in general as well as to the religious and philosophers about the transcendental position of Sri Krishna, the primal Lord and the cause of all causes. The essence of his preaching is that the Lord Sri Krishna, who appeared at Rajabhumi Vrindavan, is the son of the king of Raja Nanda Maharaja and is the supreme personality of God and is therefore worshipable by all. Vrindavan Dham is not different from the Lord because the name, fame, form and place where the Lord manifests himself are all identical with the Lord as absolute knowledge. Therefore, Vrindavan Dham is as worshipable as the Lord. The highest form of the transcendental worship of the Lord was exhibited by the damsels of Rajabhumi in the form of pure affection for the Lord, and the Lord Sri Krishna Chaitanya Mahaprabhu recommends this process as the most excellent mode of worship. He accepts the Srimad Bhagavatam Purana as a spotless literature for understanding the Lord, and he preaches that the ultimate goal of life for all human life beings is to attain to the stage of prema love of God. Many devotees of Lord Sri Chaitanya, like Sri Vrindavan Das Thakur, Sri Lochana Das Thakur, Sri Krishna Das Kaviraj Goswami, Sri Karvi Karnapur, Sri Prabodhananda Saraswati, Sri Rupa Goswami, Sri Sanatana Goswami, and Sri Raghunath Bhatta Goswami, Sri Jiva Goswami, Sri Gopala Bhatta Goswami, Sri Raghunath Bhatta Das Goswami, and in the later age, within 200 years, Sri Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, Sri Baladev Vidyabhushan, Sri Shyamananda Goswami, Tamidas Thakur, Sri Bhaktivinoda Thakur, and at last Sri Bhaktisiddhanta Thakur, our spiritual master, and many other great and renowned scholars and devotees of the Lord have prepared voluminous books and literatures on the life and precepts of the Lord. Such literatures are all based on the Shastras like the Vedas, Puranas, Upanishads, Ramayana, Mahabharata, and other histories and authentic literatures approved by the recognized acharyas. They are unique in composition and revealed in presentation. They are fully of transcendental knowledge. Unfortunately, the people of the world are still ignorant of them, but when these literatures, which are mostly in Sanskrit and Bengali, come to light to the world, when they are presented before the thinking people, this glory and the message of the love is all flood this morbid world, which is vainly searching after peace and prosperity with the various illusionary methods not approved by the acharyas. in the chain of disciplic section. The readers of this small description of the life and precepts of the Lord Chaitanya will profit much to go get through the books of the Shiva Vishwanath, Mohandas Thakur, Sri Chaitanya Bhagavata, and Sri Krishna Das Kaviraj Goswami, Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita. The early life of the Lord is the most fascinately expressed by the author of the Sri Chaitanya Bhagavata. As far as the teachings of the concerned, they are more vividly explained in the Chaitanya Charitamrita. Now they are available to the English-speaking public in our of Lord Chaitanya. And the Lord's earlier life was recorded by one of his chief devotees and contemporaries, named Srila Murari Gupta, a medical practitioner of that time, and the later part of the life of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was recorded by his private secretary Sri Damodar Goswami, Sri Swarupa Damodar, and who was a practically constant companion of the Lord at Puri. These two devotees, okay, these two devotees, where is that? These two devotees recorded practically all the incidents of the Lord's activities and later on all the books. On all the incidents of the Lord's activity and later on all the books dealing with the Lord, which are above mentioned, are composed on the basis of the Kadachas and notebooks by the Srila Damodar Goswami and Murari Gupta. The Lord advented himself on the Falguni Purnima evening of the 1407 Sakabda, and it was by the will of the Lord that there was a lunar eclipse on that evening. During the hours of the eclipse, it was a custom of the Hindu public to take bath in the Ganges or any other sacred river and chant the Vedic mantras for purification. When Lord Chaitanya was born during the lunar eclipse, all India was roaring with the holy sound of Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. The 16 names of the Lord are mentioned in many Puranas and Upanishads, and these are described as a Taraka Brahmanama of this age. It is recommended in the Shastra that offenseless chanting of these holy names of the Lord can deliver a fallen soul from material bondage. There are innumerable names of the Lord both in the India and outside, and all of them are equally good because all of them indicate the Supreme Personality of God. But because these 16 are especially recommended for this age, people should take advantage of them and follow the path of the great acharyas who attained success by practicing the rules of Shastra and scriptures. The simultaneous occurrence of the Lord's appearance and the lunar eclipse indicated the distinctive mission of the Lord. This mission was to preach the importance of the chanting of the holy names of the Lord in this age of the Kali. In the present age, quarrels takes place even over trifles, and therefore the Shastras have recommended for this age common platform for realization, namely chanting the holy names of the Lord. People can hold meetings to glorify the Lord in their respective languages and with the melodious songs, and if such performances are executed in an offenseless manner, it is certain that the participants will gradually attain spiritual perfection without having to undergo more rigorous methods. At such meetings, everyone they learned the fullest. The rich and the poor, and the Hindus and Muslims, and the Englishmen and the Indians, and the Chandalas and the Brahmanas can all hear the transcendental sounds of the skulls, the test of the material association from the mirror of the heart. To confirm the Lord's mission, all the people of the world will accept the holy name of the Lord as a common platform for the universal religion of the mankind. In other words, the advent of the holy name took place along with the advent of the Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. When the Lord was on the lap of his mother, he would at once stop crying as soon as the ladies surrounding him chanting the holy name and the clapping their hands. And this particular incident was observed by the neighbors with awe and veneration. Sometimes the young girls took pleasure in making the Lord cry and then stopping him by chanting the holy name. So from his very childhood, the Lord began to preach the importance of the holy name. In his early age, Lord Chaitanya was known as Nimai. This name was given by his beloved mother because the Lord took his birth beneath a nimba tree in the courtyard of his parental house. When the Lord was afforded solid food at the age of 6 months, in the Annaprasada ceremony, the Lord indicated his future activities. At this time, it was customary to offer the child both coins and books in order to get some indication of the future tendencies of the child. The Lord was offered on one side coins and on the other side the Srimad Bhagavatam. The Lord accepted the Bhagavatam instead of the coins. When he was a mere baby crawling in the earth, one day a snake appeared before him, and the Lord began to play with it. All the members of the house were struck with fear and awe. But after a little while, the snake went away, and the baby was taken away by his mother. Once he was stolen by a thief who intended to steal his ornaments, but the Lord took a pleasure trip on the shoulders of the bewildered thief who was searching for a solitary place in order to rob the baby. It so happened that the thief, wandering hither and thither, finally arrived just before the house of the Jagannath Mishra, and being afraid of being caught, robbed the baby at once. Of course, the anxious parents and relatives were glad to see the lost child. Once the pilgrim Brahmana was received in the house of Jagannath Mishra, when he was offering food to the Godhead, the Lord appeared before him and partook of the prepared food. The eatables had to be rejected because the child touched them, and so the Brahmana had to make another preparation. The next time the same thing happened, and when this happened repeatedly with the third time, the baby was finally put to bed. And about 12 at night, when all the members of the human house were fast asleep within the closed rooms, the pilgrim Brahmana offered his specially prepared foods to the needy, and in the same way the baby Lord appeared before the pilgrim and spoiled his offerings. The Brahmana then began to cry, but since everyone was fast asleep, no one could hear him. At the time, the baby Lord appeared before the fortunate Brahmana and disclosed his Krishna himself. forbidden to disclose this incident and the baby returned to the life of his mother. There are many similar incidents in his childhood. As a naughty boy, he sometimes used to teach the Orthodox Brahmanas who used to bathe in the Ganges, and the Brahmanas complained to his father that he was flushing them with water instead of attending school. The Lord suddenly appeared before his father as he was just coming from the school with all his school clothes and books. After that bathing, at the wedding, he also used to play jokes on the neighboring girls who engaged in worshipping Shiva in hopes of getting a good husband. It's a common practice among unmarried girls in Hindu families. While they were engaged in such worship, the Lord not only appeared before them and said, "My dear sisters, please give me all the offerings you have just brought for Lord Shiva. The Lord Shiva is my devotee, and Parvati is my maidservant. If you worship me, the Lord Shiva and all the demigods will be more satisfied." They refused to obey the naughty Lord, and he would curse them that due to their refusal they would be married to old men who had 7 children by their previous wives. Out of fear and sometimes out of love, the girl would also offer him various goods, and the Lord would bless them and assure them that they would have very husbands, and that there would be mothers of dozens of children. The blessings would enliven the girls, but they used often to complain of these incidents to their mothers. In this way, the Lord passed his early childhood. When he was just 16 years old, he started his own Chatuspati village school conducted by a learned Brahmana. In his school, he would simply explain Krishna, even in the readings of the grammar. So Jiva Goswami, in order to please the Lord, later composed a grammar in Sanskrit, in which all the rules of the grammar were explained with the examples that they use the holy names of the Lord. This grammar is still current. It is known as Harinama Amrita Vyakaranam, and it is prescribed in the syllables of the schools in Bengal. During this time, a great Kashmir scholar named Keshava Kashmiri came to Navadip to hold discussions on the Shastras. The Kashmir Pandita was a champion scholar, and he had traveled to all places of learning in India. Finally, he came to Navadip to context the learned Panditas there. The Panditas of Navadip decided to match the Nimai Pandit Lord Chaitanya with the Kashmir Pandita, thinking that if Nimai Pandit was defeated, they would have another chance to debate with the scholar, for Nimai was only a boy. And if the Kashmir Pandit was defeated, then they would even be more glorified, because the people would claim that the mere boy of Navadip had defeated a champion scholar who was famous throughout India. It's happened that Nimai Pandit met Keshava Kashmiri while strolling on the banks of the Ganges. The Lord requested him to compose his Sanskrit verse in the praise of the Ganges, and Pandita within a short time composed 100 slokas, reciting the verse like a storm and showing the strength of his vast learning. Nimai Pandita at once memorized all the slokas without an error. He quoted the 64th sloka and pointed out certain rhetorical and literal irregularities. He particularly questioned the Pandita's use of the word Bhavani Vartuhu. He pointed out that the use of the word was redundant. Bhavani means the wife of Shiva, and who else can be her Bharata, her husband? He also pointed to several other discrepancies, and the Kashmir Pandit was struck with wonder. He was astonished that a mere student of grammar could point out the literary mistakes of an erudite scholar. Although this matter was ended prior to any public meeting, the news spread like wildfire all over the world. Finally, Keshava Kashmir was ordered in a dream by Saraswati, the goddess of this learning, to submit to the Lord. Thus the Kashmir Pandit became a follower of the Lord. The Lord was then married with a great pomp and gaiety, and at this time he began to praise the congregational chanting of the holy name of the Lord at Navadip. Some of the Brahmanas became envious of his popularity, and they put many hindrances on his path. They were so jealous that they finally took the matter before the Muslim magistrate at Navadip. Bengal was then governed by Pathans, and the governor of the province was a Nawab Hussain Shah. The Muslim magistrate of the Navadip took up the complaints of the Brahmanas seriously, and at first he warned the followers of the Nimai Pandita not to chant loudly the name of the Hari. But Lord Chaitanya asked his followers to disobey the orders of the Qazi, and they went on with their Sankirtana, chanting Pali as usual. The magistrate then sent constables who interrupted his Sankirtana and broke some of the mridangas and drums. When the Nimai Pandita heard of this incident, he organized a party for civil disobedience. He was the pioneer of the civil disobedience movement in India for the right cause. He organized a procession of 100,000 men with thousands of mridangas and the kartals, hand cymbals. And this procession passed over roads of the Navadip in the defiance of the Qazi, who had issued the order. Finally, the procession reached the house of the Qazi, who went upstairs out of fear of the masses. The great crowds assembled in the Qazi's house and displayed a violent temper, but the Lord asked them to be peaceful. At this time, the Qazi came down and tried to pacify the Lord by addressing him as his nephew. He pointed out that the Nilama Chakravati referred to him as an uncle, and he consequently Srimati Satyadevi, the mother of Nimai Pandit, was his sister. He asked the Lord whether his sister's son could be angry at his maternal uncle, and the Lord replied that since the Qazi was his maternal uncle, he should receive his nephew well at his home. In this way, the issue was mitigated, and the two learned scholars began a long discussion on the Quran and the Hindu Shastras. Raised the question of the cow killing, and the Qazi properly answered him by referring to the Quran. In turn, the Qazi also questioned the Lord about cow sacrifice in the Vedas, and the Lord replied that such sacrifice was mentioned in the Vedas is not actually calculating. In this sacrifice, the old bull or cow was sacrificed for the sake of receiving the fresh young life and the power of the Vedic mantras. But in this Kali Yuga, such cow sacrifices are forbidden because there are no qualified brahmanas capable of conducting such a sacrifice. In fact, in Kali Yuga, only ignorant sacrifices are forbidden because they are useless attempts by the foolish men. In Kali Yuga, only the Sankirtan yajna is recommended for all practical purposes. Speaking in this way, the Lord finally convinced the Qazi, who became the Lord's follower. The Qazis thenceforth declared that no one should hinder the Sankirtan movement, which was started by the Lord, and the Qazi left his order in his will for the sake of progeny. The Qazi's tomb still exists in that area of the Navadvip, and the Hindu pilgrims go there to show their respects. The Qazi's descendants are residents, and they never objected to Sankirtan, even during the Hindu-Muslim right days. This incident shows clearly that the Lord was not a so-called timid Vaishnava. Vaishnava is a fearless devotee of the Lord for the right cause. He can take any step suitable for the purpose. Arjuna was also a Vaishnava devotee of the Lord Krishna, and he thought valiantly for the satisfaction of the Lord. Similarly, Vajrangaji or Hanuman was also a devotee of the Lord Rama, and he gave lessons to the non-devotee party of the Ramana. The principles of Vaishnava are to satisfy the Lord by all means. A Vaishnava is by nature a non-violent, peaceful living being, and he has all the good qualities of the God. But when the non-devotee blasphemes the Lord, the devotee never tolerate such impotency. After this incident, the Lord began to preach and propagate his Bhagavad Dharma Sankirtan movement more vigorously, and whoever stood against the propagation of the Yuga Dharma on duty of the age was properly punished by the various types of chastisement. Two Brahmanas, gentlemen named Chapala and Gopala, who also happened to be maternal uncles of the Lord, were inflicted with the leprosy by the way of chastisement, and later, when they were repentant, they were accepted by the Lord. In the course of his preaching work, he used to send really all his followers, Srila Nityananda Prabhu and Thakur Haridas, two chief whips of his party, from door to door to preach the Srimad Bhagavatam. All of the Navadvip was charged with the Sankirtan movement, and his headquarters were situated at the house of Sri Advaita Prabhu, two of his chief household disciples. These two learned heads of the Brahmana community were the most ardent supporters of the Lord Chaitanya's movement. Sri Advaita Prabhu was the chief cause for the advent of the Lord. When Advaita Prabhu saw that the whole total human society was full of materialistic activity and the devotee of devotional service, which alone could save mankind from the threefold miseries of the material existence, he, out of his causeless compassion for the own human society, prayed fervently for the incarnation of the Lord. Continually worshipped the Lord with the water of the Ganges and leaves of the holy Tulasi tree. As far as the preaching work in the Sankirtan was concerned, everyone was expected to do his daily share according to the order of the Lord. Once Nityananda Prabhu and Sri Haridas Thakur were walking down a main road, and on the way they saw a roaring crowd assembled. Upon inquiring from passers-by, they understood that two brothers named Jagai and Madai were creating a public disturbance in a drunken state. They also heard that these two brothers were born in a respectable Brahmana family, but because of the low association, they have turned into debauchees of the worst type. They were not only drunkards, but also meat-eaters, women hunters, dacoits, and sinners of all different description. Sri Nityananda Prabhu heard all of the stories and decided that these two fallen souls must be the first to be delivered. If they were delivered from their sinful life, then the good name of the Lord Chaitanya would be even still more glorified. Thinking in this way, Nityananda Prabhu and his Haridas Thakur pushed their way through the crowd and asked the two brothers to chant the holy name of the Lord Hari. The drunken brothers became enraged upon their request and attacked Nityananda Prabhu with filthy language. Both brothers chased them a considerable distance. In the evening, a report of the preaching work was submitted to the Lord. He was glad to learn that Nityananda and Haridas had attempted to deliver such a stupid pair of fellows. The next day, Nityananda Prabhu went to see the brothers, and as soon as he approached, one of them threw a piece of earthen pot at him, struck him on the forehead, and immediately blood began to flow. So, but Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya or the Gopinath Acharya did not indulge in such foolish sentimentalism. On the contrary, both of them tried to establish or reject his divinity on the strength of authentic Shastras. Later, it was disclosed that Bhattacharya also came from the Navadvip area, and it was understood from him that Nilambar Chakravarti, the maternal grandfather of Lord Chaitanya, happened to be a class fellow of the father of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. In that sense, the young sannyasi Lord Chaitanya evoked paternal affection from Bhattacharya. Bhattacharya was the professor of many sannyasis in the order of Shankaracharya Sampradaya, and he himself also belonged to the cult. As such, the Bhattacharya desired that the young sannyasi Lord Chaitanya also hear from him about the teachings of Vedanta. Those who are followers of Shankara cult are generally known as Vedantists. This doesn't, however, mean that Vedanta is a monopoly study of the Shankar Sampradaya. Vedanta is a study by all the bona fide Sampradayas, but they have their own interpretations. But those in the Shankar Sampradaya are generally known to be ignorant of the knowledge of Vedantist Vaishnavas. For this reason, the Bhaktivedanta title was first offered to the authors by the Vaishnavas. The Lord agreed to take lessons from Bhattacharya on the Vedanta, and they sat together in the temple of Lord Jagannatha. The Bhattacharya went on speaking continuously for 7 days, and the Lord heard him with all attention, did not interrupt. The Lord's silence raised some doubts in the Bhattacharya's heart, and he asked the Lord how it was that he didn't ask anything or comment on his explanations on Vedanta. The Lord posed himself before the Bhattacharya as a foolish student and pretended that he heard that Vedanta from him, because the Bhattacharya felt that this was the duty of the sannyasi. But the Lord did not agree with his lectures. By this, the Lord indicated that the so-called Vedantists amongst the Shankar Sampradaya or any other Sampradaya who do not follow the instructions of Srila Vyasadeva are mechanical students of the Vedanta. They are not fully aware of that great knowledge. The explanation of that Vedanta Sutra is given by the author himself in the text of Srimad Bhagavatam. One who has no knowledge of the Bhagavatam will hardly be able to know what the Vedanta says. The Bhattacharya, being the vastly learned man, could follow the Lord's sarcastic remarks on the popular Vedantist. He therefore asked him why he didn't ask about any point which he could not follow. The Bhattacharya could understand the purpose of his dead silence for the days he heard him. This showed clearly the Lord had something else in mind. Thus the Bhattacharya requested him to disclose his mind. Upon this, the Lord spoke as follows: My dear sir, I can understand the meaning of the sutras like Janmadasi, Yatha Shastra, Yonitvat, and Athatu Brahma Jignasa of the Vedanta Sutra, but when you explain them in your own way, it becomes difficult for me to follow them. The purpose of the sutras is already explained in them, but your explanation of covering them with something else. You do not purposely take the direct meaning of the sutras, but indirectly give your own interpretations. The Lord thus attacked all Vedantis who interpret the Vedanta Sutra fashionably, according to their limited power of thinking to serve their own purpose. Such indirect interpretations of the authentic literatures like the Vedanta Sutra are hereby condemned by the Lord. The Lord continues, Srila Vyasadeva has summarized the direct meanings of the mantras in the Upanishads in the Vedanta Sutra. Unfortunately, you do not take their direct meaning. You indirectly interpret them in a different way. The authority of the Vedas is unchallengeable and stands without any question of doubt. And whatever is stated in the Vedas must be accepted completely, otherwise one challenges the authority of the Vedas. The conch shell and the cow dung are born in the stool of two living beings, but because they have been recommended by the Vedas, pure people accept them as such because of the authority of the Vedas. The idea is that one cannot set his imperfect reason about the authority of the Vedas. Or is it? Imperfect sense, reason about the authority of the Vedas. Next. The orders of the Vedas must be obeyed as they stand without any mundane reasoning. The so-called followers of the Vedic injunctions make their own interpretations of the Vedic injunctions, and thus they establish different parties and sects of the Vedic religion. The Lord Buddha directly denied the authority of the Vedas, and he established his own religion. Only for this reason the Buddhist religion was not accepted by the strict followers of the Vedas. But those who are so-called followers of the Vedas are more harmful than the Buddhists. The Buddhists have the courage to deny the Vedas directly, but the so-called followers of the Vedas have no courage to deny the Vedas, although indirectly they disobey all the indications of the Vedas. Lord Chaitanya condemned this. The examples given by the Lord of the conch shell and the cow dung are very much appropriate in this connection. If one argues that since cow dung is pure, the stool of the learned Brahmana is still more pure, his argument will not be accepted. Cow dung is now accepted, and the stool of a highly posted Brahmana is rejected. Lord continued. The Vedic injunctions are self-authorized, and if some mundane creature adjusts the interpretations of the Vedas, he defies their authority. It is foolish to think of oneself as more intelligent than Srila Vyasadeva. He had already expressed himself in his sutras, and there is no need of help from personalities of less importance. His work, the Vedanta Sutra, is as dazzling as the midday sun, and when someone tries to give his own interpretations of the self-effulgent sun like Vedanta Sutra, he attempts to cover this sun with the cloud of his imagination. The Vedas and Puranas are one and the same in purpose. They ascertain the absolute truth, and which is greater than anything else. The absolute truth is ultimately realized as the absolute personality of Godhead with absolute controlling power. As such, the absolute personality of Godhead must be completely full of opulence, strength, fame, beauty, knowledge, and renunciation. Yet the transcendental personality of the Godhead is astonishingly ascertained as impersonal. The impersonal description of the absolute truth in the Vedas is given to nullify the mundane conception of the absolute whole. Personal features of the Lord are completely different from all kinds of mundane features. The living entities are all individual persons and they are all parts and parcels of the supreme whole. If the parts and parcels are individual persons, the source of the nation must not be in person. He is the supreme person amongst all the related persons. The Vedas inform us that from him, Brahman, everything emanates, and on him everything rests, and after that annihilation, everything merges in him only. Therefore, he is the ultimate dative, causative, and accommodating cause of all causes, and these causes cannot be attributed to an impersonal object. The Vedas inform us that he alone became many, and when he so desires, he glances over material nature. Before he glanced over the material nature, there was no material cosmic creation. Therefore, his glance is not material. Material mind or senses were unborn when the Lord glanced over material nature. Thus, evidence in the Vedas proves that beyond a doubt, the Lord has transcendental eyes and a transcendental mind. They are not material. His impersonality, therefore, is a negation of his materiality, but not a denial of his transcendental personality. His impersonality is negation of his materiality, but not denial of his transcendental personality. Yeah. Brahman ultimately refers to the personality of Godhead. Impersonal Brahman realization is just the negative conception of the mundane creations. Paramatma is the localized aspect of the Brahman within all kinds of material bodies. Ultimately, the supreme Brahman realization is the realization of the personality of Godhead according to all evidence of the revealed scriptures. Is the ultimate source of Vishnu Tattvas. The Puranas are also supplementary to the Vedas. The Vedic mantras are too difficult for an ordinary man. Women, Shudras, and the so-called twice-born higher castes are unable to penetrate into the sense of the Vedas, and thus Mahabharata as well as the Puranas are made easy to explain the truths of the Vedas. In his praise before the boy Sri Krishna, Brahma said that there is no limit to the fortune of the residents of Rajbhumi headed by the Sri Nanda Maharaj and Yashodamai, because the eternal absolute truth has become their intimate relative. The Vedic mantra maintains that the absolute truth has no legs or hands, and it goes faster than all and accepts everything that is offered to him in devotion. The later statement definitely suggests the personal feature of the Lord, although his hands and legs are distinguished from the mundane hands and legs or other senses. Brahman therefore is never impersonal. But when such mantras are indirectly interpreted, it is wrongly thought that the absolute truth is impersonal. The absolute truth personality of God is full of all appearances, and therefore he has a transcendental form of full existence, knowledge, and bliss. How then can one exist that the absolute truth is impersonal? Brahman, being full of appearances, is understood to have manifold energies, and all these energies are classified under three headings under the authority of the Vishnu Purana, which says that the transcendental energies of Lord Vishnu are primarily three. A spiritual energy, the energy of the living entities, are classified as superior energy, whereas the material energy is an inferior energy which is sprouted out of ignorance. The energy of the living entities is technically called Kshetragna energy. This Kshetragna energy, Shakti, although equal in quality with the Lord, becomes overpowered by the material energy out of ignorance, and thus suffers all sorts of material miseries. In other words, the living entities were located in the marginal energy between the superior spiritual and inferior material energies, and in proportion or to the living being's contact with either the material or spiritual energies, the living entity is situated in proportionality higher and lower levels of existence. The Lord is beyond the inferior and marginal energies as above mentioned, and his spiritual energy is manifested in three different phases: as eternal existence, eternal bliss, and eternal knowledge. As far as eternal existence is concerned, it is conducted by the Sandhini Shakti. Similarly, the bliss and knowledge are conducted by the Hladini Shakti and Samvit potencies respectively. Sandhini, Hladini, Samvit. As the Supreme Energetic Lord is the supreme controller of the spiritual, marginal, and material energies, and all these different types of energies are connected with the Lord in eternal devotional service. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is thus enjoying in his transcendental eternal form. It is not astounding that one dares to call the Supreme Lord non-energetic. The Lord is the controller of all energies, and the living entities are parts and parcels of one of the energies. Therefore, there is a gulf of difference between the Lord and the living entities. How then can one say that the Lord and the living entities are one and the same? In the Bhagavad Gita also, the the living entities are described as belonging to the superior energy of the Lord. According to the principles of the intimate correlation between the energy and energetic, both of them are non-different also. Therefore, the Lord and the living entities are non-different as energy and energetic. Earth, water, fire, air, ether, mind, intelligence, and ego are all inferior energies of the Lord. But the living entities are different from all as a superior energy. This is the version of the Bhagavad Gita 7.4. The transcendental form of the Lord is eternally existent and full of transcendental bliss. How then can such a form be a product of the material mode of goodness? Anyone, therefore, who does not believe in the form of the Lord is certainly a faithless demon, and as such is untouchable, and not to be seen persona non grata, fit to be punished by the Platonic king. Who doesn't believe in the form of the Lord is certainly a faithless demon, and as such is untouchable, and not to a seen persona non grata, fit to be punished by the Platonic king. This is a very, I don't know, what does this mean? Persona non grata, fit to be punished, non grata, fit to be punished by the Platonic king. The Buddhists are called atheists, because they have no respect for the Vedas. But those who defy the Vedic conclusions, as above mentioned, under the pretense of the being followers, are verily more dangerous than the Buddhists. The Sri Vasudev very kindly compiled the Vedic knowledge in his Vedanta Sutra, but if one hears the commentation of the Mayavada school as it presented by the Shankara Sampradaya, suddenly he will be misled on the path of spiritual realization. The theory of emanations is the beginning subject of the Vedanta Sutra. All the cosmic manifestation emanation from the absolute personality of God by his inconceivably different images. The example of the touchstone is applicable to the theory of emanation. The touchstone can convert an unlimited quantity of iron into gold, and still touchstone remains as it is. Similarly, the Supreme Lord can produce all manifested worlds by his inconceivable energy, yet he is full and unchanged. He is a Purna, and although an unlimited number of Purnas emanate from him, is still Purna. The theory of illusion of the Mayavadi school is advocated on the ground that the theory of emanation will cause a transformation of the absolute truth. If that is the case, Vyasadeva is wrong. To avoid this, they have skillfully brought in the theory of the illusion. But the world or the cosmic creation is not false, as maintained by the Mayavadi school. It simply has no permanent existence. A non-permanent thing cannot be called false altogether, but the conception that the material body is the self is certainly wrong. Pranava, Om, and the Omkar and the Vedas is the primal hymn. This transcendental sound is identical with the form of the Lord. All the Vedic hymns are based on this Pranava Omkara. Tattvam Ashi is but a side word in the Vedic literatures, and therefore this word cannot be the primal hymn of the Vedas. Srila Shankaracharya has given more stress on the side word Tattvam Ashi than on the primal principle Omkara. The Lord thus spoke on the Vedanta Sutras and defied all the propaganda of the Mayavadi school. The Bhattacharya tried to defend himself and his Mayavadi school by jugglery of logic and grammar, but the Lord defeated him by his forceful arguments. He affirmed that we are all related with the personality of God eternally, and that devotional service is our eternal function in exchanging the dealings of our relations. The result of such exchanges is to attain prema, love of God. And when love of God is attained, the love for all the living beings automatically follows, because the Lord is the sum total for all living beings. The Lord said that, but for these three items, namely the eternal relation with the God, exchange of dealings with Him, and attainment of love for Him, all that is instructed in the Vedas is superfluous and concordant. The Lord further added that the Mayavada philosophy taught by the Shankaracharya is an imaginary explanation of the Vedas, but it had to be taught by him, Shankaracharya, because he was ordered to teach it by the personality of Godhead. In the Padma Purana, it stated that the personality of Godhead ordered his Lordship Shiva to deviate the human race from him. What else was to be covered so that the people would be encouraged to generate more and more population. Oh. His Lordship Shiva said to Devi, in the Kali Yuga, I shall praise the Mayavada philosophy, which is nothing but clouded Buddhism and the garb of a Brahmana. After hearing all the speeches of the Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, After hearing all the speeches of Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Bhattacharya was struck with wonder and awe and regarded him in a dead silence. Lord then encouraged him with assurance that there was no cause to wonder. I say that devotional service unto the personality of God is the highest goal of human life. He then quoted a sloka from the Bhagavatam and assured him that even the liberated souls who are absorbed in the spirit and spiritual realization has also take to that devotional service of the Lord Hari, because the personality of God has such a transcendental quality that he attracts the heart of the liberated souls too. And the Bhattacharya decided to listen to the explanations of the Atmaram sloka from the Bhagavatam. The Lord first of all asked Bhattacharya to explain it enough that he would explain it. The Bhattacharya then explained the sloka in his scholarly way with a specific reference to logic. He explained the sloka in 9 different ways, chiefly based on logic, because he was the most renowned scholar of logic of the time. The Lord, after hearing that, Bhattacharya thanked him from his scholarly presentation of the sloka, and then, at the request of Bhattacharya, the Lord explained the sloka in 64 different ways, without touching the 9 explanations given by the Bhattacharya. Thus, after hearing the explanation of the Atmaram sloka from the Lord, the Bhattacharya was convinced that such a scholarly presentation is impossible for an earthly creature. Before this, Gopinathacharya had tried to convince him of the divinity of the Lord, but at that time he could not so accept him. But the Bhattacharya was astounded by the Lord's exposition of the Vedanta Sutra and explanations of the Atmaram Sloka, and thus he began to think that he had committed a great offense at the lotus feet of the Lord by not recognizing him to be Krishna himself. He then surrendered unto him, repenting for his past dealings with him, and the Lord was kind enough to accept the Bhattacharya. Out of his causeless mercy, the Lord manifested before him first as 400 Narayana, and then again as 200 Lord Krishna with a flute in his hand. The Bhattacharya at once fell down at the lotus feet of the Lord and composed many suitable slokas in praise of the Lord by his grace. He composed almost 100 slokas in praise of the Lord. The Lord then embraced him, and out of some transcendental ecstasy, the Bhattacharya lost consciousness of the physical state of life. Tears, trembling and throbbing of the heart, respiration, emotional waves, dancing, singing, crying, and all the 8 symptoms of the trance were manifested in the body of the Bhattacharya. Srila Gopinathacharya became very glad and astonished by his marvelous conversion of his brother-in-law by the grace of the Lord. Out of 100 celebrated slokas composed by the Bhattacharya in praise of the Lord, the following 2 are the most important, and these 2 slokas explain the mission of the Lord in just. Let me surrender unto this personality of Godhead who has appeared now as Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He is the ocean of all mercy and has now come down, teaches material detachment, learning, and devotion service unto him. Vairagya Vidya Nija Bhakti Yoga. Since pure devotion service of the Lord has been lost in oblivion, the Lord has appeared to renovate these principles, and therefore I offer my obeisances unto this lotus feet. The Lord explains that the word mukti to be equivalent to the word Vishnu, or the personality of Godhead. To attain mukti, liberation from the boundaries of material existence, is to attain to the service of the Lord. Lord then proceeded towards South India for some time, and converted all he met on the way to become devotees of Lord Shri Krishna. Such devotees also converted many others to the cult of the devotional service and to the Bhagavad Dharma of the Lord. And thus he reached to the bank of the Godavari, where he met Sri Ramananda Rai, the governor of the Madras, on the behalf of Maharaj Prataparudra, the king of Odisha. Its talks with Ramananda Rai were all very important for higher realization of the transcendental knowledge, and the conversion itself forms a small booklet. Conversation, not conversion. Conversation itself forms a small booklet. We shall, however, give here with a summary of the conversation. Sri Ramananda Rai was a self-realized soul, although outwardly he belonged to the caste lower than the Brahmana in social status. He was not in the renounced order of life, and besides that, he was a high government servant in the state. Still, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu accepted him as the liberated soul on the strength of the high order of his realization of the transcendental knowledge. Similarly, the Lord accepted Srila Haridas Thakur as a veteran devotee of the Lord coming from the Mohammedan family, and there are many other great devotees of the Lord who came from different communities as sect and caste. The Lord's only criterion was the standard of the devotional service of that particular person. He was not only concerned with the outward dress of the man, he was not concerned with the dress of the only with the inner soul and its activity. All the missionary activities of the Lord are to be understood to be on the spiritual plane, and as such, the cult of the Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the cult of the Bhagavad Dharma, has nothing to do with the mundane affairs, sociology, politics, economic development, and any spheres of the life. Srimad Bhagavatam is a purely transcendental urge of the soul. When he met Sri Ramananda Rai on the bank of the Godavari, and the Varnashrama Dharma followed by the Hindus was mentioned with the Lord. Sri Ramananda Rai said, following the principles of Varnashrama Dharma, the system of the 4 castes and 4 orders of the human life, everyone could realize transcendence. In the opinion of the Lord, the system of Varnashrama Dharma is superficial only, and it has very little to do with the highest realization of the spiritual values. The highest perfection of life is to get detached from the material attachment and proportionally realize the transcendental loving service of the Lord. The personality of God recognizes a living being who is progressing in that line. Devotional service, therefore, is the culmination. Devotional service, therefore, is the culmination of the culture of all knowledge. When Sri Krishna, the personality of Godhead, appeared from the deliverance of all fallen souls, he advised the deliverance of all living entities as follows: the supreme absolute personality of Godhead, from whom all living entities have emanated, must be worshipped by all their respective engagements, because everything that we see is also the expansion of his energy. That is the way of real perfection, and it is approved by all bona fide acharya, past and present. The system of Varnashrama is more or less based on the moral and ethical principles. There is very little realization of the transcendence As such, in the Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu rejected as it is superficial and asked Ramananda Rai to go further into the matter. Sri Ramananda Rai then suggested renunciation of the fruit actions under the Lord. The Bhagavad Gita 9.27 advice in this connection: whatever you do, whatever you eat, whatever you give, as well as whatever you perform in the penance, offer to me alone. This dedication on the part of the worker suggests the personality of already is a step higher than the impersonal conception of the Varnashram system. But still, the relation of the living being and the Lord is not distinct in that way. The Lord therefore rejected this proposition and asked Ramananda to go further, rather than suggest a renunciation of the Varnashram dharma and acceptance of devotional service. The Lord did not approve of this suggestion also for the reason that all of a sudden one should not renounce his position, for that may not bring in the desired result. It was further suggested by Ramananda that the attainment of spiritual elevation, free from the material conception of life, is the topmost achievement from all living being. The Lord rejected this suggestion also because, on the plea of the such spiritual realization, much havoc had been wrought by unscrupulous persons. Therefore, all of a sudden, this is not possible. The Rai then suggested sincere association of the self-realized souls and hearing submissively the transcendental message of the past tense of the personality of Godhead. This suggestion was welcomed by the Lord. This suggestion was made following in the footsteps of the Brahmaji, who said that the personality of Godhead is known as Ajita, the one who cannot be conquered or approached by anyone. But such Ajita also becomes Jita, conquered by one method, which is very simple and easy. The simple method is that one has to give up the arrogant attitude of the declining oneself to be God himself. One must be very meek and submissive and try to live peacefully by lending the ear to the speech of the transcendental self-realized soul, who speaks of the message of Bhagavad Dharma, or the religion of the glorifying the Supreme Lord and his devotees. To glorify a great man is a natural instinct for a living being, but they have not learned to glorify the Lord. Perfection of life is attained simply by glorifying the Lord in association with the self-realized devotee. Wow! To glorify a great man is a natural instinct for a living being. I agree with that. But they haven't learned it to glorify the Lord. The perfection of life is simply attained. The perfection of life is attained simply by glorifying the Lord in association with the self-realized devotee of the Lord. The self-realized devotee is he who surrenders to the Lord fully and who doesn't have attachment for material prosperity. Material prosperity and sense enjoyment and their advancement are all activities of ignorance in the human society. Peace and friendship, prosperity, sense enjoyment and their advancement are all activities of ignorance in human society. What? Yeah. On all activities of ignorance in human society. Peace and friendship are impossible for a society detached from the association of God and his devotees. It is imperative, therefore, that one sincerely seeks the association of pure devotees. Seek the association of pure devotees and hear them patiently and submissively for any position of life. From any position of life. The position of a person is in the higher or lower status of life doesn't hamper one in the path of self-realization. The only thing one has to do is to hear from his self-realized soul with a routine program. This you have to remember. The only thing one has to do is to hear from his self-realized soul with a routine program. The teacher may also deliver lectures. From the Vedic literature following in the footsteps of the bygone acharyas who realized absolute truth. Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu recommended this simple method of self-realization, generally known as Bhagavad Dharma. Srimad Bhagavatam is a perfect guide for this purpose. About these topics discussed by the Lord and the Sri Ramananda Rai, there are still more elevated spiritual talks between the two great personalities, and we purposely withhold those topics for the present because one has to come to the spiritual plane before further talks with the Ramananda Rai can be heard. When we have presented further talks of the Srila Ramananda Rai with the Lord in another book, Teachings of Lord Chaitanya. At the conclusion of his meeting, Sri Ramananda Rai was advised by the Lord to retire from service and come to Puri so that they could live together and release a transcendental relationship. Sometime later, Sri Ramananda Rai retired from the government service and took a pension from the king. He returned to his residence in Puri, where he was one of the most confidential devotees of the Lord. There was another gentleman at Puri of the name Shikimahiti, and who was also confident like Ramananda Rai. The Lord used to hold confidential talks on spiritual values with 3 or 4 companions at Puri, and he passed 18 years in that way in spiritual trance. His talks were recorded by his private secretary Sri Damodar Goswami, one of the foremost intimate devotees. The Lord extensively traveled all over the southern part of the India. The great saint of the Maharashtra known as Saint Tukaram was also initiated by the Lord. Saint Tukaram, after initiation by the Lord, flooded the whole of Maharashtra province with the Sankirtan movement, and the transcendental flow is still rolling on in the southern western part of the great Indian peninsula. The Lord excavated from southern India two very important old literatures, namely the Brahma Samhita and the Krishna Karnamrita. And these two valuable books are authorized studies for the person in the devotional line. The Lord then returned to the Puri after his South Indian tour. On his return to Puri, all the anxious devotees of the Lord got back their life, and the Lord remained there with the continued pastimes of his transcendental realizations. The most important incident during that time was his granting audience to King Prataparudra. Pratap was a great devotee of the Lord, and he considered himself to be one of the servants who were interested in seeking his temple. This submissive attitude of the king was very much appreciated by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. The king requested both the Bhattacharya and Rai to arrange his meeting with the Lord. When, however, the Lord was petitioned by his two stalwart devotees, he flatly refused to grant the request, even though it was put forward by the personal associate like Ramanandra and Sarupam Bhattacharya. The Lord maintained that it is dangerous for a sannyasi to be in intimate touch with only money-conscious men and with women. The Lord was an ideal sannyasi. No woman could approach the Lord even to offer respects. Women's seats were accommodated far away from the Lord. As an ideal teacher and acharya, he was very strict in the routine work of a sannyasi. Apart from being a divine incarnation, the Lord was an ideal character as a human being. His behavior with other persons was also above suspicion. In his dealings as acharya, he was harder than the thunderbolt and softer than the rose. One of these associates, Junior Haridas, committed a great mistake by lustfully glancing at a young woman. The Lord, as Supersoul, could detect his lust in the mind of Junior Haridas, who was at once banished from the Lord's association and was never accepted again. Even the Lord was implored to excuse Haridas for the mistake. Junior Haridas afterwards committed suicide due to being dissociated from the company of the Lord, and the news of suicide was duly related to the Lord. Even at the time, the Lord was not forgetful of the offense, and he said the Haridas had rightly met with the proper punishment. One of the on principles of renounced order of life and the discipline, the Lord knew no compromise. This was renounced order of life and discipline, the Lord knew no compromise. And therefore, even though he knew that the king was a great devotee, he refused to see the king only because the king was a doloth and sent man. By this example, the Lord wanted to emphasize the proper behavior of the transcendentalist. A transcendentalist has nothing to do with woman and money. He must always refrain from such intimate relations. The king was, however, favored by the Lord by the expert arrangement of the devotee. This means that the beloved devotee of the Lord can favor the neophyte more liberally than the Lord. Very important. Beloved devotee of the Lord can favor the pure devotees, therefore never commit an offense at the feet of another pure devotee. And offense at the lotus feet of the Lord is sometimes excused by the merciful Lord, but an offense at the lotus feet is very dangerous. One who actually wants to make progress in devotional service. As long as the Lord remained at Puri, thousands of his devotees used to come to see him during the Rath Yatra car festival of Lord Jagannath. And during the car festival, the washing of the Gundicha temple under the direct supervision of the Lord was an important function. Okay, here I read. As long as Lord remained at Puri, thousands of his devotees used to come to see him during the Rath Yatra car festival of the Lord Jagannath. And during the car festival, the washing of the Gundicha temple under the direct supervision of the Lord was an important function. The Lord's congregational Sankirtan movement at Puri was a unique exhibition for the mass of the people. That is the way to turn the mass mind towards spiritual realization. The Lord inaugurated the system of mass Sankirtan and the leaders of all countries can take advantage of this spiritual movement in order to keep the mass of people in a pure state of peace and friendship with one another. This is now the demand of the present human society all over the world. What is it? To keep the peace and friendship with one another. It's a demand of the society nowadays. After some time, the Lord again started on his tour toward northern India, and he decided to visit Vrindavan and its neighboring places. He passed through the jungles of the Jharkhand, Madhya Bharata, and all the wild animals also joined his Sankirtan movement. The wild tigers, elephants, bears, and deer all together accompanied the Lord, and the Lord accompanied them in Sankirtan. By this, he proved that by the propagation of the Sankirtan movement, congregation chanting and glorifying of the name of the Lord, even the wild animals can live in peace and friendship. And what to speak of men who are supposed to be civilized? Wow. No man in the world will refuse to join the Sankirtan movement, nor is the Lord's Sankirtan movement restricted to any caste, creed, color, or species. Here is the direct evidence of his great mission. He allowed even the wild animals to partake in his great movement. On his way back from Vrindavan, he first came to Prayaga, where he met Rupa Goswami along with his younger brother Anupama. Then he came down to Benares. For 2 months, he instructed Srila Sanatana Goswami in the transcendental science. The instruction of Sanatana Goswami is in itself a long narration. A full presentation of the instruction will not be possible here. The main ideas are given as follows. Sanatana Goswami, formerly known as Shakar Mallika, was in the cabinet service of the Bengal government under the regime of the Nawab's Hinsa. He decided to join with the Lord and he thus retired from the service. On his way back from Vrindavan, when he reached Varanasi, the Lord became the guest of his Sri Tapan Mishra and Chandrasekhara, assisted by a Maharashtra Brahmana. At that time, Varanasi was headed by a great sannyasi of the Mayavad school named Sripad Prakashananda Saraswati. When the Lord was at his Varanasi, the people in general became more attracted to Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu on account of his mass Sankirtan movement. Whenever he visited, especially the Vishwanath temple, thousands of pilgrims would follow him. Some were attracted by his bodily features and others were attracted by his melodious songs glorifying the Lord. The Mayavadi sannyasis designated themselves as Narayana. Varanasi is still overflooded with many Mayavadi sannyasis. Some people who saw the Lord in his Sankirtan party considered him to be actually Narayana, and this report reached the camp of the great sannyasi Prakashananda. In India, there is always a kind of spiritual rivalry between the Mayavadi and Bhagavad schools. And thus, when the news of the Lord reached Prakashananda, he knew that the Lord was a Vaishnava sannyasi, and therefore he minimized the value of the Lord before those who brought him the news. He deprecated the activities of the Lord because of his preaching the Sankirtan movement, which was, in his opinion, nothing but religious sentiment. Prakashananda was a profound student of the Vedanta, and he advised his followers to give attention to the Vedanta, not to indulge in Sankirtan. One devotee Brahmana who became a devotee of the Lord, did not like the criticism of Prakashananda, and he went to the Lord to express his regrets. He told the Lord that when he heard the Lord's name before the sannyasi Prakashananda, the later strongly criticized the Lord. Although the Brahmana heard Prakashananda uttering several times the name Chaitanya, the Brahmana was astonished to see the sannyasi Prakashananda could not vibrate the sound Krishna even once, although he uttered the name Chaitanya several times. The Lord smilingly explained to the devotee Brahmana why the Mayavadi cannot utter the holy name of Krishna. The Mayavadis are offenders of the lotus feet of Krishna, although they utter always Brahma, Atma, or Chaitanya, etc. And because they are offenders of the lotus feet of the Krishna, they are actually unable to utter the name of the holy name of the Krishna. The name Krishna and the personality of God and Krishna are identical. There is no difference in the absolute realm between the name, form, and person of the absolute truth, because in the absolute realm everything is transcendental bliss. There is no difference between the body and the soul for the personality of God and Krishna. Thus, he is different from the living entity who is always different from his outward body. Because of Krishna's transcendental position, it is very difficult for a layman to actually know the personality of God and Krishna. His holy name and fame, etc., his name, fame, form, and pastimes are all one and the same transcendental identity, and they are not knowable by the exercise of the material senses. The transcendental relationship of the pastimes of the Lord is a source of still more bliss than one can experience by realization of Brahman or by becoming one with the Supreme. Had it not been so, then those who are already situated in the transcendental bliss of the Brahman would not have attracted by the transcendental bliss of the pastimes of the Lord. After this, a great meeting was arranged by the devotees of the Lord, in which all the sannyasis were invited, including the Lord and the Prakashananda Saraswati. In this meeting, both the scholars, the Lord and the Prakashananda, had a long discourse on the spiritual values of the Sankirtan movement, and a summary is given below. The great Mayavadi sannyasi Prakashananda inquired from the Lord as to the reason for his preferring the Sankirtan movement to study of the Vedanta Sutra. Prakashananda said that it is the duty of the sannyasi to read the Vedanta Sutra. What caused the Lord to indulge in the Sankirtan? After this, he inquired, the Lord submissively replied, I have taken to the Sankirtan movement instead of the study of Vedanta because I am a great fool. The Lord thus represented himself as one of the numberless fools of his age who were absolutely incapable of studying the Vedanta philosophy. The fools indulged in the study of the Vedanta had caused so much havoc in society. The Lord just continued, and because I am grateful, my spiritual master forbade me to play with Vedanta philosophy. He said that it is better that I chant the holy name of the Lord, but that would deliver me from material bondage. In this age of the Kali, there is no other religion but the glorification of the Lord by utterance of this holy name, and it thus is the injection of all revealed scriptures. And my spiritual master has taught me one sloka from a Brihad Naradiya Puranam. Harir Nama Harir Nama Harir Namaiva Kevalam Kalo nasti vanasti vanasti bhagatiranyata. So on the order of my spiritual master, I chant the holy name of Hari, and I'm now mad after his holy name. Whenever I utter the holy name, I forget myself completely, and sometimes I laugh, cry, and dance like a madman. I thought that I had actually gone mad by this process of chanting, and therefore I asked my spiritual master about it. He informed me that this was the real effect of the chanting the holy name, which produces a transcendental emotion that is a rare manifestation. It is a sign of love of God, which is the ultimate end of life. Love of God is transcendental to the liberation mukti, and thus it is called the fifth stage of the spiritual realization, above the stage of liberation. By chanting the holy name of the Lord Krishna, one attains the stage of the love of God, and it was good that fortunately I was favored with the blessing. On hearing the statement from the Lord, the Mayavadi Sannyasi asked the Lord what was the harm in studying the Vedanta along with chanting the holy name. Prakashananda Saraswati knew well that the Lord was formerly known as Nimai Pandit, a very learned scholar in Navadip, and his posing as grateful was certainly to some purpose. Hearing this, he inquired by the sannyasi. The Lord smiled and said, "My dear son, if you do not mind, I would answer your inquiry." All the sannyasis there were very much pleased with the Lord for his honest dealings, and they unanimously replied that they would not be offended by whatever he replied. The Lord then spoke as follows. Vedanta Sutra consists of transcendental words, that sounds uttered by the transcendental personality of Godhead. As such, in the Vedanta, there cannot be any human deficiencies like mistake, illusion, cheating, or inefficiency. The message of the Upanishad is expressed in the Vedanta Sutra, and what is said there directly is certainly glorified. Whatever interpretations have been given by the Shankaracharya has no direct bearing on the Sutra, and therefore such a commentation spoils everything. The word Brahman indicates the greatest of all, which is full with the transcendent opulences superior to all. Brahman is ultimately the personality of Godhead, and is covered by indirect interpretations and establishment of his impersonation. Everything that is in the spiritual world is full of transcendental bliss, including the form, body, place, and paraphernalia of the Lord. All are eternally cognizant and blissful. It is not the fault of the Acharya Shankara that he has so interpreted the Vedanta, but if someone accepts it, then certainly he is doomed. Anyone who accepts the transcendental body of the personality of Godhead as something mundane certainly commits the greatest blasphemy. The Lord thus spoke to the sannyasi almost in the same way that he spoke to the Bhattacharya of the Puri, and by forceful arguments he nullified the Mayavada interpretations of the Vedanta Sutra. All the sannyasis, they claimed that the Lord was the personified Vedas and the personality of Godhead. All the sannyasis were converted to the cult of the Bhakti. All of them accepted the holy name of the Lord Sri Krishna, and they dined together with the Lord in the midst of them. After this conversion of the sannyasis, the popularity of the Lord increased at Varanasi, and thousands of people assembled to see the Lord in person. The Lord thus established the primary importance of Srimad Bhagavad Dharma, and he defeated all of the systems of spiritual realization. After that, everyone at Varanasi was overwhelmed with the transcendental Sankirtan moment. And the Lord was camping at Varanasi, Sanatana Goswami also arrived after retiring from office. He was formerly one of the state ministers in the government of Bengal, and then under the regime of the Nawab Hussain, so he had some difficulty in getting relief from the state service. When the Nawab was reluctant to let him leave. Nonetheless, he came to Varanasi, and the Lord taught him the principles of devotional service. He taught him about the constitutional position of the living being, the cause of his bondage under the material conditions, his eternal relation with the personality of Godhead, the transcendental position of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, his expansion of the different plenary portions of the incarnation, his control of different parts of the universe, the nature of his transcendental abode, devotional activities, the different stages of development, the rules and regulations of the achieving the gradual stages of spiritual perfection, the symptoms of the different incarnations in different ages, and how to detect them with reference to the context of the revealed scriptures. The Lord's teachings to Sanatana Goswami form a big chapter in the text of Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, and to explain the whole teachings in minute details will require a volume in itself. They are treated in detail in our book, Teachings of Lord Chaitanya. At Mathura, the Lord visited all the important places. Then he reached Vrindavan. Lord Chaitanya appeared in the family of a high caste Brahmanam, and over and above that, as sannyasi, he was the preceptor from all the Varnas and Ashramas, but he used to accept meals from all classes of Vaishnavas. At Mathura, the Sanodiya Brahmanas are considered to be in the lower stages of the society, but the Lord accepted meals in the family of such a Brahmana also, because his host happened to be a disciple of Madhavendra Puri family. At Vrindavan, the Lord took bath in 24 important bathing places and ghats. He traveled to all the 12 important vanas forest. In this forest, all the cows and birds welcomed him, and if he were their very old friend, the Lord also began to embrace all the trees of this forest, and by doing so, he felt the symptoms of the transcendental ecstasy. Sometimes he fell unconscious, but he was made to regain consciousness by the chanting of the holy name of Krishna. The transcendental symptoms that were visible on the body of the Lord during his travel during his travel within the forest of the Vrindavan were all unique and inexplicable, and we have just given a synopsis only. Some of the important places that were visited by the Lord in Vrindavan were Kamyavan, Adishwara, Pavana Sarovar, Khadiravan, Sheshasai, Kelatirtha, Bhandiravan, Bhadravan, Srivan, Lauhavan, Mahavan, Gokula, Kaliyagrada, Dwadasaditya, Keshitirtha, etc. When he saw the place where the Rasa dance took place, he at once fell down in the trance. As long as he remained at Vrindavan, he made his headquarters at Akrura Ghat. From Vrindavan, his personal servitor Krishnadasa Vipra induced him to go back to Prayaga to take bath during the Magamela. The Lord acceded to this proposal and they started to Prayaga. And they met with some Pathans, amongst whom there was a learned Maulana. The Lord had some talks with the Maulana and his companions, and the Lord convinced the Maulana that in the Quran also there are descriptions of the Bhagavad Dharma and Krishna. All the Pathans were converted to his cult of devotional service. When he returned to Prayaga, Sri Rupa Goswami and his youngest brother met him near Bindu Sarovar temple. This time the Lord was welcomed with the people of Prayaga more respectfully. Vallabh Bhatta, who resided on the other bank of the Prayaga in the village of the Adhail, was to receive him at his place. But while going there, the Lord jumped in the river Yamuna. With great difficulty, was picked up in an unconscious state. Finally, he visited the headquarters of Vallabh Bhatta. This Vallabh Bhatta was one of his chief admirers, but later on he inaugurated his own party, the Vallabha Sampradaya. On the bank of the Dwadasa Ghata at Prayaga for 10 days, continued the Lord instructed Rupa Goswami in the science of the devotional service to the Lord. He taught the Goswami divisions of the living creatures in the 84 lakh species of life. Then he taught him about the human species. Out of them, he discussed the followers of the Vedic principles. Out of them, the fruity workers. Out of them, the etheric philosophers. And out of them, the liberated souls. He said that there are only a few who are actually pure devotees of Lord Sri Krishna. Sri Rupa Goswami was the younger brother of the Sanatana Goswami, and when he retired from the service, he brought with him 2 boats full of gold coins. This means that he brought with him some hundreds of thousands of rupees accumulated by the labor of his service. And before leaving home for Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he divided the wealth as follows: 50% for the service of the Lord and his devotees, and 25% for the relatives, and 25% for his personal needs in case of emergency. In that way, he set an example for all householders. The Lord taught the Goswami about devotional service, comparing it to the creeper, and advised him to protect the Bhakti creeper most carefully against the mad elephant as defense against pure devotees. In addition, the creeper has to be protected from the desires of sense enjoyment. What is it? Desires of the sense enjoyment, monistic liberation, and perfection of Hatha Yoga system. Wow. They are all detrimental on the path of devotional service. Similarly, violence against the living beings and the desire for worldly gain, worldly reception, worldly fame are all detrimental to the progress of Bhakti Bhagavad Dharma. What? These are things. Violence against the living beings, the desire for worldly gain, worldly reception, worldly fame are all detrimental to the progress of the Bhakti Bhagavad Dharma. Pure devotional service must be freed from all desires of sense gratification, fruitive aspiration, culture of monistic knowledge. One must be freed from all kinds of designations, and when one is thus converted to the transcendental purity, one can then serve the Lord by purified senses. As long as the desire to enjoy the sensually or to become one with the Supreme or to possess the mystic powers, there is no question of attaining the stage of pure devotional service. Devotional service is conducted under 2 categories, namely the primary practice and spontaneous emotion. When one can raise to the platform the spontaneous emotion, he can make further progress with spiritual attachment, feeling love, and many higher stages of devotional service. Yeah, there is spiritual attachment, for which there are no English words. Then we have tried to explain the science of the devotional service in our book, The Nectar of Devotion, based on the authority of the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu by Sri Rupa Goswami. Transcendental devotional service has 5 stages of reciprocation. The self-realization stage just after liberation from the mental bondage is called the Shanta or neutral stage. After that, when there is a development of transcendental knowledge of the Lord's internal opulences, the devotee engages himself in the Dasya stage. With further development of the Dasya stage, the respectful fraternity with the Lord develops, and above that, a feeling of friendship or equal terms becomes manifest. Both these stages are called the Sakya stage and devotional service and friendship. Above this is the stage of parental affection toward the Lord, and this is called the Vatsalya stage. Above this is the stage of conjugal love, and this stage is called highest stage of love of God. Although there is no difference in quality in any of the above stages, the last stage of conjugal love of the Lord is called the Madhurya stage. Thus he instructed Rupa Goswami in devotional service and deputed him to Vrindavan to excavate the lost sites of the transcendental pastimes of the Lord. After this, the Lord returned to Varanasi and delivered the sannyasis and instructed the elder brother of Rupa Goswami. We have already discussed This. The Lord left only 8 slokas of his instructions in writing, and they are known as Shikshashtaka. All other literatures of his divine cult were extensively written by the Lord's principal followers, the 6 Goswamis of the Vrindavan and the followers. The cult of the Chaitanya philosophy is richer than any other, and is admitted to be the living religion of the day, with the potential of spreading as Vishwadhamma, universal religion. We are glad that the matter has been taken up by some enthusiastic sages like Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Swami Maharaj and his disciples. We shall eagerly wait for the happy days of the Bhagavad Dharma, the Prema Dharma, inaugurated by the Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. The 8 slokas completed by the Lord are: Glory to the Sri Krishna Sankirtana, which cleanses the heart of all the dust accumulated for years and extinguishes the fire of conditioned life, of repeated birth and death. This Sankirtana moment is the prime benediction for the humanity at large, because it spreads the rays of the benediction moon. It is the life of all transcendental knowledge. It increases the ocean of transcendental bliss, and it enables us to fully taste the nectar for which we are always anxious. O my Lord, your holy name alone can render all benediction to living beings, and thus you have hundreds and millions of the names of Krishna and Govinda. In these transcendental names, you have invested all your transcendental energies. They are not even hard and powerful by chanting these names. O my Lord, out of kindness, you enable us to easily approach you by chanting your holy names. But I am so unfortunate that I have no attraction for them. One should chant the holy name of the Lord in a humble state of mind, thinking oneself lower than a straw in the street. One should be more tolerant than a tree, devoid of all sense of false prestige, and ready to offer all respect to others. In such a state of mind, one can chant Lord constantly. Oh my Lord, I have no desire to accumulate wealth, nor do I desire beautiful women, nor do I want any number of followers. I only want your causeless devotion service birth after birth. O son of Maharaj Nanda Krishna, I am your eternal servitor, yet somehow or other I have fallen in the ocean of the birth and death. Please pick me up from this ocean of death. Place me as one of the atoms at your lotus feet. O my Lord, when will my eyes be decorated with the tears of love flowing constantly when I chant your holy name? When will my voice choke up, and will the hairs of my body stand on end at the recitation of your name? O Govinda, feeling your separation, I am considering a moment to be like 12 years or more. Tears are flowing from my eyes with like torrents of rains, and I am feeling all vacant in the world in your absence. I know no one but Krishna as my Lord, and he shall remain so even if he handles me roughly or in his embrace, or makes me broken-hearted by not being present before me. He is completely free to do anything and everything, for he is always my worshipable Lord unconditionally. Jai. This is introduction over. Let's go to the next. Where is it? Questions by the sages. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Janmadyasya Yatonvayaditaratastartveshu Babhignaswarat Tene Brahma Hridayadi Kavaye Muhyanti Yatsurayaha Tejo Vari Mridham Yatha Vinimayo Yatra Trisargom Rusha Dhamna Svena Sada Nirastakohakam Satyam Param Dhimahi. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Janmadyasya Yatonvayaditaratastartveshu Babhignaswarat Tene Brahma Hridayadi Kavaye Muhyanti Yatsurayaha Tejo Vari Mridham Yatha Vinimayo Yatra Trisargo Amrusha Dhamna Svena Sada Nirastakohakam Satyam Param Dhimahi. Om, O my Lord, Namaha, offering my obeisances Bhagavate, under the personality of God, Vasudeva, unto the Vasudeva, the son of the Vasudeva, the Lord of Sri Krishna, the Primal Lord, Janma, the creation, sustenance, and destruction, Asya of the manifested universes, Yataha, from whom, Anvayat, directly, Tarataha, indirectly, Cha, and Arteshu, purposes, Abhignaha, fully cognizant, Swarat, fully independent, Tene, imparted, Brahma, the Vedic knowledge, Hrita, conscious of the heart, Ya, one who, Adi Kavayi, unto the original created being, Muhyandi, or illusion, yet about whom Suraya, great sages in the demigods, stage of fire, Vayu, water, Mridam, Yatha, as much as Vinimayaha, action and reaction, Yatra, whereupon, three Sargaha, 3 modes of creation, creative faculties, Amrisha, actually almost factual, Dhamna, along with the all transcendental paraphernalia, Sven and self-sufficiently, Sada, always, Nirasta, negation by absence, Kohakam, illusion, Satyam, truth, Param, absolute, Dhimahi, I do meditate upon. O my Lord Sri Krishna, son of Vasudeva, all pervading personality of Godhead, I offer my respectful obeisances unto you. I meditate upon Lord Sri Krishna because he is absolute truth and the primeval cause of all causes of creation, sustenance, and destruction of the manifested universe. He is directly or indirectly conscious of all manifestations, and he is independent because there is no other cause beyond him. It is he only who first imparted the Vedic knowledge under the heart of Brahmaji, the original living being. By him, even the great sages and demigods are placed into illusion, as one is bewildered by the illusory representation of water seen in fire and land seen on water. Only because of him do the material universes temporarily manifested by the reactions of the three modes of nature appear factual, although they are unreal. I therefore meditate upon him, Lord Sri Krishna, who is eternally existent in the transcendental abode, which is forever free from the illusory representations of the material world. I meditate upon him, for he is the absolute truth. Obeisances unto the personality of Godhead Vasudeva directly indicate Lord Sri Krishna, who is divine son of Vasudeva and Devaki. This fact will be more explicitly explained in the text of this work, Sri Vyasadeva, as it's herein that Sri Krishna, the original personality of Godhead, and all others are his direct and indirect dependent portions of the portion. Sri Jiva Goswami has even more explicitly explained the subject matter in the Krishna Sandarbha, and Brahma, the original living being, has explained the subject of Sri Krishna substantially in his treatise named Brahma Samhita. In the Samaveda Upanishad, it is also stated that Lord Sri Krishna is the divine son of Devaki. Therefore, in this prayer, the first proposition holds that Lord Sri Krishna is the primal Lord, and if any transcendental nomenclature is to be understood as belonging to the absolute personality of Godhead, it must be the name indicated by the Lord Krishna, which means the all-attractive. The Bhagavad Gita in many places, the Lord asserts himself as to be the original personality of Godhead, and this is confirmed by Arjuna and also by great sages like Narada, Vyasa, and many others. In the Padma Purana, it is also stated that out of the innumerable names of the Lord, the name of Krishna is the principal one. Vasudeva indicates the plenary portion of the personality of Godhead, and all the different forms of the Lord being identical with the Vasudeva are indicated in this text. The name Vasudeva particularly indicates the divine son of Vasudeva and Devaki. Sri Krishna is always meditated upon by the Paramahamsas, who are the perfected ones among those in the renounced order of life. Vasudeva, Lord Sri Krishna, is the cause of all causes. Everything that exists emanates from the Lord. How this is so explained in these later chapters of this work. This work is described with Mahaprabhu Sri Chaitanya as the spotless Purana because it contains the transcendental narration of the personality of God, Sri Krishna. The history of the Srimad Bhagavatam is also very glorious. It was compiled by Srila Vasudeva after he had attained maturity in the transcendental knowledge. He wrote this under the instructions of Sri Naraji, his spiritual master. Vasudeva compiled all Vedic literatures contained in the 4 divisions of the Vedas, the Vedanta Sutras, Brahma Sutras, Puranas, Mahabharata, and so on. But nevertheless, he was not satisfied. His dissatisfaction was observed by his spiritual master, and thus Narada advised him to write on the transcendental activities of the Lord Sri Krishna. These transcendental activities are described specifically in the 10th canto of the work, but in order to reach to their very substance, one must proceed gradually by developing knowledge of the categories. It is natural that the philosophical mind wants to know about the origin of the creation. At night, he sees the stars in the sky and he naturally speculates about their inhabitants. Such inquiries are natural for a man because man has a developed consciousness, which is higher than that of the animals. The author of Srimad Bhagavatam gives a direct answer to such inquiry. He says the Lord Sri Krishna is the origin of all creations. He is not only the creator of the universe, but the destroyer as well. The manifested cosmic creation is created at a certain period by the will of the Lord. It is maintained for some time and then it is annihilated by his will. Therefore, the supreme will is behind all cosmic activities. Of course, there are atheists of various categories who do not believe in a creator, but that is the poor fund of knowledge. The modern scientist, for example, has created space satellites, and by some arrangement or other, these satellites are thrown into the outer space to fly for some time at the control of the scientist who is far away. Similarly, all the universe with the innumerable stars and planets is controlled by the intelligence of the personality of Godhead. In the Vedic literatures, it is said that the absolute truth, the personality of Godhead, is the center amongst all living personalities. All living beings, beginning from the first created being Brahma down to the smallest ant, are all individual living beings, and above Brahma there are even other living beings with individual capacities, and the personality of Godhead is also a similar living being, and he is an individual as are the other living beings. But the Supreme Lord, or the Supreme Living Being, has the greatest intelligence and possesses the most inconceivable energies of all different varieties. If the man's brain can produce a small space satellite, and one can very easily imagine how brains higher than man can produce similar wonderful things which are far superior. The reasonable person will easily accept this argument, but there are stubborn atheists who would never agree. Sri Vasudeva, however, at once accepts the supreme intelligence as the Parameshwara. He offers his respectful obeisance under the supreme intelligence addressed as the Para or Parameshwara as the supreme personality of Godhead, and that Parameshwara is Sri Krishna, as admitted in Bhagavad Gita and other scriptures delivered by the Sri Vasudeva, and specifically in the Srimad Bhagavatam and the Bhagavad Gita. The Lord says that there is no other Paratattva, someone born than himself. Therefore, Sri Vasudeva at once worships the Paratattva, Sri Krishna, whose transcendental activities are described in the 10th canto. Unscrupulous persons go immediately to the 10th canto, especially to the 5 chapters which describe the Lord's rasa dance. This portion of the Srimad Bhagavatam is the most confidential part of this great literature. Unless one is thoroughly accomplished in the transcendental knowledge of the Lord, one is sure to misunderstand the Lord's worshipable transcendental pastimes called rasa dance and his love affairs with the gopis. This subject matter is highly spiritual, and only the liberated persons who have gradually attained to the stage of Paramahamsa can transcendently relish this resonance. Srila Vasudev therefore gives the reader a chance to gradually develop spiritual relation before actually relishing the essence of the passions of the Lord. Therefore, he purposefully invokes the Gayatri Mantra Dhimahi. This Gayatri Mantra is meant for the spiritual advanced people. When one is successful in chanting the Gayatri Mantra, then he can enter into the transcendental position of the Lord. One must therefore acquire Brahmanical qualities and be perfectly situated in the qualities of goodness in order to chant the Gayatri Mantra successfully and attain to the stage of the transcendental, realizing the Lord, His name and His fame and qualities and so on. Srimad Bhagavatam is the narration of the Swarupa of the Lord manifested by His internal potency. And this potency is distinguished from the external potency which has manifested the cosmic world, which is within our experience. Srila Vasudev makes a clear distinction between the two in this sloka. Here I have read. So the devotees of the Lord are always anxious for the spiritual improvement of the general public. When the sages of Naimisharanya analyzed the state of the affairs of the people in this age of Kali, they foresaw that men would live short lives. In Kali Yuga, the duration of the life is shortened, not so much because of the insufficient food, but because of irregular habits. By keeping regular habits and eating simple food, any man can maintain his health. Overeating, over sense gratification, over dependency on another's mercy, and artificial standards of living sap the very vitality of the human energy. Therefore, the duration of life is shortened. The people of this age are also very lazy, not only materially but in the matter of spiritual self-realization. The human life is especially meant for self-realization. That is to say, a man should come to know what he is, what the world is, and what the supreme truth is. Human life is a means by which the living entity can end all the miseries of the hard struggle for life in material existence, and by which he can return to the Godhead, his eternal home. But due to a bad system of education, men have no desire for self-realization. Even if they come to know about it, they unfortunately become victims of the misguided teachers. In this age, men are victims not only of different political creeds and parties, but also of many different types of sense gratificatory diversions, such as cinemas, sports, gambling, clubs, mundane libraries, bad associations, smoking, drinking, cheating, pilfering, bickerings, and so on. Their minds are always disturbed and full of anxieties due to so many different engagements. In this age, many unscrupulous men manufacture their own religious faiths, which are not based on any revealed scriptures, and very often people who are addicted to sense gratification are attached by such institutions. Consequently, in the name of the religion, so many sinful acts are being carried on that the people in general have neither peace of mind nor health of body. The student brahmachari communities are no longer being maintained, and householders do not observe the rules and regulations of the Grihastha ashrama. Consequently, the so-called vanaprasthas and sannyasis who come out of such Grihastha ashramas are easily deviated from the rapid, rigid path. In the Kali Yuga, the whole atmosphere is surcharged with faithlessness. Men are no longer interested in spiritual values. The material sense gratification is now the standard of civilization. For the maintenance of such material civilization, man has formed complex nations and communities, and there is a constant strain of hot and cold wars between these different groups. It has become very difficult, therefore, to raise the spiritual standard due to the present distorted values of the human society. The sages of Naimisharanya are anxious to disentangle all fallen souls, and here they are seeking the remedy from Srila Shruta Goswami. भूरीनि भूरि कर्माणि श्रोतव्यानि विभागशः अतः साधो अत्र यत्सारं समुद्धृत्य मनीषयाम् ब्रूहि भद्राय भूतानां येनात्मा सुप्रसीदति. Bhurini, multifarious, Bhuri, many karmani, duties, srotavyani, to be learned vibhagashah by divisions of subject matter. Atra, therefore, sadhu, O sage, atra, hearing, yet, whatever, saram, essence, samudrita, by selection. Manishaya, best to your knowledge. Brohi, please tell us Badraya, for the good of Bhutanam, the living beings, Yena, by which Atma, the self, Suprasidati, becomes fully satisfied. There are many varieties of scriptures, and in all of them there are many prescribed duties which can be learned only after many years of study in these various divisions. Therefore, O sage, please select the essence of all these scriptures and explain it for the good of all living beings, that by such instructions their hearts may be fully satisfied. Purport. Atma itself is distinguished from matter and material elements. It is spiritual in constitution, thus it is never satisfied by any amount of material planning. All scriptures and spiritual instructions are meant for the satisfaction of this self or Atma. There are many varieties of approaches which are recommended for different types of living beings at different times and different places. Consequently, the number of revealed scriptures are innumerable. There are different methods and prescribed duties recommended in these various scriptures, taking into consideration the fallen condition of the people in general in this age of Kali. The sages of Naimisharanya suggested that Sri Shuddha Goswami relate the essence of all such scriptures, because in this age it is not possible for all fallen souls to understand and undergo all the lessons of these various scriptures in Varna and Ashrama system. The Varna and Ashrama society was considered to be the best institution for lifting the human being to the spiritual platform, but due to Kali Yuga, it is not possible to execute the rules and regulations of these institutions, nor is it possible for the people in general to completely sever relations with their families as the Varnashram institution prescribes. The whole atmosphere is such as with opposition, and considering this, one can see that spiritual emancipation for the common man in this age is very difficult. The reason the sage is present this matter, the Srila Sota Goswami is explained in the following verse: Suta janasi badram te bhagavan satvatam patihi devakyam vasudevasya jato yassa chikirshayam. Shruta, oh Sutta Goswami Janasi, you know, Badramti, all blessings upon you, Bhagavan, the personality of God, Sattvatam of the pure devotees, Patihi, pure protector, Devakyam, in the womb of the Devaki, Vasudeva Siva Vasudev, Jataha born of Yasya for the purpose of Chikitshaya, executing translation. All blessings upon you, O Sutta Goswami, you know for what purpose the personality of God appeared in the womb of Devaki, son of Vasudeva. Purport. Bhagavan means the Almighty God, who is the controller of all opulences, power, fame, beauty, knowledge, and renunciation. He is the protector of his pure devotees. Although God is equally disposed to everyone, he is especially inclined to his devotees. Sat means absolute truth, and the persons who are servitors of the absolute truth are called Sattvatas. And the personality of God who protects such pure devotees is known as protector of the Sattvatas. Badramti, blessings upon you, indicates the sage's anxiety to know the absolute truth from the speaker. Lord Sri Krishna, the Supreme Personality of God, appeared to Devaki, the wife of Vasudeva. Vasudeva is a symbol of the transcendental position wherein the appearance of Supreme Lord takes place. Tanna Susrusamananam Arhasi Anganvarnitum Yasyavatarabhutanam Kshemaya Bhavaya Cha. That those na unto us Susrusamananam, those who are endeavoring for Arhasi ought to do Anga. Also the Goswami Anuvarnitum ought to explain by following in the first of the previous acharyas Yasya, whose avataraha, incarnation Bhutanam of the living beings, Kshemaya for good, Cha and Bhavaya upliftment, Cha and O Sudha Goswami, we are eager to learn about the personality of God in his incarnations. Please explain to us those teachings imparted by the previous masters, acharyas, for one is uplifted both by speaking them and by hearing them. The conditions for hearing the transcendental message of the absolute truth are set forth herein. The first condition is that the audience must be very sincere and eager to hear, and the speaker must be in the line of the reciprocal succession from the recognized acharya. The transcendental message of the absolute is not understandable by those who are materially absorbed. Under the direction of the bona fide spiritual master, one becomes gradually purified. Therefore, one must be in the chain of the disciplic succession and learn the spiritual art. And the art of submissive hearing. This is art. In the case of Sudha Goswami and the sages of Naimisharanya, all these conditions are fulfilled because Sudha Goswami is in the line of Sri Vyasadeva, and the sages of the Naimisharanya and all sincere souls who are anxious to learn the truth. Thus, the transcendental topics of Lord Sri Krishna's superhuman activities, his incarnation, his birth, appearance or disappearance, his forms, his names, and all so on are all easily understandable because all requirements are fulfilled. Such discourses help all men on the path of spiritual realization. आपन्नः संसृतं घोरां यन्नाम विवशो गृणां ततः सद्यो विमुच्येत यद्बिभीति स्वयं भयम्. Apanna, being entangled, samshritam, in the huddle of birth and death. Goram, too complicated, yet what nama, the absolute name. Vivashaha, unconsciously. Grinam, chanting tata, from that sadhyaha, at once. Vimuchyeta, gets freedom, yet that which bibheti, fears. Swayam, personally, bhayam, fear itself. Living beings who are entangled in the complicated meshes of birth and death can be freed immediately by even unconsciously chanting the holy name of Krishna, which is feared by fear personified. Purport. Vasudeva, Lord Sri Krishna, Lord Krishna, the absolute personality of God, is the supreme controller of everything. There is no one in his creation who is not afraid of the rage of the Almighty. Great asuras like Ravana, Hiranyakasipu, Kamsa, and others who are very powerful living entities were all killed by the personality of God. And the Almighty Vasudeva has empowered his name with the powers of his personal self. Everything is related to him, everything has its identity in him. It is stated here that the name of Krishna is feared even by fear personified. This indicates that the name of Krishna is not different from Krishna. Therefore, the name of Krishna is as powerful as Lord Krishna himself. There is no difference at all. Anyone, therefore, can take advantage of the holy names of Lord Sri Krishna, even in the midst of the greatest dangers. The transcendental name of Krishna, even though uttered unconsciously by force of circumstances, can help one obtain freedom from the huddle of birth and death. Yat pada samshraya sota munaya प्रशमायनाः सद्यः पुनन्ति उपस्पृष्टाः स्वर्धुनी आपूनु सेवया yet those whose are the lotus feet samshrayaha, those who have taken shelter of Sutta Goswami Muniyaha, great says Prasha Mayanaha, absorbed in devotion to the Supreme, Sadhya at once, Pananti, sanctified, Upasprishtaha, simply by association, Swardhuni of the sacred Ganges, Apaha, water, Anusevaya, bringing into use. Translation: O Sutta, those great sages who have completely taken shelter of the lotus feet of the Lord can at once sanctify those who come in touch with them, whereas the waters of the Ganges can sanctify only after prolonged use. Pure devotees of the Lord more powerful than the waters of the sacred river Ganges. One can derive spiritual benefit out of prolonged use of the Ganges water, but one can be sanctified at once by the mercy of the pure devotee of the Lord. In Bhagavad Gita, it is said that any person, regardless of the birth as Shudra, woman, or merchant, can take shelter of the lotus feet of the Lord, and by so doing can return to Godhead. To take shelter of the lotus feet of the Lord means to take shelter of the pure devotees. The pure devotees whose only business in serving are honored by the names Prabhupada and Vishnupada, which indicates such devotees to be representatives of the lotus feet of the Lord. Anyone, therefore, who takes shelter of the lotus feet of the pure devotee by accepting the pure devotee as a spiritual master can be at once purified. Such devotees of the Lord are honored equally with the Lord because they are engaged in the most confidential service of the Lord. For they deliver out of the material world the fallen souls whom Lord wants to return home back to God. Such pure devotees are better known as wise lords, according to revealed scriptures. The sincere disciple of the pure devotee, spiritual master, equal to the Lord, but always consider himself to be a humble servant of the Lord. This is the pure devotional path. Ko va bhagavatastasya punyaslokaddya karmanah shuddhikamo nashushniya yashah kali malapaham ka who wow breath bhagavata of the Lord tasya his punya virtuous sloka idya worshipable by prayers. Karmanaha deeds Shruddhi Kama, desiring deliverance from all sins and honor, Shunyat, does here Yashaha, glorious Kali, of the age of Kala, Malapaha, the agent for sanctification. Translation: who is there desiring deliverance from the vices of the earth, the age of quarrel? Who is not willing to hear the virtuous glories of the Lord? Purport: the age of Kali is the most condemned age due to its quarrelsome features. Kali Yuga is so saturated with vicious habits that there is a great fight at the slightest misunderstanding. Those who are engaged in the pure devotional service of the Lord, who are without any desire for self-aggrandizement, and who are freed from the effects of the fruitive actions and dry philosophical speculations, are capable of getting out of the entanglements of this complicated age. The leaders of the people are very much anxious to live in peace and friendship, but they have no information of the simple method of hearing the glories of the Lord. On the contrary, such leaders are opposed to the propagation of the glories of the Lord. In other words, the foolish leaders who want to completely deny the existence of the Lord in the name of the secular state, in the name of in other words, the foolish leaders want to completely deny the existence of the Lord. In the name of the secular state, such leaders are enacting various plans every year. But by the insurmountable intricacies of the middle nature of the Lord, all these plans for progress are being constantly frustrated. They have no eyes to see that their attempts at peace and friendship are failing. But is the hint to get over the hurdle. If you want actual peace, we must open the road to understanding the Supreme Lord Krishna and glorify Him for His virtuous activities as they are depicted in the pages of Srimad Bhagavatam. तस्य कर्माणि उदाराणि परिगीतानि सुरभिः ब्रूहिणः श्रद्धया धाना श्रद्धा दानानां लीलाय ददतः कलाः ददतः कलाः Tasya his karmani transcendental acts udaharani magnanimous pari gitani broadcast suribhi by the great souls Bruhi, please speak now unto us. Shraddha dhanam ready to receive with respect. Lilaya past him dadataha advented kalaha incarnations. His transcendental acts are magnificent and gracious, and great learned sages like Narada sing of them. Please therefore speak to us who are eager to hear about the advents he performs in his various incarnations. Purport: the personality of Godhead is never inactive, as some less intelligent persons suggest. His works are magnificent and magnanimous. His creations, both material and spiritual, are all wonderful and contain all variegatedness. They are described nicely by such liberated souls as Sri Narada, Vyasa, Valmiki, Devala, Vasita, Madhava, Sri Chaitanya, Ramanuja, Vishnu Swami, Nimba, Bharata, Sridhara, Vishwanath, Baladev with Bhakti Vinod, Siddhanta Saraswati, and many other learned and self-realized souls. Those creations, both material and spiritual, are full of happiness, beauty, and knowledge, but the spiritual realm is more significant due to its being full of knowledge, bliss, and eternity. The material creations are manifested for some time as perverted shadows of the spiritual kingdom and can be likened to cinemas. They attract people of less intelligence caliber who are attracted by false things. Such foolish men have no information of the reality and they take it for granted that the false material manifestation is the all in all. But more intelligent men, guided by sages like Vyasa and Narada, know that the eternal kingdom of God is more delightful, larger, and eternally full of bliss and knowledge. Those who are not conversant with the activities of the Lord and his transcendental limb are sometimes served by the Lord in his adventures as incarnation, wherein he displays the eternal bliss of his association in the transcendental limb. By such activities, he attracts the conditioned souls of the material world. Some of these conditioned souls are engaged in the false enjoyment of mental senses, and others in simply negating their real life in the spiritual world. These less intelligent persons are known as Parmis, fruity workers, or Jnanis, or dry mental speculators. But above these two classes of men is a transcendentalist known as Satvata, are the people or the devotee who is busy neither with the rampant material activity nor with the material speculation. He is engaged in the positive service of the Lord and thereby he derives the highest spiritual benefit unknown to the karmis and jnanis. As the supreme controller of both the material and spiritual worlds, the Lord has a different incarnations of unlimited categories. Incarnations of like the Brahma, Rudra, Manu, Prithu, Vyasa are his material qualitative incarnations, but incarnations like Rama, Narasimha, Varaha, and Vamana are his transcendental incarnations. This I don't know. Material qualitative incarnations. These are called transcendental incarnations. Lord Sri Krishna is the fountainhead of all incarnation and is therefore the cause of all causes. I will do one thing. अथ क्या हि हरेर्धीमन् अवतारकथा सुबाः नील विदधतः स्वैरम् ईश्वरस्यात्ममायया. Therefore, Kya he describe Hari of the Lord Dima. Demon was sagacious one avatar incarnation Kataha. The Subaha auspicious leader adventures with Atha performed as Swairam pastime Ishwarasya of the Supreme Atma personal energies. Translation. O wise Sutta, please narrate to us the transcendental pastime of the Supreme Lord, God its multi incarnations. Such auspicious adventures and pastimes of the Lord, the Supreme Controller, performed by his internal powers. For the creation, maintenance, destruction of the material world, the Supreme Lord Personality of Godhead himself appears in many thousands of forms of incarnations, and the specific adventures found in those transcendental forms are all auspicious. Both those who are present during such activity and those who hear the transcendental narrations of such activities are benefited. It is definitely stated that spiritual rasa. In this sloka, it is definitely stated that the spiritual rasa, which is released even in the liberated stage, can be experienced in the literature of the Srimad Bhagavatam, due to its being the ripened fruit of all Vedic knowledge. By submissively hearing this transcendental literature, one can attain the full pleasure of his heart's desire. But one must be very careful to hear the message from the right source. Srimad Bhagavatam is exactly received from the right source. It was brought by Narada Muni from the spiritual world and given to his disciple, Sri Vyasadeva. The later in turn delivered the message to his son, Srila Sukadeva Goswami, and Srila Sukadeva Goswami delivered the message to Maharaj Parikshit. What happened? Just 7 days before the king's death. Srila Sukadeva Goswami was a liberated soul from his very birth. He was liberated even in the womb of his mother, and he didn't undergo any sort of spiritual training after his birth. At birth, no one is qualified, neither in the mundane nor in the spiritual sense. But Srila Sukadeva Goswami, due to his being a perfectly liberated soul, did not have to undergo an evolutionary process for spiritual realization. Yet, despite his being a completely liberated person situated in the transcendental position of both the three material modes, he was attracted to this transcendental rasa of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is adored by liberated souls who sing Vedic hymns. The Supreme Lord's pastimes are more attractive to liberated souls than to mundane people. He is of necessity not impersonal because it is only possible to carry on transcendental rasa with a person. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, the transcendental pastimes of the Lord are narrated, and the narration is systematically depicted by the Srila Sukadeva Goswami. The subject matter is appealing to all the classes of persons, including those who seek liberation and those who seek to become one with the Supreme Whole. In Sanskrit, the parrot is also known as sukha. When a ripened fruit is cut by the red beaks of such birds, its sweet flavor is enhanced. The Vedic fruit, which is mature and ripened knowledge, is spoken through the lips of Srila Sukadeva Goswami. which is compared to the parrot not for his ability to recite the Bhagavatam exactly as he heard from his learned father, but for his ability to present the work in a manner that would appeal to all classes of men. Wow. Such a nice, Prabhu. The subject matter is so presented through the lips of Sri Shukadeva Goswami through that any sincere listener that hears submissively can at once relish transcendental tastes which are distinct from the perverted tastes of the material world. The ripened fruit is not dropped all of a sudden from the highest planet of Krishna Loka. Rather, it has come down carefully through the chain of disciplic succession without change or disturbance. Foolish people who are not in the transcendental disciplic succession commit great blunders by trying to understand the highest transcendental rasa known as the rasa dance without following in the footsteps of Sukadeva Goswami, who presents this fruit very carefully by stages of transcendental realization. One should be intelligent enough to know the position of the Srimad Bhagavatam by considering personalities like Sukadeva Goswami, who deals with the subject so carefully. This process of disciplic succession of the Bhagavad Dharma, Bhagavad school, suggests that in the future also Srimad Bhagavatam has to be understood from a person who is factually present, representative of Srila Sukadeva Goswami. A professional man who makes a business out of the reciting Bhagavatam illegally is certainly not a representative of the Sukadeva Goswami. Such a man's business is only to earn his livelihood. Therefore, one should refrain from hearing the lectures of such professional men. Such men usually go to the most confidential part of the literature without understanding the gradual process of understanding this grave subject. They usually plunge into the subject matter of the rasa dance, which is misunderstood by the foolish class of men. Some of them take this to be immoral, which otherwise take this to be immoral. Some of them take this to be immoral, while others try to cover it by their own stupid interpretations. They have no desire to follow in the footsteps of Srila Sukadeva Goswami. One should conclude, therefore, that the serious student of rasa should receive the message of Bhagavatam in the chain of disciplic succession from the Srila Sukadeva Goswami, who describes the Bhagavatam from its very beginning and not whimsically to satisfy the mundane who has very little knowledge in the transcendental science. Srimad Bhagavatam is so carefully presented that a sincere and serious person can at once enjoy the ripened fruit of the Vedic knowledge simply by drinking the nectarian juice through the mouth of Sukadeva Goswami or his bona fide representative. Naimishe nimishe kshetre rishayah saunakadayah satram swargaya lokaya sahasrasamama asatam. Naimisha, in the forest known as Naimisharanya, Animisha Kshetriya, the spot which is especially a favorite of Vishnu, who does not close his eyelids. Acha? Vishnu, who does not close his eyelids. Risheha sages. Saunaka Adiha, headed by the sage Saunaka, Satram, sacrifice, Swarghaya, the Lord who is glorified in heaven, Lokaya, and for the devotees who are always in touch with the Lord, Sahasra 1000 Samam years, Ashata performed. Translation and purport by His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada. Once in a holy place, in the forest of Naimisharanya, the great sages headed with the sage Sanaka assembled to perform a great 1000-year sacrifice for the satisfaction of the Lord and His devotees. Purport. The prelude of the Srimad Bhagavatam was spoken in the previous 3 slokas. Now the main topic of this great literature is being presented. Srimad Bhagavatam, after its first recitation by Srila Sukadeva Goswami, was repeated for the second time at Naimisharanya. In the Vyavavaya Tantra, it is said that the Brahma, the engineer of this particular universe, contemplated a great wheel which could enclose the universe. The hub of this great circle was fixed at a particular place known as Naimisharanya. Similarly, there is another reference to the forest of the Naimisharanya in the Varaha Purana, where it is stated that by performance of sacrifice at this place, the strength of demoniac people is curtailed. Thus, Brahmanas prefer Naimisharanya for such sacrificial performances. The devotees of the Lord Vishnu offer all kinds of sacrifices for his pleasure. The devotees are always attached to the service of the Lord, whereas the fallen souls are attached to the pleasure of the material existence. Wow. In the Bhagavad Gita, it is said that anything performed in the material world for any reason other than for the pleasure of the Lord Vishnu causes further bondage for the performer. It is enjoined, therefore, all acts must be performed sacrificially for the satisfaction of Vishnu and his devotees. This will bring everyone peace and prosperity. The great sages are always anxious to do good to the people in general, and as such, as the sages headed by Saunaka and others assembled at this holy place of Naimisharanya with a program of performing a great and continuous chain of sacrificial ceremonies. Forgetful men do not know the right path for peace and prosperity. Ooh. However, the sages know it well. Therefore, for the good of all men, they are always anxious to perform acts which may bring about peace in the world. They are sincere friends of all living entities. At the risk of the great personal inconvenience, they are always engaged in the service of the Lord for the good of all people. What? Lord Vishnu is just like a great tree, and all others, including the demigods, men, siddhas, charanas, vidyadharas, and other living entities, are all like branches, twigs, and leaves of the tree. By pouring water on the root of the tree, all the parts of the tree are automatically nourished. Only these branches and leaves which are detached cannot be satisfied. Detached branches and leaves dry up gradually despite all watering attempts. Similarly, human society, when it is detached from the personality of God, like detached branches and leaves, is not capable of being watered, and one attempting to do so is simply wasting his energy and resources. The modern materialistic society, detached from its relation to the Supreme Lord and all its plans which are being made by the atheistic leaders, are sure to be baffled at every step. Yet they do not wake up to this. In this age, the congregational chanting of the holy names of the Lord is the prescribed method for waking up. The ways and means are the most scientifically presented by Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and intelligent persons may take advantage of this. His teaching is in order to bring about real peace and prosperity. Srimad Bhagavatam is also presented for the same purpose, and this will be explained more specifically later in the text. Tayekadatu munayah pratarhutahutagnyah satkritam sutamashinam praprachuryadamadharad. Te, the sages, ekada one day, two, but munayaha, sages, prataha, morning, huta, burning, huta agnayaha, the sacrificial fire, satkritam, due respects, sutam, Sri Sukadeva Goswami ashinam, seated on, praprachuhu, made inquiries, idam, on this as follows, adarat, with due regards. Translation: one day after finishing their morning duties by burning a sacrificial fire and offering a seat of esteem to Sri Sukadeva Goswami, the great sages made inquiries with great respect about the following matters. Morning is the best time to hold spiritual services. The great sages offered the speaker of the Bhagavatam an elevated seat of respect called the Vyasasana, or the seat of Srila Vasudeva. Srila Vasudeva is the original spiritual preceptor of all men, for all men, and all of the preceptors are considered to be his representatives. A representative is one who can exactly present the viewpoint of Srila Vasudeva. Srila Vasudeva impregnated the message of the Bhagavatam to Srila Sukadeva Goswami. Srila Sukadeva Goswami heard it from him, Srila Sukadeva Goswami. All bona fide representatives of Srila Vasudeva in the chain of disciplic succession are to be understood to be Goswamis. These Goswamis restrain all the senses, and they stick to the path made by the previous acharyas. The Goswamis do not deliver lectures on the Bhagavatam capriciously. Rather, they execute the services most carefully, following in the producers who deliver the spiritual message unbroken to them. Those who listen to the Bhagavatam may put questions to the speaker in order to elicit the clear meaning, but this should not be done in a challenging spirit. One must submit questions with great regard for the speaker and the subject matter. This is also the way recommended in the Bhagavad Gita. One must learn the transcendental subject by submissive oral reception from the right sources. Therefore, the sages address the speaker Sutta Goswami with great respect. Rishiya uchuhu tvaya khalo puranani setihasani chanagha akyatani api aditani dharma shastrani yani yutha. Rishiya, the sages Uchu, said, Tvaya, by you, Khalu, undoubtedly Puranani, the supplements to the Vedas with illustrative narrations, Sa Itihasani, along with the histories, Cha and Anagha, free from all vices, Akhyatani, explained Api, although Aditani, well read, Dharma Shastrani, scriptures giving right directions to progressive life, Yani, all this Utas said. Translation: the sages said, Respected Sutta Goswami, you are completely free from all vice. You are well versed in all the scriptures famous for religious life and in the Puranas and the histories as well, for you have gone through them under proper guidance and have also explained them. A Goswami or the bona fide representative of Srila Sukadeva Srila Vasudeva must be free from all kinds of vices. The four major vices of Kali Yuga are illicit connection with women, animal slaughter, intoxication, and speculative gambling of all sorts. A Goswami must be free from all these vices before he can dare sit on the Vyasasana. No one should be allowed to sit on the Vyasasana who is not spotless in character and who is not freed from the above-mentioned vices. He not only should be freed from all such vices, but must also be well versed in all revealed scriptures or in the Vedas. The Puranas are also parts of the Vedas, and histories like Mahabharata and Ramayana are also parts of the Vedas. The Acharya, the Goswami, must be well acquainted with all these literatures. To hear and explain them is more important than reading them. What? To hear and explain them is more important than reading them. One can assimilate the knowledge of the revealed scriptures only by hearing and explaining. Achha. Hearing is called Shravana and explaining is called Kirtana. The two processes of Shravana and Kirtana are of primary importance to progressive spiritual life. Only one who has properly grasped the transcendental knowledge from the right source by submissive hearing can properly explain the subject matter. Yani Veda Vidhan Shreshto Bhagavan Badarayanaha Anye cha munayah sota paravara viduhu. Yani, all that, Veda Vidham, the scholars of the Vedas, Shrestha, senior most, Bhagavan, incarnation of the Godhead, Badarayana, Vyasadeva, Anni, others, Cha and Monayaha, the sages, Sutta Goswami, Paravara Vidaha, amongst the learned scholars, one who is conversant with the physical and metaphysical knowledge, Viduhu, one who knows. Translation: being the eldest learned Vedantist, O Sutta Goswami, you are acquainted with the knowledge of the Vyasadeva, who is the incarnation of Godhead, and you also know other sages who are fully versed in all kinds of physical and metaphysical knowledge. Purport: Srimad Bhagavatam is a natural commentation of the Brahma Sutra or the Badarayana Vedanta Sutras. It is called natural because Vyasadeva is the author of both the Vedanta Sutras and Srimad Bhagavatam, or the essence of all Vedic literatures. Besides Vyasadeva, there are other sages who are the authors of the 6 different philosophical systems, namely Gautama, Kanada, Kapila, Patanjali, Jaimini, Astavakra. Theism is explained completely in the Vedanta Sutra, whereas in other systems of philosophical speculation, practically no mention is given to the ultimate cause of all causes. One can sit on the Vyasasana only after being conversant in all systems of philosophy, so that one can present fully the theistic views of the Bhagavatam in defiance of all other systems. Srila Sutta Goswami was the proper teacher, and therefore the sages at Naimisharani elevated him to the Vyasasana. Srila Vyasadeva is designated herein as a personality of Godhead because he is the authorized, empowered incarnation. Vetatvam saumya tatsarvam tatvatastadanugrahan bruyusnigdasya shishyasya guravo guhyamapi yutam. Vetha, you are well conversant, Tvam, your honor, Saumya, one who is pure and simple, Tat, those, Sarvam, all, Tatvataha, in fact, Tat, their anugrahad, by the favor of Bruyuhu, will tell Snigdasya of the one who is submissive, Shishyasya of the disciple, Goravaha, the spiritual masters, Guhyam, secret, Apiyuta, endowed with. Translation: and because you are submissive, your spiritual masters have endowed with all the favors bestowed upon your gentle disciple. Therefore, you can tell us all that you have scientifically learned from them. Because you are submissive, your spiritual masters have endowed you with all the favors bestowed upon the gentle disciple. Therefore, you can tell us all that you have scientifically learned from them. The secret of success in spiritual life is satisfying the spiritual master and thereby getting his sincere blessings. Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur has sung in his famous 8 stanzas of the spiritual master as follows: I offer my respectful obeisances under the lotus feet of my spiritual master. Only by his satisfaction can one please the personality of Godhead, and when he is dissatisfied, there is only havoc on the path of spiritual realization. It is essential, therefore, that the disciple is very much obedient and submissive to the bona fide spiritual master. Srila Sutta Goswami fulfilled all these qualifications as a disciple, and therefore he was endowed with all favors by his learned and self-realized spiritual masters, such as Srila Vyasadeva and others. The sages of Naimisharanya were confident that Srila Sutta Goswami was bona fide. Therefore, they were anxious to hear from him. Great. Tatra tatragnashayushman bhavata yad vinishchitam pumsham ekantatah sreyas tanna samshitum arhasi. Tatra, thereof Anjasa, made easy, Ayushman, blessed with a long duration of life, Bhavatha, by your good self, yet whatever, Vinishchitam, a certain, Pumsham, for the people in general, Ekantantaha, absolutely, Shreya, ultimate good, that now to us, Samshitum, to explain, Arhasi, deserve. Translation: please therefore be blessed with many years, explain to us in an easy, understandable way what you have ascertained to be absolute and ultimate good for the people in general. Purport: in the Bhagavad Gita, worship of the Acharyas is recommended. The Acharyas and Goswamis are always absorbed in the thought of well-being of the general public, especially their spiritual well-being. Spiritual well-being is automatically followed by the material well-being. Wow. The Acharyas therefore give directions in spiritual well-being for people in general. Foreseeing the incompetencies of the people in this age of Kali or in the age of the Quaram, the sages requested that Sutta Goswami give a summary of all revealed scriptures because the people of this age are condemned in every respect. The sages therefore inquired of the absolute good, which is the ultimate good for the people. The condemned state of affairs of the people in this age is described as follows. Prayenalpayushah sabya kalovasmin yuge janaha mandah sumandamatayo mandabhagyahi upadritaha. Prayana, almost always. Alpa, meager, Ayushaha, duration of life. Said be a member of the learned society. Hello, in this age of Kali quarrel, Asmin hearing, Yuge age, Janaha, the public Mandaha lazy, Sumanda Mataya misguided, Manda Bhagya unlucky, he and above all Upadritaha disturbed. O learned one, in this iron age of Kali, men have but short lives. They are all quarrelsome, lazy, misguided, unlucky, and above all, always disturbed. Always disturbed. Disturbed. Huh? This is age of Kali, people, how the people are there. This is Prayanal Payusha, Sabya, Kalavasmin Yuge, Jana, Manda Sumanda Matayu, Manda Bhaga, Upadrutaha. Upadrutaha means disturbed. They are quarrelsome, lazy, misguided, unlucky, and above all, always disturbed. I heard this Manda Sumanda in Prabhupada lecture. He tells, what is Manda Sumanda, you know? You give something which is direct, people won't accept it. There will be some other thing. That's what called what is it, unlucky. मिलता है अच्छा चीज पर लेते नहीं. Sumanda is different. This is unlucky. Sumanda is like Sumanda means they will get, they will taste, still they think there is something else. Prabhupada one lecture he gives. The devotees of the Lord are always anxious for the spiritual improvement of the general public. See Prabhu, devotees of the Lord are always anxious for the spiritual improvement of general public. जनरल पब्लिक के स्पिरिचुअल इंप्रूवमेंट के बारे में सोचता है लोग, खुद हमारे डिवोटीज के साथ में रहते हैं, उनके स्पिरिचुअल इंप्रूवमेंट हम सोचना नहीं चाहिए, सोचना चाहिए प्रभु. When the sages of Naimisharanya analyzed the state of affairs of the people in this age of Kali, they foresaw that men would live short lives. In Kali Yuga, the duration of life is shortened not so much because of the insufficient food, but because of the irregular habits. By keeping regular habits and eating simple food, any man can maintain his health. Overeating, these are the 4 reasons why people die fast. Overeating is one, over sense gratification, over dependence on another's mercy. This is a very important thing. Over dependency on another thing, you are not skillful to maintain your own self. You can't live in any part of the world on your own. And mercy and artificial standards of living. कौन आया? Hello Ayman, how are you? So let's do the Prabhupada book reading today. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Vicharini Vishesh Shunyavadi Pastra Deshatari Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Srila Vasudeva says herein that the manifested internal potency is real, whereas external manifested energy in the form of the material existence is only temporary and illusory, like the mirage in the desert. In the desert mirage, there is no actual water. There is only the appearance of water. Real water is somewhere else. The manifested cosmic creation appears as reality, but reality of which that is but a shadow. In the spiritual world, absolute truth is in the spiritual sky, not the material sky. In the material sky, everything is relative truth. That is to say, one truth depends on something else. This cosmic creation results from the interaction of the 3 modes of nature, and the temporary manifestations are so created as to present an illusion of reality to the bewildered minds of the conditioned soul, who appears in so many species of life, including the higher demigods like Brahma, Indra, Chandra, and so on. In actuality, there is no reality in the manifested world. There appears to be reality, however, because of the true reality which exists in the spiritual world, where the personality of God eternally exists with his transcendental paraphernalia. The chief engineer of the complicated construction does not personally take part in the construction, but he knows every nook and corner because everything is done under his direction. He knows everything about the construction, both directly and indirectly. Similarly, the personality of God, who is the supreme engineer of this cosmic creation, knows every nook and corner. All the affairs are being carried out by demigods, beginning from Brahma down to the insignificant, and no one is independent in the creation. The hand of the Lord is seen everywhere. All material elements as well as all spiritual sparks emanate from him only. And whatever is created in this material world is but the interaction of the two energies, the material and spiritual, which emanate from the absolute truth, the personality of God, Sri Krishna. A chemist
can manufacture water in the chemical laboratory by mixing hydrogen and oxygen. But in reality, the living entity works in the laboratory under the direction of the Supreme Lord, and the materials in which he works at all are also supplied by the Lord. The Lord knows everything directly and indirectly, and he is cognizant of all minute details and is fully independent. He is compared to a mine of gold in the cosmic creations in so many different forms are compared to objects made from the gold, such as gold rings, necklaces, and so on. The gold ring and the gold necklace are qualitatively one with the God in the mine, but quantitatively the gold in the mind is different. Therefore, the absolute truth is simultaneous one and different. Nothing is absolute equal with the absolute truth, but at the same time, nothing is independent of the absolute truth. Conditioned souls, beginning from Brahma, who engineers the entire universe down to the insignificant ant, are all creating, but none of them are independent of the Supreme Lord. The materialistic wrongly thinks that there is no creator other than his own self. That is called Maya or illusion. Because of his core fund of knowledge, the materialistic cannot see beyond the purview of his imperfect senses, and thus he thinks that matter automatically takes its own shape without the aid of the Supreme Intelligence. This is repeated in the sloka by Sri Vasudeva, since the complete whole. Since the complete whole of the absolute truth is the source of everything, nothing can be independent of the body of the absolute truth. Whatever happens to the body quickly becomes known to the embodied. Similarly, the creation is the body of the absolute whole. Therefore, the absolute knows everything directly and indirectly that happens in the creation. In the Shruti Mantra, it is also stated the absolute whole or Brahman is the ultimate source of everything. Everything emanates from him, maintained by him. At the end, everything enters into him. There is a law of nature. In the Smriti Mantra, the same is confirmed. It is said that the source of our which everything emanates at the beginning of the Brahma millennium and the reservoir to which everything ultimately enters is the absolute truth or Brahman. Merely scientists take it for granted that the ultimate source of the planetary system in the sun, but they are unable to explain the source of the sun. Yet in the ultimate source is explained according to the Vedic literature. The Brahman who may be compared to the sun is not the ultimate creator. It is stated in the sloka that Brahma was taught Vedic knowledge by the personality of God. One may argue that Brahma, being the original living being, could not be inspired because there was no other being living at the time. Here it is stated the Supreme Lord inspired the Supreme Creator Brahman in the order that Brahma could carry out his creative functions. So the Supreme Intelligence behind all creation is the absolute Godhead Sri Krishna. In the Bhagavad Gita, Lord Sri Krishna states that He only who superintends the creative energy, Prakriti, which constitutes the totality of matter. Therefore, Sri Vasudeva does not worship Brahma, but the Supreme Lord who guides Brahma in his creative activities. And let's look at the particular word Abhignaha and Swarad is significant. These two words distinguish the Supreme Lord from all the other living entities. No other living entity is either Abhignaha or Swarad, that is, no one is either fully cognizant or fully independent. Even Brahma has to meditate upon the Supreme Lord in order to create. Then, what to speak of the great scientists like Einstein? The brains of such scientists are certainly not the products of any human being. The scientists cannot manufacture such a brain, and what to speak of fully atheists who defy the authority of the Lord. Even Mayavad impersonalists who flatter themselves that they become one with the Lord are neither Abhigna nor Swara. Such impersonalists undergo severe austerities to acquire knowledge to become one with the Lord, but ultimately they become independent on some rich disciple who supplies them with the money to build monasteries and temples. Hades like Raman and Hiranyakashipu had to undergo severe penances because they could flout the authority of the Lord. But ultimately they were rendered helpless and could not save themselves when the Lord appeared them before them is cruel death. This is also the case with the modern scientists who also dare to flout the authority of the Lord. Such atheists will be dealt with the similarity for history repeats itself. Whenever men neglect the authority of the Lord, nature and her laws are there to penalize them. This is confirmed in the Bhagavad Gita in the well-known verse Yada Yada Hi Dharmasya Glanihi. Whenever there is a decline in Brahma and the rise of the Adharma or Arjuna, then I incarnate myself. That is, Supreme Lord is all perfect, is confirmed in the Shruti Mantras. It is said in the Shruti Mantras that all perfect Lord threw a glance over the matter and thus created all living beings. The living beings are part and parcels of the Lord, and He impregnates the vast material world with the seeds of spiritual sparks and thus receive creative energies set in the motion to enact so many wonderful creations. And atheists may argue that the God is no more expert than a watchmaker, but of course, God is greater because He can create machines and duplicate males and female forms. So the male and female forms of the different types of the machineries go on producing innumerable similar machines without God's further attention. If a man could manufacture such set of machines that could produce other machines without his attention, then he could approach the influence of the God. But that is not possible, for each machine has to be handled individually. Therefore, no one can create as well as God. Another name for God is Asamahurdva, which means that no one is equal or greater than Him. The Param Satyam, the Supreme Truth, who has no equal or superior. This is confirmed in the Shruti Mantras. It is said that before the creation of the middle universe, there existed Lord only, who is the master of everyone, and that Lord Existence of the Lord, who is the master of the everyone. The Lord instructed Brahma in Vedic knowledge that the Lord has to be obeyed in all respects. Anyone who wants to get rid of the material entanglement must surrender unto him. This is also confirmed in the Bhagavad Gita. Unless one surrenders unto the lotus feet of the Supreme Lord, it is certain that he will be bewildered. When an intelligent man surrenders unto the lotus feet of Krishna and knows completely that Krishna is the cause of all causes, as confirmed in the Bhagavad Gita, then only can such an intelligent man can become the Mahatma, great soul. But such a great soul is rarely seen. Only the Mahatmas can understand the Supreme Lord is the primal cause of all creations. He is Parama. He is Parama, ultimate truth, because all of the truths are related to him. He is omniscient. For him, there is no illusion. Some Mayavadi scholars argue that the Srimad Bhagavatam was not compiled by Srila Vasudev, and some of them suggest that this book is modern from creation, written by someone called Vopai Deva. In order to refute this meaningless argument, in reference to the Bhagavatam and many of the oldest Puranas, this first sloka of the Bhagavatam begins with the Gayatri Mantra. This is the reference to this in the Matsya Purana, which is the oldest Purana. In that Purana, it is said that with the reference to the Gayatri Mantra in the Bhagavatam, there are many narrations of the spiritual instruction beginning with the Gayatri Mantra, and there is the history of the Vrastasura. Anyone who makes the gift of this great work on the full moon day attains the highest perfection of life by returning to Godhead. This is a reference to the Bhagavatam in order and the Puranas also, where it is clearly stated that this work was finished in 12 cantos, which include 18,000 slokas. In the Padma Purana, also, this is reference to the Bhagavatam in the conversation between the Gautama and Maharshi Ambarisha. The king was advised herein to read regularly Srimad Bhagavatam if he desired liberation from material bondage. Under the circumstances, there is no doubt about the authority of the Bhagavatam. Within the past 500 years, many erudite scholars and acharyas, like Jiva Goswami, Sanatana Goswami, Vishwanath Chakravarti, Vallabhacharya, many other distinguished scholars, even after the time of the Lord Chaitanya, many made elaborate commentaries on the Bhagavatam, and the serious student would do well, attempt to go to them to better release the transcendental messages. Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur especially dealt with the original and pure sex psychology, Adirasa, devoid of all mundane ambiguity. The whole material creation is moving under the principle of sex life. In modern civilization, sex life is the focal point of all activities. Wherever one turns his face, he sees sex life, the predominant. Yeah, therefore, sex life is not unreal. Its reality is experienced in the spiritual world. The material sex life is but a perverted reflection of the original fact. The original fact is the absolute truth, and thus the absolute truth cannot be impersonal. It is not possible to be impersonal and contain pure sex life. Consequently, the impersonalist philosophers have given indirect impetus to the abominable mundane sex life because they have overstressed the impersonality of the absolute truth. Consequently, man without information of the actual spiritual form of sex has accepted perverted material sex life as all in all, all in all, all in all. There is a distinction between sex life and the diseased material condition and spiritual sex life. This Srimad Bhagavatam will gradually elevate to the unbiased reader to the highest perfectional stage of transcendence. It will enable him to transcend the three modes of material activities, fruity actions, speculative philosophy, and worship of functional deities as inculcated in the Vedic verses. Transcend them. Jai Prabhupada. Dharma Prujitakaidapatra Paramorirmassaranam Satam Vedyam Vastamamatra Vastu Shivatam Tapatrayo Nulam Srimad Bhagavati Mahamuni Kriti Kimma Parerishvara Sadhyo Hridya Varidyate Yatra Kritri Vishwastra Takshanam Dharma religiously Projitaha completely rich Kaitapa covered by the fruity intention of Trahin Paramadi highest Nirmasaranam, the 100% pure in heart Satam devotees Vedyam understandable what's factual atrahin vastu substance Shivadam being well-being Tapatriyam threefold measure is Unmulanam causing uproot of a Srimad beautiful Bhagavati the Bhagavad Purana Mahamuni the great sage Vyas Krita having compiled Kim what is Va the great Parahi others Ishvara the Supreme Lord Sadhya at once Hriti within the heart Avarudyate being compact Atra Hirim Prithivihi by the pious men, Shushrushvihi by culture, Taksharat without delay translation. Completely rejecting all religious activities which are materially motivated, this Bhagavad Puran propounds the highest truth which is understandable by those devotees who are fully pure in heart. The highest truth is reality distinguished from illusion for the welfare of all. Such truth approves the threefold measures. This beautiful Bhagavatam, compiled by the great sage Vyasadeva in his maturity, is sufficient in itself for God realization. What is the need of for any other scripture? As soon as one attentively and submissively hears the message of Bhagavatam, by this culture of knowledge, the Supreme Lord is established within his heart. Religion includes four primary subjects, namely pious activities, economic development, satisfaction of the senses, and finally liberation from material bondage. Irreligious life is a barbarous condition indeed. Human life begins when the religion begins. Wow. Eating, sleeping, feeding, and meditating are four principles of animal life. These are common both in animal and to human beings, but religion is the extra function of the human being. Without religion, human life is no better than animal life. Therefore, in human society, there is some form of religion which aims at self-realization, which makes reference to man's eternal relationship with God. In the lower stages of human civilization, there is always competition to lord it over the material nature. And there is continuous rivalry to satisfy the senses. Okay. Yeah. Driven by such consciousness, man turns to religion. He thus performs pious activities, religious functions in order to gain something material. But if some such material gains are obtained in other ways, then the so-called religion is neglected. This is a situation in the material civilization. The man is thriving economically, so at present he is not very interested in religion. Such as mosques, temples are now practically vacant. Man are more factory shops, erected by their forefathers. This practically proves that religion is performed for some economic gains. Economic gains are needed for sense gratification. Often, when one is baffled in the pursuit of sense gratification, it leads to salvation and tries to become one with the Supreme Lord. Driven by such a conscious man turns to religion. Yeah. Men are more interested in factory shops and cinemas than in religious places which were erected by the forefathers. This practically proves that religion is performed for some economic gains. Economic gains are needed for sense gratification. Often, when one is baffled in the pursuit of sense gratification, he takes to salvation and tries to become one with the Supreme Lord. Consequently, all these states are simply different forms of sense gratification. In the Vedas, the above mentioned four activities are prescribed in a regulative way so that there will be any undue competition for sense gratification. But Srimad Bhagavatam is transcendental to all the sense gratificated activities. It is purely transcendental literature which can be understood only by the pure devotees of the Lord who are transcendental to the competitive sense gratification. In the material world, there is keen competition between the animal and animal, man and man, community and community, nation and nation. But the devotees of the Lord rise above such competitions. They do not compete with the materialist because they are on the path back to God in which their life is eternal and blissful. Such a transcendentalist are non-envious and pure in heart. In the material world, everyone is enemies of everyone and therefore there is competition. But the transcendental devotees of the Lord are not only free from material envy, but are well-wishers to everyone and they strive to establish the competitionless society with the God in the center. The contemporary socialistic conception of the competitionless society is artificial because in the socialistic state there is a competition for the post of dictator. From the point of view of Vedas or from the point of view of common human activities, sense gratification is the base of human material life. There are three paths mentioned in the Vedas. One involves fruity actions to gain promotion to spiritual planets, another involves worshipping different demigods for promotion to the planets for the demigods, and another involves realizing the absolute truth and his impersonal future and becoming one with him. The impersonal aspect of the absolute truth is not the highest. Above the impersonal future is the Paramatma vision, above that is the personal future of the absolute truth. The Bhagavan Srimad Bhagavatam gives information about the absolute truth in his personal future. It is higher than the impersonal literature and higher than the Jnana Kanda division of the Vedas. It is even higher than the Karma Kanda division and even higher than the Upasana Kanda division because it recommends the worship of the Supreme Personality of God, Lord Sri Krishna. In the Karmakanda, there is competition to reach heavenly planets for better sense verification. There is similar competition with Jnana Kanda and Upasana Kanda. The Srimad Bhagavatam is superior to all this because it aims at the supreme truth, which is substance and the root of all categories. From Srimad Bhagavatam, one complete on the substance as well as category. The substance is absolute truth and the supreme Lord, and all emanations are relative forms of the energy. Nothing is apart from the substance, but at the same time, the energies are different from the substance. This conception is not contradictory. Srimad Bhagavatam explicitly promulgates this simultaneous one and different philosophy of the Vedanta Sutra, which begins with the Janmadhyasa Sutra. This knowledge that the energy of the Lord is simultaneously one and different from the Lord is an answer to the mental speculators' attempts to establish the energy of the as absolute. When this knowledge is factually understood, one sees the conceptions of the monism and dualism to be imperfect. Development of this transcendental consciousness is grounded in the conception of the simultaneous one indifferent leads once immediately to the stage of freedom from the threefold miseries. What? The threefold miseries are those miseries which arise from the mind and body, and those miseries are influenced to the other living beings, and those miseries arise from the natural catastrophes over which no one has control. Srimad Bhagavatam begins with the surrender of the devotee unto the absolute person. The devotee is fully aware that he is one with the absolute. At the same time, his eternal position is servant of the absolute. In the material world, in the material conception, one falsely thinks himself the lord of all his service, and therefore he is always troubled with the threefold miseries. But as soon as one comes to know his real position as transcendental service, he at once becomes free from all miseries. The living in is trying to master the material nature. There is no possibility of his becoming servant of the supreme. Service to the Lord is rendered in pure consciousness at once. Spiritual identity by service, one is immediately freed from material encumbrances. Over and above, Srimad Bhagavatam's personal commentation on the Vedanta Sutra by Srila Vyasadeva, written in the maturity of his spiritual life with the mercy of the Narada. Sri Vyasadeva is authorized the incarnation of Narayana, the personality of God, therefore there is no question to ask to his authority. He is author of all other Vedic literatures, yet he recommends the study of the Srimad Bhagavatam of all others. In other pronouns, the different methods set forth by which one can worship the demigods, but in the Bhagavatam only the Supreme Lord is mentioned. The Supreme Lord is the total body, and the demigods are the different parts of the body. Consequently, by worshipping the Supreme Lord, one doesn't need to worship the demigods. The Supreme Lord becomes fixed in the heart of the devotee immediately by knowledge. Chaitanya, when Mahaprabhu has recommended the Srimad Bhagavatam as a spotless Purana and distinguishes it from other Puranas, the proper method for receiving this transcendental message is to hear it submissively. A challenging attitude cannot help one realize the transcendental message. One particular word is used here for proper guidance. The word is so soon. One must be anxious to hear this transcendental message. The desire to sincerely hear is the first qualification. Less fortunate souls are not at all interested in hearing this Srimad Bhagavatam. The process is simple, but the application is different. Unfortunately, people find enough time to hear ideal and political conversation, but when they invited to attend a meeting of the devotees to hear the Srimad Bhagavatam, they suddenly become reluctant. Sometimes both professional readers of the Bhagavad immediately plunge into the confidential topics of the pastors of the Supreme Lord, which they seemingly interpret as sex literature. Srimad Bhagavatam is meant to be heard from the beginning. Those who are fit to assimilate this work, as mentioned in the sloka, one becomes qualified to hear Srimad Bhagavatam after many pious deeds. The intelligent person with thoughtful discussion can be assured by the great Siddha Vyasadeva that he can realize the Supreme Supreme Person directly by hearing Srimad Bhagavatam without undergoing the different stages of realization set forth with one can be lifted immediately to the position of the Paramahamsa simply by agreeing to receive this knowledge message. निगमकल्पतरुगलितं फलं सुखमुखादं मृततपसंयुतं पिबतभागवतं रसमालयं मुहुरहो रसिका भुवि भावुकम्. Nigama, the Vedic literature is Kalpataru, the recital Galitam, fully matured Phalam fruit of Shuka, Sukadeva Goswami, the original speaker of the Srimad Bhagavatam Mukta, Mukhat, from the lips of Amrita and nectar. They were semi-solid and soft and therefore easily swallowable. Some youth and perfect knowledge was the paper that relish with Bhagavatam, the book dealing in the science of the eternal relation with the Lord. Some juice that which is relishable alayam until liberation or even that is liberated condition moho always oho om resika, those who are full in the knowledge of Melos Bhuvi on the earth. Bhavuka, expert and thoughtful translation. O expert and thoughtful men, relish Srimad Bhagavatam, the mature fruit of the desire tree of the Vedic literatures. It emanated from the lips of Sri Sukadeva Goswami. Therefore, this fruit has become even more tasteful, although it is nectarian juice was already relishable for all, including liberated souls. Purport. In the previous two previous locations, it has been definitely proved that the Srimad Bhagavatam is a sublime literature which surpasses all of the Vedic scriptures due to its transcendental qualities. In the transcendent, it is transcendental to the mundane activity and the mundane knowledge. In this location, it is stated that the Srimad Bhagavatam is not only a superior literature, but it is a ripened fruit of all Vedic literatures. In other words, it is a cream of the Vedic knowledge. Considering all this patient and submissive hearing is definitely essential. With great respect and attention, one should receive the message and lessons imparted by the Srimad Bhagavatam. The Vedas are compared to the desire tree because they contain all things knowable by man. They deal with the mundane necessities as well as spiritual realization. The Vedas contain regulative principles of knowledge covering social, political, religious, economic, military, medicinal, chemical, physical, and metaphysical subject matter, that all that may be necessary to keep the body and soul together. Above and beyond all this specific direction for spiritual realization, regulated knowledge involves gradual rising to the living entity to the spiritual platform, and highest spiritual realization is knowledge. That personality of God is the reservoir of all spiritual taste and rasas. Every living entity, beginning from Brahma, the first born living being within the material world, down to the insignificant and desires to release some sort of taste derived from sense perceptions. These sensual pleasures are technically called rasas. Such rasas are different varieties. In revealed scriptures, the following 12 varieties of rasas are enumerated: Raudra, anger; Adbhuta, wonder; Shringara, conjugal love; Hasya, comedy; Veera, chivalry; Daya, mercy; Dasya, civility; Sakya, fraternity; Bhayanaka, horror; Bibhatsa, shock; Shanta, neutrality; Vatsalya, parenthood. The sum total of all these races is called affection or love. Primarily, such signs of love are manifested in adoration, service, friendship, and paternal affection and conjugal love. And when these five are absent, love is present indirectly in anger, wonder, comedy, chivalry, fear, shock, and so on. For example, when a man is in love with a woman, the rasa is called conjugal love. But when such a love affairs are disturbed, there may be wonder, anger, shock, or even horror. Sometimes love affairs between two persons culminate in ghastly murder scenes. Such rasa is a dispute between man and between animal and animal. There is no possibility of an exchange of rasa between a man and an animal and between a man and any other species of life within the material world. The rasas are exchanged between the members of the same species, but as far as the spirit soul is concerned, there is one qualitatively with the Supreme Lord. Therefore, the rasas were originally exchanged between the Supreme Indian spiritual whole, the Supreme Person rewarded. The spiritual rasa of exchange is fully exhibited in the spiritual existence between living beings and the spiritual Supreme Lord. The Supreme Personality of God is therefore described in the Shruti Mantras Vedic hymns as a fundamental fountainhead of all rasas. When an associate with the Supreme Lord exchanges one constitutional rasa with the Lord, then the living entity is actually happy. The Shruti Mantras indicate that every living being has its constitutional portion which is endowed with the particular type of rasa to be exchanged with the Personality of God. In the liberated condition only, this primary rasa is experienced in full. In the middle existence, the rasa is experienced in the perfect form which is temporary, and thus the rasas of the material world are exhibited in the material form of Raudra, anger, and so on. Thank you to here. Hare Krishna. 22 minutes I have read, I think.
धर्मः स्वानुष्ठिष्टः पुंसां विश्वक्षेण कथाश्रयः नोत्पादयद्यतिरतिं श्रम एव हि केवलम्. Dharma, occupation, swanustishtaha, executed in terms of one's own position. Pumsham, of the humankind, Visvakshena, the personality of Godhead, plenary portion. Kata, showing the message of Yah, what is not. Utpadayet, does produce. Yadi, if Ritim attraction, Shramaha, useless labor. Yah, only he, certainly Kevalam, entirely. Translation: the occupational activities of man performs according to his own position are only so much useless labor if they do not provoke attraction for the message of the personality of Godhead. Purport: there are different occupational activities in terms of man's different conceptions of life. To the gross materialist who cannot see anything beyond the gross material body, there is nothing beyond the senses. Therefore, his occupational activities are limited to concentrated and extended selfishness. Concentrated selfishness centers around the personal body. This is generally seen among the lower animals. Extended selfishness is manifested in human society and centers around the family, society, community, nation, world, and evolved with a view to gross bodily comfort. Above these gross materialists are the mental speculators who hover aloft in the mental spheres, and their occupational duties involve making poetry and philosophy and propagating some ism with the same aim of selfishness limited to the body and the mind. But about the body and the mind is the dormant spirit soul, whose absence from the body makes the whole range of bodily and mental selfishness completely null and void. But less intelligent people have no information of the needs of the spirit soul, because foolish people have no information of the soul and how it is beyond the purview of the body and mind. They are not satisfied in the performance of their occupational duties. The question of the satisfaction of the self is raised herein. The self is beyond the gross body and the subtle mind. He is the potent active principle of the body and the mind. Without knowing the need of the dormant soul, one cannot be happy with simply with the emolument of body and mind. The body and the mind are but superfluous outer coverings of the spirit soul. The spirit soul's needs must be fulfilled. Simply by cleansing the cage of the bird, one doesn't satisfy the bird. One must actually know the needs of the bird himself. The need of the spirit soul is that he wants to get out of the limited sphere of the material bondage and fulfill his desire for complete freedom. He wants to get out of the covered walls of the greater universe. He wants to see the free light and the spirit. That complete freedom is achieved when he meets the complete spirit of the personality of Godhead. There is a dormant affection for God within everyone. Spiritual existence is manifested through the gross body and the mind in the form of perverted affection for gross and subtle matter. Therefore, we have to engage ourselves in the occupational engagement that will evoke our divine consciousness. This is possible only by hearing and chanting the divine activities of Supreme Lord, and any occupational activity which does not help one to achieve attachment for hearing and chanting the transcendental message of the Godhead is said herein to be simply a waste of time. This is because other occupational duties, whatever reason they may belong to, cannot give liberation to the soul. Even the activities of the salvation is considered to be useless because of the failure to pick up the fountainhead of all liberties. The gross materialist can practically see that his material gain is limited only to time and space, either in this world or in the other. Even if he goes up to the Swargaloka, he will find no permanent abode for his hankering soul. The hankering soul must be satisfied by the perfect scientific process of perfect devotion service. Wow. Satisfied by perfect scientific process of perfect devotion service. 1.2.8 धर्मस्वानुशिष्टः पुंसः विश्वक्षेण कथाशिः नोत्पादयत् यतिरतिं श्रम एव हि केवलम् धर्मस्य हि अपवर्गस्य नार्थोऽर्थाय कल्पते नार्थस्य धर्म एकान्तस्य कामो लाभाय हि स्मृतः. Synonyms: धर्मस्य occupational engagement, he certainly apavargasya ultimate liberation, no, not artha end. Arthaya for material gain, upakalpate is meant for no, neither arthasya of the material gain, dharma ek antasya for one who is engaged in the ultimate occupational service, kamaha sense gratification, labhaya attainment of he, exactly smritaha is described with great sages. Translation: all occupational engagements are certainly meant for ultimate liberation. They should never be performed for material gain. What? Furthermore, according to the sages, one who is engaged in the ultimate occupational service should never use material gain to cultivate sense gratification. Wow, wonderful. We're getting material gain, but don't use it to cultivate sense gratification. Is it clear? Yeah. But what we have already discussed that pure devotion service to the Lord. We discussed pure devotion service to the Lord automatically followed by perfect knowledge and detachment from material existence. But there are others who consider that all kinds of different occupational engagements, including those of religion, are meant for material gain. The general tendency of any ordinary man in any part of the world is to gain material profit in exchange for religious or any other occupational service. Even in the Vedic literature, for all sorts of religious performance, all allurements of the material gain is offered, and most people are attracted by such allurements or blessings of the religiosity. Why are such so-called men of religion allured by material gain? Because material gain can enable one to fulfill desires, which in turn satisfies sense gratification. Wow. The desires are only there for sense gratification. This cycle of occupational engagement includes so-called religiosity followed by material gain, and the material gain followed by fulfillment of desires. The desires which satisfy sense gratification is the general way for all sorts of occupation, fully occupied, for all sorts of fully occupied men. Yeah, it's a general way. How the world is going, sense gratification, that's it. But in the main statement of Sudha Goswami, as per the verdict of Srimad Bhagavatam, that is nullified by the sloka. One should not engage himself in any sort of occupational service for material gain only, nor should material gain be utilized for sense gratification. How material gain should be utilized is described as follows. कामस्य नेन्द्रिय प्रीति लाभो जीवित यावत जीवस्य तत्व जिज्ञासा नातो यस्त चेह कर्मभिः. Kamasya of desires, no, not indriya senses, priti, satisfaction, labha, gain, jivita, self-preservation, yavata, so much so, jivasya of the living being, tattva, the absolute truth, jignasa, inquiries, no, not artha and yaha, whatsoever else, karma bihi, by occupational activities. Life's desire should never be directed towards sense gratification. One should desire only a healthy life or self-preservation, since a human being is meant for inquiry about the absolute truth. 1.2.10. This gives me the whole about the health. Nothing else should be the goal of one's work. Purport: the complete bewildered material civilization wrongly directed toward the fulfillment of desires and sense gratification. In such civilization, in all spheres of life, the ultimate end is sense gratification. In politics, social service, altruism, philanthropy, and ultimately in religion, and even in salvation, the very same tint of sense gratification is ever increasingly predominant. In the political field, the leaders of the men fight with one another to fulfill their personal sense gratification. The voters adore the so-called leaders only when they promise sense gratification. As soon as the voters are dissatisfied in their own sense satisfaction, they dethrone the leaders, and the leaders must always disappoint the voters by not satisfying their senses. The same is applicable in all the fields. No one is serious about the problems of life. Even those who are on the path of salvation desire to become one with absolute truth and desire to commit spiritual suicide for sense gratification. But the Bhagavatam says that one should not live for sense gratification. One should satisfy the senses only in so much as required for self-preservation, not for sense gratification. Because the body is made up of senses which also require a certain amount of satisfaction. They are regulated directions for satisfaction of such senses. But the senses are not meant for unrestricted enjoyment. For example, marriage and the combination of man with a woman is necessary for progeny, but it is not meant for sense enjoyment. But in the absence of the voluntary restraint, there is propaganda for family planning, but foolish. Men do not know that family planning is automatically executed as soon as there is search after the absolute truth. Seekers of the absolute truth are never eluded by unnecessary engagements in sense gratification, because the serious students seeking the absolute truth are always overwhelmed with the work of researching the truth in every sphere of life. Therefore, the ultimate end must be seeking of the absolute after the absolute truth, and that sort of engagement will make one happy because he will be less engaged in varieties of sense gratification. And what the absolute truth is explained as follows. Wow. 1.2.10. This is the how many times the sense gratification word is used. Here is 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll just highlight it with a different color. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Whoa. It's kind of same thing. 10, 11, 12. 12 times Prabhupada has used the sense gratification in this purport. 1.2.10. It's the most wonderful purport of my life, which has changed my life. Let's read it again. The complete bewildered mental civilization is wrongly directed to the fulfillment of desires and sense gratification. In such civilization, in all the spheres of life, the ultimate end is sense gratification. In politics, social service, altruism, philanthropy, and ultimately in religion, or even in salvation, the very same dint of sense gratification is ever increasingly predominant. In the political field, the leaders of the men fight with one another to fulfill the personal sense gratification. The voters adore the so-called leaders only when they promise sense gratification. As soon as the voters are dissatisfied in their own sense satisfaction, they dethrone the leaders, and the leaders must always disappoint the voters by not satisfying the senses. The same is applicable in all other fields. No one is serious about the problems of life. Even those who are on the path of salvation desire to become one with absolute truth and desire to commit the spiritual suicide for sense gratification. But the Bhagavatam says that one should not live for sense gratification. One should satisfy the senses only in so much as required for self-preservation and not for sense gratification. Because the body is made up of senses which also require a certain amount of satisfaction. They are regulated directions for satisfaction of such senses, but the senses are not meant for unrestricted enjoyment. For example, the marriage or the combination of the man with a woman is necessary for progeny, but it's not meant for sense enjoyment. In the absence of the voluntary restraint, there is propaganda for family planning. But foolish men do not know that family planning is automatically executed as soon as there is search after the absolute truth. Seekers of the absolute truth are never eluded by unnecessary engagements in sense gratification, because the serious students seeking the absolute truth are always overwhelmed with the work of researching the truth. In every sphere of life, therefore, the ultimate end must be seeking after the absolute truth. And that sort of engagement will make one happy because he will be less engaged in varieties of sense gratification. And what the absolute truth is explained as follows. Vadante tatta vidastattam jnanamadvayam brahmiti brahmatmiti bhagavaniti shabdyate. Vadanti, they say, Tattva, the learned souls. Tattvam, the absolute truth, yet which Gnanam, knowledge, Advayam, non-dual, Brahma, iti known as Brahman, Brahma Atma, iti known as Paramatma, Bhagavan, iti known as Bhagavan, Shabdate, it's so sounded. Learned transcendentalists who know the absolute truth called is non-dual substance, Brahman, Paramatma, Bhagavan, the purpose. The absolute truth is both subject and the object, and there is no qualitative difference there. Therefore, Brahma, Paramatma, and Bhagavan are qualitatively one and the same. The same substance is realized as impersonal Brahman by the sustenance of the Upanishads, as a localized Paramatma by the Hiranyagarbhas or the yogis, and as Bhagavan by the devotees. In other words, Bhagavan, the personality of Godhead, is the last word, absolute truth. Paramatma is the partial representation of the personality of Godhead, and the impersonal Brahman is the glowing effulgence of the personality of Godhead. As the sun rays up to the sun God, less intelligent students of therefore or either of the above schools sometimes argue in the favor of their own respective realization, but those who are the perfect seers of the absolute truth know well that the three features are the one absolute truth or different perspective views seen from the different angles of the vision. As it is explained in the first sloka of the first chapter of the Bhagavatam, the supreme truth is self-sufficient, cognizant, and free from the illusion of relativity. In the relative world, the knower is different from the known. But in the absolute truth, both the knower and the known are one and the same thing. In the relative world, the knower is the living spirit or the superior energy, whereas the known is inert matter or the inferior energy. Therefore, there is a duality of the inferior and superior, whereas in the absolute realm, both the knower and the known are of the same superior energy. There are three kinds of energies of the supreme energetic. There is no difference between the energy and energy, but there is a difference of the quality of energies. The absolute realm and the living entities are of the same superior energy, but the material world is in inferior energy. The living being in contact with the inferior energy is illusion, thinking he belongs to the inferior energy. Therefore, there is a sense of relativity in the material world. In the absolute, there is no such sense of difference between the knower and the known, and therefore everything there is absolute. तत्रद्दधानमुनयो ज्ञानवैरागयुक्तया पश्यन्ति आत्मनि चात्मनं भक्त्या श्रुत गृहीतया तत्. That Shraddhadhana, seriously inquisitive Munaha sages, Gnana, knowledge, Vairagya, detachment, yuktaya, well equipped with Pashyanti, see Atmani within himself, Cha in Atmanam, the Paramatma, Bhaktya, in devotional service, Shruta, the Vedas, Grihitaya, will receive. Translation: the seriously inquisitive student or sage, well equipped with knowledge and detachment, realizes that the absolute truth by rendering devotional service in terms of what he has heard from the Vedanta Shruti.
Are you free for few minutes?
No, I'm in class.
You have a class?
Yeah.
Oh, the extra class.
Yeah. What he has heard from the Vedanta Shruti. Purport: the absolute truth is realized in full by the process of devotional service to the Lord. Vasudeva, the personality of Godhead, who is full-fledged absolute truth. Brahman is his transcendental bodily appearance and Paramatma is his partial representation. As such, Brahman and Paramatma realization of absolute truth is partial realization. There are four different types of human beings: the karmis, the gnanis, and the yogis, and the devotees. The karmis are materialistic, whereas the other three are transcendental. The first class transcendentalists are the devotees who have realized the Supreme Person. The second class transcendentalists are those who have partially realized the plenary portion of the absolute person. The third class transcendentalists are those who have barely realized the spiritual focus of the absolute person. As stated in the Bhagavad Gita and the other Vedic literature, the Supreme Person is realized by the devotional service, which is backed by full knowledge and detachment from material association. Jnana Vairagya. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is the personification for that. We have already discussed the point that devotional service is followed by knowledge and detachment from the material association. As Brahman and Paramatma realizations imperfect realizations of the absolute truth, so the means of realizing Brahman and Paramatma, that is the paths of the Jnana Yoga, are also imperfect means of realizing the absolute truth. Ooh. Yeah, devotional service is based on the foreground of the full knowledge combined with the detachment from material association, and which is fixed by the oral reception of the Vedanta Smriti, is the only perfect method by which the seriously inquisitive student can realize the absolute truth. Devotional service is not therefore meant for a less intelligent class of transcendentalists. There are three classes of devotees, namely the first, second, and third class. The third class devotees are the neophytes who have no knowledge or are not detached from material association, but who are simply attracted by the preliminary process of worshipping the deity in the temple, are called material devotees. Material devotees are more attached to the material benefit than the transcendental profit. Therefore, one has to make definite progress from the position of the material devotional service to the second class devotional position. In the second class position, the devotee can see the four principles in the devotional line, namely the personality of God, his devotees, the ignorant, and the envious. One has to raise himself at least to the stage of the second class devotee and thus become eligible to know the absolute truth. The third class devotee therefore has to receive the instructions of the devotional service from the authoritative source of Bhagavata. The number one Bhagavata is the established personality of God devotee, and the other Bhagavata is the message of God. The third class devotee therefore has to go to the personality of devotee in order to learn the instructions of the devotional service. Such a personality of devotee is not a professional man who earns his livelihood by the business of Bhagavatam. Such a devotee must be represented with Sukadeva Goswami, like Sutta Goswami, and must preach the cult of devotional service for all the round benefit of the old people. A neophyte devotee has very little taste for hearing from the authorities. Such a neophyte devotee should make show of hearing from the professional man to satisfy his senses. This sort of hearing and chanting has spoiled the whole thing, so one should be very careful from the faulty process. The holy messages of the Godhead as inculcated in the Bhagavad Gita and the Srimad Bhagavatam undoubtedly transcendental subjects, but even though they are so, such transcendental matters are not to be received from the professional man who spoils them as a serpent spoils milk simply by the touch of his tongue. A sincere devotee must therefore be prepared to hear the Vedic literature like the Upanishads, Vedanta, and other literature left by the previous authorities or Goswamis for the benefit of his progress. Without hearing such literature, one cannot make actual process. What? And without Hearing and following instructions, the show of devotional service becomes worthless and therefore a sort of disturbance in the path of devotional service. Unless therefore the devotional service is established in the principle of Shruti, Smriti, Purana, and Pancharatra authorities, the make show of a devotional service should at once be rejected. An unauthorized devotee should never be recognized as a pure devotee. By assimilation of such messages from the Vedic literatures, one can see the all-pervading localized aspect of the personality of God within his own self constantly. This is called samadhi. अतः पुंभिर्विदश्रेष्ठ वर्णाश्रमविभागशः स्वानुशिष्टस्य धर्मस्य संसिद्धिर्हरितोषिणम् अतः so Pumbhi by the human being Dvija Sreshta, best among the twice born Varna Ashrama, the institution of four castes and four orders of life, Vibhagasha by the divisions of Swanashishtas of one's own prescribed duties, occupation of Samshiddhi, the highest perfection, Hari, the personality of Godhead, Ocean and Blazing. Translation. O best among the twice born, it is therefore concluded that the highest perfection one can achieve by discharging the duties prescribed for one's own occupation according to caste divisions and orders. Life is to please the personality of Godhead. संसिद्धिर्हरितो अतः पुंभिर्विजयश्रेष्ठ वर्णाश्रमविभागशः स्वानुशिष्टस्य धर्मस्य संसिद्धिर्हरितोषिणम्. Human society all over the world is divided into four castes and four orders of life. The four castes are the less intelligent caste, martial caste, and the productive caste, and laborer caste. These castes are described in terms of one's work and qualification, not by birth. Then again, there are four orders of life, namely the student life, the householder life, the retired and devotional life. In the best interest of human society, there must be such divisions of life, otherwise no social institution can grow in a healthy state. And in each and every one of the above-mentioned divisions of life, the aim must be to please supreme authority of the personality of Godhead. This institutional function of the human society is known as a system of Varnashram Dharma, which is quite natural for the civilized life. The Varnashram institution is constructed to enable one to realize the absolute truth. It is not for artificial domination of one division over another. When the aim of life, that is realization of absolute truth, is missed by too much attachment for indriya preeti, sense gratification, as already described here and before, the institution of varnashram is utilized by the selfish man to pose an artificial predominance over the weaker section. In the Kali Yuga, in the age of the portal, this artificial predominance of the, is already occurring, but the senior sections of the people know it well that the divisions of the caste and orders of life are meant for smooth social intercourse and high thinking, self-realization, and not for any other purpose. Here in the statement of the Bhagavatam is that the highest aim of life or the highest perfection of the institution of the Varnashram Dharma is to cooperate jointly for the satisfaction of the Supreme Lord. This is also confirmed in the Bhagavad Gita 4.13. Yeah. Chaturvarnam Gunakarma Vibhakshah. Yes, text number 14. तस्मादेकेन मनसा भगवान् सात्वतां पतिः श्रोतव्यः कीर्तितव्यश्च स्मर्तव्यः देयः श्रोतव्यः कीर्तितव्यश्च देयः पूज्यश्च nityada. Therefore, ekena by one manasa, attention of the mind. Bhagavan, the personality of God, is Sattvatham of the devotee's pati, protector. Srotavya is to be heard, Krititavya to glorify Cha, and Deya to be remembered, Puja to be worshipped, Cha and Nityada constantly. Therefore, with one pointed attention, one should constantly hear about, glorify, remember, and the worship of the personality of God, who is the protector of the devotees. Thank you so much. I'll continue this one in the next reel. Vayam tuna vitripyam uttama sloka vikrame yachrinvatam rasajnanam swadu swadu pade pade. Vayam we too, but no, not. Vitripyamanaha mayaha mishal. Be at rest with Tamas, look at the personality of God, who is glorified by the transcendental prayers, Vikrame adventures, yet which Shrunvatham by continuous hearing Rasa or Hima. Jnanam, those who are conversant with Swadu relations, Swadu palatable Padepad at every step. Translation Prabhupada by Shivanya Srila Prabhupada. Be never tired of hearing the transcendental pastimes of the personality of Godhead, who is glorified by hymns and prayers. Those who have developed a taste for transcendental relationships with Him, relishing hearing of His pastimes at every moment. Purport. There is a great difference between mundane stories, fiction or history, and the transcendental pastimes of the Lord. The histories of the whole universe contain references to the pastimes of the incarnations of the Lord. The Ramayana, the Mahabharata, and the Puranas are histories of the bygone ages regarded in connection with the pastimes of the incarnations of the Lord and therefore remain fresh even after repeated readings. For example, anyone may read Bhagavad Gita, the Srimad Bhagavatam repeatedly throughout his whole life and yet find in them new light of information. Mundane news is static, whereas transcendental news is dynamic. Inasmuch as the spirit is dynamic and the matter is static, those who have developed a taste for understanding of transcendental subject matter are never tired of hearing such narrations. One is quickly satiated by mundane activities, but one is satiated with transcendental devotional activities. Uttama Sloka indicates that the literature which is not meant for any science. Mundane literature is in the mode of darkness and ignorance, whereas transcendental literature is quite different. Transcendental literature is above the mode of darkness, and its light becomes more luminous with progressive reading and realization of the transcendental subject matter. The so-called liberated persons are never satisfied with the repetition of the words Aham Brahmasmi. Such artificial realization of the Brahman becomes hackneyed, and so to release real pleasure, they turn to the narrations of the Srimad Bhagavatam. Those are not so fortunate turn to altruism and worldly philanthropy. This being the Maya with the philosophies of mundane, whereas the philosophy of Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam is transcendental. कृतवान् किल कर्माणि सह रामेण केशवः अतिमर्त्यानि भगवान् गूढः कपटमानुषः. कृतवान् done by Kila what Karmani acts Saha along with Ramin Balaram Keshavaha Sri Krishna. Atimartyani is superhuman Bhagavan, the personally regarded. Godaha masked as Kapata, apparently Manushaha, being human being. Lord Shri Krishna, the personally regarded. Balaram played like a human being, and so Master her performed many superhuman acts. The doctrines of anthropomorphism and zoomorphism are never applicable to Sri Krishna or the personality of Godhead. The theory that man becomes God by dint of penance and austerity is very much rampant nowadays, especially in India, since Lord Rama, Lord Krishna, and Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu were detected by the saints to be the personality of God as indicated in the revealed scriptures. Many unscrupulous men have created their own incarnations. This process of concocting an incarnation of God has become an ordinary business, especially in Bengal. Any popular personality with a few traits of mystic powers will display some feat of jugglery and easily become an incarnation of God by popular vote. Lord Sri Krishna was not that type of incarnation, he was actually the personality of Godhead from the very beginning of his appearance. He appeared before his so-called mother as formed Vishnu. Then at the request of the mother, he became like a human child and at once left her for another devotee at Gokula, where he was accepted as son of Nanda Maharaj and mother Yashoda Mata. Similarly, Sri Baladev, the counterpart of Lord Sri Krishna, was also considered a human child born of another wife of Sri Vasudeva. The Bhagavad Gita Lord says that his birth and deeds are transcendental. Anyone who is so fortunate as to know the transcendental nature of his birth and deed will at once become liberated and eligible to break into the kingdom of God. So the knowledge of the transcendental nature of the birth and deeds of Lord Sri Krishna is sufficient for liberation. In the Bhagavatam, the transcendental nature of the Lord is described in 9 cantos, and the 10th canto is specific pastimes are taken up. All this becomes known as one's reading of this literature progresses. It is important to note here, however, that the Lord exhibited as a divinity even from the lap of his mother, and his deeds are all superhuman. He lifted over the hill at the age of 7, and that all these acts definitely prove him to be actually the supreme personality of Godhead. Yet, due to his mystic covering, he was always accepted as an ordinary human child by his so-called father and mother and other relatives. Whenever some Herculean task was performed by him, the mother and father took it otherwise, and they remained satisfied with the unflinching filial love for their son. As such, the sages of Naimisharanya described him as apparently resembling a human being, but actually he is the supreme, almighty personality of Godhead. Kalimagatam agnaya kshetrasmin vaishnave vayam asina dirghasatrena kathayam sakshana harehe. The age of Kaliyaram, age of Kaur Agatam, having arrived. Agnayam, knowing this, a Kshetri, in this tract of land, as meant in this Vaishnavi, especially meant for the devotee of the Lord, Vayam we. Ashinaha, seated, Dirgha, prolonged, Satrena, for the performance of sacrifices. In the words of Sakshana, with time at our disposal, Hari, for the personality of God, in translation. Knowing well that the age of Kali has already begun, we are assembled here in this place, holy place, to hear at great length the transcendental message of the Godhead. In this way, perform sacrifice. Purport. This age of Kali is not at all suitable for self-realization, as was Satyuga, the golden age, the Treta Yuga, the Dwapara Yuga, the silver and the copper ages. For self-realization, the people in Satyuga, living a lifetime of 100,000 years, were able to perform prolonged meditation, and Treta Yuga, when the duration of life was 10,000 years. Self-realization was attained by performance of great sacrifice, and in the Dwapara Yuga, when the duration of life was 1,000 years, were attained by worship of the Lord. But in the Kali Yuga, the maximum duration of life become being 100 years only, and that combined with the various difficulties, the recommended process of self-realization, that of hearing and chanting of the holy name, fame and pastimes of the Lord. The sages of Naimisharanya began this process in displacement, especially with the devotees of the Lord, and they prepared themselves to hear the pastimes of the Lord over a period of 1,000 years. By the example of these sages, one should learn that regular hearing and recitation of Bhagavatam is the only way for self-realization. Other attempts are simply a waste of time, for they do not give any tangible results. Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu preached the system of Bhagavad Dharma, when that all those who are born in India should take the responsibility of broadcasting the message of Lord Sri Krishna, the message of Bhagavad Gita, and when one is well versed, when established in the teachings of Bhagavad Gita, he can take up the study of Srimad Bhagavatam for further enlightenment and self-realization. Tvam nasandarshito dhatra दुस्तारं विस्तृति श्रुतां तनिं सत्त्वहरं पुंसां कर्णधारय वारणवम्. From your goodness now unto us Sadarshitaha, meeting Datra by providence Dustaram, insurmountable Misti Shatam, for those desiring to cross over Kalim, the age of Kali, Sattvaharam, those that which deteriorates the good qualities of Pumsham of a man, Hara Captain Iva as Anujnavaha the ocean. We think that we have met your goodness by the will of providence, just so that we may accept you as the captain of the ship for those who desire to cross the difficult ocean of Kali, which deteriorates all the good qualities of a human being. Wow. The age of Kali is very dangerous for a human being. Human life is simply meant for self-realization, but due to this dangerous age, completely forgot the name of life. This is the lifespan will gradually decrease. People will gradually lose their memory, finer sentiments, strength, and better qualities. The list of the anomalies for this age is given in the 12th canto of this book. And so this age is very difficult for those who want to utilize this life for self-realization. The people are so busy with sense gratification that they completely forget about self-realization. Out of madness, they frankly say that there is no need for self-realization because they do not realize that this brief life is but a moment of our great journey towards self-realization. The whole system of education is geared to sense gratification, and if a learned man thinks it over, he sees that the children of this age are being intentionally sent to the slaughterhouses of so-called education. Learned men, therefore, must be cautious of this age, and if they all at all want to cross over the dangerous ocean of Kali, they must follow the footsteps of the sages of Naimisharanya and accept Srila Sudha Goswami or his bona fide representative as captain of the ship. The ship is the message of Lord Sri Krishna and its shape of Bhagavad Gita or Srimad Bhagavatam. Guru Yogeshwara Krishna Brahmanye Dharma Varnan Avadmani Swam Kashtam Adunyopeete Dharma Kam Sharanam Gataha. Bruhi, please tell Yoga Ishvara, the Lord of all mystic powers, Krishna, Lord Krishna, Brahmanya, the absolute truth, the Dharma, religion, Varmani, protect us from own Kashtam, Bod, Aduna, Tomades, Upete, having gone away, Dharma, religion, come, unto whom Sharanam Shelter Gataha gone. Since Sri Krishna is absolute truth, the master of all mystic powers, has departed from his own abode, please tell us to whom the religious principles have now gone for shelter. Essentially, religion is the prescribed codes initiated by the personality of God himself. Whenever there is a gross misuse or neglect of the principles of religion, the Supreme Lord appears himself to restore religious principles. This is stated in Bhagavad Gita 4.8. Here the sages of Naimisharanya are inquiring about these principles. The reply to this question is given later. The Srimad Bhagavatam is transcendental sound impersonation of the personality of God, and thus it is full representation of transcendent knowledge and religious principles. Thus, in the Bhaktivedanta purpose of the first canto, first chapter of the Srimad Bhagavatam entitled Questions, the sages, divinity and divine service. व्यासुवाच इति सम्प्रश्नसंहृष्टो विप्राणां रोमहर्षणैः प्रतिपूज्य वचस्तेषां प्रवक्तुमुपचक्रमे. Vyasa Uvacha. Vyasa said it is some Prashna, perfect inquiries, some Hrishtaha, perfectly satisfied with Pranam, now the sages there. Raumaharshana, the sages, son of the Raumaharshana, namely Ugrashrava. Prati Pujya, after thanking them, Vacha words, they Shamde Pravaktum to reply to them, Upat Chakrame attempted. Ugrashrava, Sudha Goswami, Ugrashrava. The son of Ramaharshana, being fully satisfied with the perfect questions of the Brahmanas, thanked them by thus attempted to reply. This is the Naimisharanya asked Sudha Goswami 6 questions, so he is answering them one by one. Sutavacha Niyam Prabrajantamanpetamapeta Vaipayano Virhakatara Ajuhava Putreti Tanmaya Tayatarabo Binendu Tam Sarvabhuta Hridayam Mrimanatosmi. Sutta Goswami Vacha said, Yam whom Prabrajantam, while going away from the renowned sort of life, Anupetam, without being reformed by the sacred thread, Apeta not undergoing ceremonies, Kritim, prescribed duties, Dvaipayana, Vasudeva, Viraha, separation, Kataraha, being afraid of Ajuhava, Putra Idumasan, Tatmayataya, being absorbed in the Taravaha, all the trees, Abhinayadu who responded Tam unto them, Sarva all Bhuta, living entities, Hridim, heart, Munim says, Anata Smi, offer obeisances. Sri Shuddha Goswami said, let me offer my respectful obeisances unto the great says Sukadeva Goswami, who can enter the hearts of all. When he went away to take up the renounced order of life, sannyasa, leaving home without undergoing reformation by the sacred thread of the ceremonies observed by the higher caste, Father Vyasadeva, fearing separation from him, cried out, O my son, indeed, only the trees which are absorbed in the same feelings of separation echoed in response to the grieved father. The institution of Varna and Ashrama prescribes many regulated duties to be observed by its followers. Such duties enjoin that the candidate willing to study the Vedas must approach a bona fide spiritual master and request acceptance as a disciple. The sacred thread is a sign of those who are competent to study the Vedas for the Acharya and the bona fide spiritual master. So Sukadeva Goswami did not undergo such purification ceremony because he was a liberated soul from his very birth. Generally, man is born as ordinary being, and by the purificatory process, he is born for the second time. When he sees a new light and seeks a direction for spiritual progress, he approaches his spiritual master for the instruction in the Vedas. The spiritual master accepts only the sincere inquirer as his disciple and gives him the sacred thread. In this way, man becomes a twice born as a Dvija. After qualifying as a Dvija, one may study the Vedas, and after becoming well versed in the Vedas, one becomes a Vipra. A Vipra qualified Brahmana thus realizes absolute and makes further progress in spiritual life until he reaches the Vaishnava stage. The Vaishnava stage is the postgraduate status of the Brahmana. A progressive Brahmana must necessarily become a Vaishnava, for a Vaishnava itself has learned Brahmana. Srila Sukadeva Goswami is a Vaishnava from the beginning. Therefore, there was no need for him to undergo all the process of the Varnashram initiation. Aim of the Varnashram Dharma is to turn a crude man into a pure devotee of the Lord or a Vaishnava. Anyone therefore who becomes a Vaishnava, except the first class Vaishnava, Uttama Adhikari Vaishnava, is already considered as a Brahmana regardless of his birth or past deeds. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu accepted this principle to recognize Sri Haridas Thakur as Acharya of the holy name, although Thakur Haridas appeared in the Mohammedan family. In conclusion, Sri Sukadeva Goswami was born as Vaishnava, therefore Brahmanism was included in him. He didn't have to undergo any ceremonies. Any low-born person, be he a Kirata, Hona, Andhra, Pulinda, Pulkasha, Abira, Sumba, Yamana, Kasha, and even lower can be delivered but to the highest transcendental position by the mercy of the Vaishnavas. Srila Sukadeva Goswami is the spiritual master of Srila Sudha Goswami, who therefore respected obeisance and to Srila Sukadeva Goswami before he begins his answers to the questions of the sages of the Namaksharanya. Yasvanubhavamakala-shrutisharamekam Adhyatmadipamatitirshataam tamondam Samsarinam Karunayah Puranaguhyam Vyasasurnamapayami Guram Vadinam. He who Anubhavam, self-assimilated experience until all-round Shruti. The Vedas charm, Cream Ekam, the only one, Adhyatma's transcendental Deepam dot light Atititirshataam, to overcome Tamaha Andam, deeply dark material existence, Samsarinam of the materialistic men, Karanaya of the causeless mercy, Aha, said the Puranam, the supplement to the Vedas, gave him very confidential Tam unto him. Sunam, the son of Vyasadeva Upayami, let me offer my obeisances, Gurum, the spiritual master, Muninam of the great sages. Translation. Let me offer my respectful obeisances unto him, Shuka, the spiritual master of all sages, the son of the Vyasadeva, whom, out of his great compassion for those cross materialists, who struggle to cross over the darkest regions of the material existence, spoke this most confidential supplement to the cream of the Vedic knowledge after having personally assimilated it by experience. In this preamble, Srila Sudha Goswami practically summarizes the complete introduction of the Srimad Bhagavatam. Srimad Bhagavatam is a natural supplementary commentary on the Vedanta Sutras. The Vedanta Sutras and the Brahma Sutras were compiled by Vyasadeva with a view to presenting just the cream of the Vedic knowledge. Srimad Bhagavatam is a natural commentary on this cream. Srila Sukadeva Goswami was a thoroughly realized master of the Vedanta Sutra, and consequently he also personally realized the commentary Srimad Bhagavatam, and just to show his boundless mercy upon bewildered materialistic men who want to cross completely over Nishans, decided for the first time this confidential knowledge. There is no point in arguing that a materialistic man can be happy. No materialistic creature, be he with a great Brahma or an insignificant man, can be happy. Everyone tries to make a permanent plan for happiness, but everyone is baffled by the law of material nature. Therefore, the materialistic world is called the darkest reason of God's creation, yet the unhappy man can get out of it simply by desiring to get out. Unfortunately, they are not so foolish, they do not want to escape. Therefore, they are compared to the camel who relishes thorny twigs because he tastes likes the taste of the twigs mixed with blood. He doesn't realize that it is his own blood and that his tongue is being cut by the thorns. Similar to the materialist, his own blood is as sweet as honey, and although he is always harassed by his own material creation, he doesn't wish to escape. Such materialists are called karmis. Out of hundreds of thousands of karmis, only a few may feel tired of material engagement and decide to get out of their labyrinth. So intelligent persons are called Gnanis. The Vedanta Sutra is directed to such Gnanis, but Srila Vyasadeva, being the incarnation of the Supreme God, foresee the misuse of the Vedanta Sutra with an unscrupulous manner. Therefore, he personally said that the Bhagavatam is the original commentary on the Brahma Sutras. Srila Vyasadeva also instructed the Bhagavatam to his own son, Srila Sukadeva Goswami, who was already at the liberated stage of transcendence. Srila Sukadeva realized it personally and then explained it. By the mercy of the Srila Sukadeva, the Bhagavad Vedanta Sutra is available for all those sincere souls who want to get out of the material existence. Srimad Bhagavatam is the one unraveled commentary on the Vedanta Sutra. Sripad Shankara intentionally did not touch it because he knew that natural commentary would be difficult for him to surpass. He wrote his Shariraka Bhasya and his so-called followers deprecated the Bhagavatam as some new presentation. One should not be misled by such propaganda directed against the Bhagavatam with the Mayavadi school. From this introductory look at the beginning, students should know that the Srimad Bhagavatam is the only transcendental literature meant for those who are Paramahamsas, completely free from the material desire called lives. The Mayavadis are envious of the personality of God despite Sripada Shankaracharya's admission that Narayan, the personality of God, is above the material creation. The envious Mayavadi cannot have access to the Bhagavatam. But those who are really anxious to get out of the material existence may take shelter of this Bhagavatam because it is uttered by the liberated Srila Sukadeva Goswami. It is a transcendental torchlight by which one can see perfectly the transcendental absolute truth realized as Brahma, Paramatma, and Bhagavan. Narayana namaskritti naram chaiva narottam devim saraswatim vyasam tato jayamudhire Shabadreshu nityam bhagavata sevaya bhagavati uttamasloke bhaktirva namaskrityam naram chaiva narottam devim saraswatim vyasam tato jayamudhire. And the personality for Namah Kritya after offering of respectful obeisance and Naram Chaya Narayana Rishimdha Uttama, the supermost human being, Devi, the goddess Saraswati, so the learning Vyasam Vyasadeva Tadaha thereafter Jayam, all that is meant for conquering Udhira yet be announced. Before reciting Srimad Bhagavatam, which is very means of the conquest, one should offer respectful obeisance unto the personality of Lord Narayana, Rishi, the supermost human being, and to the Mother Saraswati, goddess of learning, and to Sri Vyasadeva, the author. All the Vedic literature and Puranas are meant for conquering the darkest reason of the material existence. The living being is in the state of forgetfulness of his relation with God due to his being overly attracted to material sense gratification from time immemorial. His struggle for existence in the material is perpetual, and it is not possible for him to get out of it by making plans. If he ever wants to conquer this perpetual struggle for existence, he must re-establish his eternal relation with God. And one who wants to adopt such remedial measures must take shelter of the literature such as Vedas and Puranas. Foolish people say that the Puranas have no connection with the Vedas. However, the Puranas are supplementary expansions of the Vedas intended for different types of men. All men are not equal. There are men who are conducted with the mode of goodness, others who are under the mode of passion, and others who are under the mode of ignorance. The Puranas are so divided that any class of men can take advantage of them, gradually regain their lost position, and get out of this hard struggle for existence. Srila Sutta Goswami shows the way of chanting the Puranas. This may be followed by persons who aspire to be preachers of the Vedic literature in the Puranas. Srimad Bhagavatam is a spotless Purana. It is meant, especially meant for those who desire to get out of the material entanglement permanently. What do you want? Munaya sadhu prishtoham bhavabdirlokamangalam yatkritah Krishna samprashno yena atma suprasidati munayo sages. So this is relevant prishtaha question aham myself bhavabdihi by all of you loka bedold mangalam welfare yet because kritaha made the personality of God is some prashna, a relevant question, in by which Atma self suprasidati completely pleased. Also, have been justly questioned by your questions are worthy because they're related to Lord Krishna and so, or for relevance to the world's welfare. Only questions of this sort are capable of completely satisfying the self. Purple, since it has been stated here and before that in the Bhagavatam the absolute truth is to be known, the questions of this is I'm sure in a proper and just. Because the patent Krishna, who is the supreme personality of Lord, the absolute truth. In the Bhagavad Gita 15:15, the personality of God says that in all the Vedas there is nothing but the urge for searching after him, Lord Krishna. Thus, the question that pertains to Krishna is the sum and substance of all the Vedic inquiries. The whole world is full of questions and answers. The birds, the beasts, and the man are all busy in the matter of perpetual questions and answers. In the morning, the birds in the nest become busy with questions and answers. In the evening, also, the same birds come back and again become busy with the questions and answers. The human being, unless is fast asleep at night and is busy with questions and answers. The businessman in the market are busy with the questions and answers. Also, the lawyers in the court and the students in the schools and colleges, the legislators and the parliament are also busy with the questions and answers. And the politicians and the press representatives are all busy with questions and answers. All they go on making such questions and answers for their whole lives, and they are not at all satisfied. Satisfaction of the soul can only be obtained by questions and answers on the subject of Krishna. Krishna is an inmate, master friend, father, son, object of conjugal love. Forgetting Krishna, we have created so many objects of questions and answers, but none of them are able to give us complete satisfaction. All things but Krishna give temporary satisfaction only, so if we are hard to completely, we must take to Krishna without giving instances. Because Srimad Bhagavatam deals with questions and answers that are related to Krishna, we can derive the highest satisfaction only by reading and hearing this transcendental literature. One should learn that Srimad Bhagavatam make an all-around solution to all the problems pertaining to social, political, and religious matters. Srimad Bhagavatam and Krishna are the sum total of all things. Savai pumsham parodharmo yato bhaktiradokshare ahitukeya pratihata yatma suprasidati. So that why certainly pumsham from mankind sara perhaps sublime dharma occupation yataha by which bhakti devotion service adokshaja under the transcendence of ahituki causeless by which Atma the self suprassi the completely satisfied translation. The supreme occupation for all humanity is that by which man can attain to loving devotion service under the transcendental Lord. Such a devotion service must be unmotivated and uninterrupted to completely satisfy the self. In this statement, Srila Sutta Goswami answers the first question of the sages of Lamb ceremony. Simply summarize the whole range of the revealed scriptures and present the most essential part so that the following people in general might easily take it up. The Vedas prescribe two different types of occupations for the human being. One is called Prabhritti Marg, or the path of sense enjoyment, another is called Nivritti Marg, or the path of renunciation. The path of enjoyment is inferior and the path of sacrifice for the supreme cause is superior. The material existence of the living being is the deceased condition of actual life. Actual life is a spiritual existence in Brahma Bhuta, existence where life is eternal, blissful, and full of knowledge. Material existence is temporary, illusory, full of miseries. Yeah. There is no happiness at all. There is just the futile attempt to get rid of the miseries and temporary cessation of the miseries falsely called happiness. But the progressive material enjoyment, which is temporary, measurable, illusory, is inferior. But devotion service to the Supreme Lord, which is want to eternal, blissful, cognizant life, is called superior quality of the occupation. This is sometimes polluted when mixed with the inferior quality. For example, adoption of the devotion service for material gain is certainly an obstruction to the path, progressive path of renunciation. Renunciation on abnegation for ultimate good is certainly a better occupation than the enjoyment in the diseased condition of life. Such enjoyment only aggravates the symptoms of disease and increases its duration. Therefore, devotional service of the Lord must be pure in quality, without at least a desire for material enjoyment. One should therefore accept the superior quality of occupation in the form of devotional service of the Lord without any tinge of unnecessary desire, fruit to action and philosophical speculation. This alone can lead one to perpetual solace in his service. We have purposely denoted dharma as occupation because the root meaning of the word dharma is that which sustains one's existence. A living being's sustenance of the existence is to coordinate his activities with his eternal relation with the Supreme Lord Krishna. Krishna is the central pivot of the living beings, and he is all attractive living entity in an eternal form amongst all other living beings, eternal forms. Each and every living being has his eternal form in the spiritual existence. Krishna is the eternal attraction for all of them. Krishna is the complete whole, and everything else is part and parcel. The relation is one of the servant and the served. It is transcendental and is completely distinct from our experience in the material existence. This relation of the servant and the served is the most congenial form of intimacy. One can realize it as a devotional service progresses. Everyone should engage himself in that transcendental loving service of the Lord, even in the present conditioned state of material existence, that which gradually gives one the clue to actual life and leads him to complete satisfaction. Bhagavati Bhakti Yoga Prayojitaha Janayati Vaiswaragyam Gnanam Chayadahitakam Vasudevan to Krishna Bhagavati under the personality of Godhead. Bhakti Yoga contact with devotional service Prayojita being applied. Janayati does produce. Very soon, vairagyam, detachment, gnanam, knowledge, and yet that which I become causeless. By rendering devotional service unto the personality of Lord Sri Krishna, one immediately acquires causeless knowledge, detachment from the world. Those who consider devotional service unto the Supreme Lord to be something like material emotional affairs may argue that in the revealed scriptures, sacrifice, charity, austerity, knowledge, mystic powers, and similar other processes of transcendental realization are recommended. According to the Bhakti, or the devotional service of the Lord is meant for those who cannot perform the high grade activities. Generally, the of the Bhakti cult is meant for the Shudras, Vaishnavas, and the Vaishyas and less intelligent women class, but that is not the actual fact. The Bhakti cult is the topmost of all the transcendental activities, and therefore it is simultaneous, sublime, and easy. It is sublime for the pure devotees who are serious about getting in contact with the Supreme Lord. It is easy for the neophytes who are just on the threshold of the house of Bhakti. To achieve the contact of the Supreme Personality of God is a great science, and it is open for all living beings, including the Shudras, Vaishnavas, Vaishyas, and women, and even those lower than the low-born Shudras. So, what to speak of the high-class men like the qualified Brahmanas, the great self-realized kings, and the other high-grade activities? You designate sacrifice, charity, austerity, etc. All corollary factors following the pure and scientific Bhakti cult. The principles of knowledge and detachment are two important factors on the path of transcendental realization. The whole spiritual process leads to perfect knowledge of everything material and spiritual, and the results of the such perfect knowledge are that one becomes detached from material affection and becomes attached to spiritual activities. Becoming detached from material things doesn't mean becoming inert altogether. Men with a profound of knowledge think. Naishkaranya means not undertaking activities that will produce good or bad effects. Negation doesn't mean negation of the positive. So the non-essentials doesn't mean the negation of the essential. Similar detachment from material form doesn't mean nullifying the positive form. The bhakti cult is meant for realizing of the positive form. When the positive form is realized, the negative forms are automatically eliminated. With the development of bhakti cult, with the application of positive service to the positive form, one naturally becomes detached from the inferior things and he becomes attached to superior things. Similarly, the bhakti cult being the supermost occupation of the living being leads him to out of the material sense enjoyment. That is a sign of a pure devotee. He is not a fool, nor he is engaged in the inferior energies, nor does he material values. This is not possible by dry reasoning. It actually happens by the grace of the Almighty. In conclusion, only a superior devotee has all of the good qualities, namely knowledge, detachment, etc. But one who has only knowledge or detachment is not necessarily well acquainted with the principles of bhakti cult. Bhakti is the supremest occupation of the human being. धर्मस्वानुष्टः पुंसां विश्वक्षेण कथा श्रियः नोत्पादयत् यतिरतिं श्रम एव हि केवलम्. Reading from the Prabhupada book. तस्मादेकेन मनसा भगवान् सात्वतां पतिः श्रोतव्यः कीर्तितव्यश्च ध्येयस्पूज्यश्च नित्यदा. Synonymous translation of the word is joined with Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Tasma, therefore, again by one manasa attention of the mind, Bhagavan, the personality embodied of Satpatam of the devotees, Pati protection, Shrotavya is to be heard, Kirti is to be glorified, Cha and Dhyeya to be remembered, Pujya to be worshipped, Cha and Nityada constantly. Translation. Therefore, with one pointed attention, one should constantly hear about, glorify, remember, and worship the personality embodied who is the protector of the devotees. Purport. If realization of the absolute truth is the ultimate aim of life, it must be carried out by all means. In any one of the above mentioned castes and orders of life, the four processes, namely glorifying, hearing, remembering, and worshipping, are general occupations. Without these principles of life, no one can exist. Glorifying, hearing, remembering, and worshipping. Activities of the living being involve engagements in these four different principles of life, especially in modern society. All activities are more or less dependent on hearing and glorifying. Any man from any social status becomes a well-known man in human society within a very short time if he is simply glorified truly or falsely in the daily newspapers. Sometimes political leaders of a particular party are also advertised by newspapers propaganda, and by such a method of glorification, an insignificant man becomes an important man within no time. But such propaganda by false glorification of an unqualified person cannot bring about any good, either for the particular man or for the society. There may be some temporary reactions. There may be some temporary reactions. There may be some temporary reactions to such propaganda, but there are no permanent effects. Therefore, such activities are a waste of time. The actual object of glorification is the Supreme Personality of Godhead who has created everything manifested before us. We have broadly discussed this fact from the beginning of the Janmadi Asya sloka of this Bhagavatam. The tendency to glorify others or hear others must be turned to the real object of glorification of the Supreme Being, and that will bring happiness. Yad anudhyasena yuktaha karma granthi nibandanam chindanti kovidastasya kona kurya kataratim. Yet which anudhyam, remembrance, as seen sword, yuktaha, being equipped with karma, reactionary work, granti, not, debandhanam, internet, chindanti, cut, kovidaha, intelligent, tasya, his, kahu, na, not, kuryat, shall do, kata, messages, agatim, attention. With sword in hand, intelligent men cut through the binding knots of the reactionary work karma by remembering the personality of God. Whoa. Therefore, who will not pay attention to his message? Purport. The contact of a spiritual spark with the material elements creates a knot which must be cut if one wants to be liberated from the actions and reactions of the fruity work. Liberation means freedom from the cycle of reactionary work. This liberation automatically follows for one who constantly remembers the transcendental pastimes of the personality of Godhead. This is because all the activities of the Supreme Lord is Leela transcendental to the modes of material nature. They are all attractive spiritual activities, and therefore constant association with the spiritual activities of the Supreme Lord gradually spiritualizes the conditioned soul and ultimately severs the knot of the material bondage. Liberation from material bondage is therefore a byproduct of the devotion service. Attainment of spiritual knowledge is not sufficient to ensure liberation. Such knowledge must be overcoated with the devotional service so that ultimately the devotional service alone predominates. Then liberation is made possible. Even the reactionary work of the fruity workers can lead one to liberation when it is overcoated with the devotional service. Karma overcoated with the devotional service is called karma yoga. Therefore, similarly, empirical knowledge overcoated with the devotional service is called jnana yoga. But pure bhakti yoga is independent of such karma and jnana because it alone can not only endow one with liberation from the conditioned life, but also award one the transcendental loving service of the Lord. Therefore, any sensible man who is above the average man with a poor fund of knowledge must constantly remember the personality of Godhead by hearing about Him, by glorifying Him, by remembering Him, and by worshipping Him always without cessation. That is the perfect way of devotion service. The Goswamis of Vrindavan, who were authorized by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to teach the Bhakti cult, rigidly followed this rule and made immense literatures of transcendental science for our benefit. They have chalked out ways from all classes of men in terms of different castes and orders and of life in pursuance of the teachings of the Srimad Bhagavatam and similar other authoritative scriptures. शुश्रूषद्दधानस्य वासुदेवकथारुचिः सन्महत्सेवया विप्राः पुण्यतीर्थनिषेवनात्. So one who is engaged in hearing Shraddhadhanas of the care and attention Vasudeva in respect to Vasudeva Katha, the message Ruchihi affinity Syat is made possible Mahat Sevya by service rendered to pure devotees Vipraha or twice born, Punyatirtha those who are cleansed of all vice, Nishevanat by service. Translation: were twice born sages by service, serving those devotees who are completely freed from all vice. Great service is done. By such service, one gains affinity for hearing the messages of Vasudeva. Purport: the conditioned life of a living being is caused by his revolting against the Lord. There are men called Deva, godly living beings, and there are men called Asuras, demons, who are against the authority of the Supreme Lord. In the Bhagavad Gita 16th chapter, a vivid description of the Asuras is given, in which it is said that the Asuras are put into lower and lower states of ignorance after life, and so sink to a lower animal forms and have no information of the absolute truth, the personality of Godhead. These Asuras are gradually rectified to God consciousness by the mercy of the Lord's liberated servitors in different countries according to the Supreme will. This also according to the Supreme will. Such devotees of the God are very confidential associates of the Lord, and when they come to save human society from the dangers of the godlessness, they are known as the powerful incarnations of the Lord, as sons of the Lord, as servants of the Lord, or associates of the Lord. But none of them falsely claim to be God themselves. This is a blasphemy declared by the Asuras, and the demoniac followers of such Asuras also accept a pretender as God or his incarnation. In the revealed scriptures, there is a definite information of the incarnation of God. No one should be accepted as God or an incarnation of the God unless he is confirmed by the revealed scriptures. The servants of the God are to be present, respected as God by the devotees who actually want to go back to God. as God by the devotees who actually want to go back to God. Such servants of the God are called Mahatmas or Tirthas, and they preach according to the particular time and place. The servants of God urge people to become devotees of the Lord. They never tolerate being called God. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was God himself according to the indication of the revealed scripture, but he played the part of a devotee. People who knew him to be God addressed him as God, but he used to block his ears with his hands and chant the name of the Lord Vishnu. He strongly protested against being called God, although undoubtedly he was God himself. The Lord behaves so to warn us against unscrupulous men who take pleasure in being called addressed as God. The servants of the God who come to propagate God consciousness and intelligent men should cooperate with them in every respect. By serving the servant of the God, one can please God more than by directly serving the Lord. The Lord is more pleased when he sees that his servants are properly respected, because such servants would risk everything for the service of the Lord and so are very dear to the Lord. कवयो नित्यं भक्तिं परमया विमूढा वासुदेव भगवती कुर्वन्ति आत्मप्रसीदनीम्. अथ therefore why suddenly Kavayaha, all transcendental is Nityam from time immemorial, Bhakti service and because of Lord. Paramaya, supreme Mudha of the great delight, Vasudeva Sri Krishna. Bhagavati, the personality of God, Kurvandi, do render Atma herself. Prasadanim, that which enlivens. Translation. Suddenly, therefore, since time immemorial, all transcendentalists have been rendering devotional service to Lord Krishna, the personality of God with great delight, because such devotional service is enlivening to the self. Herbert, the personality of God, the speciality of the devotional service unto the personality of God, Lord Sri Krishna, is specifically mentioned here. Lord Sri Krishna is the Swayam Rupa personality of the Godhead and all other forms of Godhead, beginning from Sri Baladev, Sankrishna, Vasudeva, to the Pradyumna, Narayana, and extending to the Purusha avatars, Gunavatar, Leela Yagavatar, and many other thousands of manifestations of the personality of Godhead, Lord Sri Krishna's plenary portions and integrated parts. The living entities are separated parts and parcels of the personality of Godhead. Therefore, Lord Sri Krishna is the original form of Godhead, and he is the last word in the transcendence. Thus, he is more attracted to the higher transcendentalists who participate in the eternal pastimes of the Lord. In forms of the personality of Godhead other than Sri Krishna and Baladev, there is no facility for intimate personal contact as in the transcendental pastimes of the Lord at Vrajabhumi. The transcendental pastimes of Lord Sri Krishna are not newly accepted as argued by some less intelligent persons. His pastimes are eternal and are manifested in due course once in a day of Brahmaji, as the sun rises on the eastern horizon at the end of every 24 hours. सत्त्वं रजस्तमयति प्रकृतेर्गुणास्ते युक्तः परः पुरुष एक इहास्य दत्ते स्थितियादये हरिविरिञ्चि हरिति संज्ञाः श्रेयांसि तत्र बलं सत्त्वतनोर्नृणां स्युः. Sattvam, goodness, Rajaha, passion, Natamaha, the darkness of the ignorance. Iti, thus Prakritehi, of the material nature. Gunaha, qualities, Taihi, by them, Yuktaha, Iktaha, associated with the Paraha, transcendental Purushaha, the personality, Ekaha, one. Ya Asya, of this material world, that they accept Sthiti Adiya, by the matter of creation, maintenance, and destruction, etc. Hari, Vishnu, the personality of Godhead. Virinchi, Brahma, Hara, Lord Shiva. There's some have different features. Shreyamshi, ultimate benefit. Tatra, therein, Kalo. Of course, Sattva, goodness. The no form, Rinam, of the human beings, Yuhu derived. Translation purport is divine grace Srila Prabhupada. The transcendental personality of God is indirectly associated with the three modes of material nature, namely passion, goodness, and ignorance, just for the material world's creation, maintenance, and destruction. He accepts the three qualitative forms of Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. Of these three, all human beings can derive ultimate benefit from Vishnu, the form of quality of goodness. Ooh, ultimate benefit is from the Vishnu only. But that Lord Sri Krishna by his plenary parts should be rendered devotional service as explained above is confirmed by the statement Lord Sri Krishna and all his plenary parts are Vishnu Tattva and the Lordship of Godhead. From Sri Krishna, the next manifestation is Baladev. From Baladev is the Shankarshan, and from Shankarshan is Narayan. From Narayan, there is the second Shankarshan,
And from Sankarshan, the Vishnu Purusha avatars, the Vishnu, the deity of the quality of goodness in the material world, is a Purusha avatar known as Kshirodakshaya Vishnu or Paramatma. Brahma is the deity of Rajas, passion, and Shiva of ignorance. These are the three departmental heads of the three qualities of this material world. Creation is made possible by the goodness of Vishnu, and when it requires to be destroyed, Lord Shiva does it by the Tandava Mitriya. The materialist and the foolish human beings worship Brahma and Shiva respectively. But the pure transcendentalists worship the form of goodness Vishnu in his various forms. Vishnu is manifested by his millions and billions of integrated forms and separated forms. The integrated forms are called Godhead, and the separated forms are called the living entities of the Jivas. Both the Jivas and Godhead have their original spiritual forms. Jivas are sometimes subjected to the control of the material energy, but the Vishnu forms are always control of this energy. When Vishnu, the personality of God, appears in the material world, he comes to deliver the condition of living beings who are under the material world. Such living entity beings appear in the material world with intentions of being lords, and thus they become entrapped by the three modes of nature. As such, the living entities have to exchange their material coverings for undergoing different terms of imprisonment. The prison house of the material world is created by Brahma and the instruction of the personality of God, and at the conclusion of the Kalpa, the whole thing is destroyed by Shiva. But as far as maintenance of the prison house is concerned, it is done by Vishnu. As much as the state prison house is maintained by the state, anyone who wishes to get out of this prison house of material existence, which is full of miseries like repetition of birth, death, disease, and old age, must please Lord Vishnu for such liberation. Lord Vishnu is worshipped by devotional service only. And if anyone has to continue present life in the material world, he may ask for relative facilities for temporary relief from the different demigods like Shiva, Brahma, Indra, and Varuna. No demigod, however, can release the imprisoned living being from the conditioned life of material existence. This can be done only by Vishnu. Therefore, the ultimate benefit may be derived from Vishnu, the personality of Godhead. Partivadharuno dhumas tasmadagnistraymayaha tamashastu rajastasmad sattam yad brahma darshanam. Parthivat from earth, Dharunaha, fire, Dhumha, smoke, Tasmad from that, Agni, fire. Tari, Vedic sacrifices, Mayaha, made of Tamashaha in the mode of ignorance. Tu, but Rajaha, the mode of passion, Tasmat from that. Sattvam, the mode of goodness, yet which Brahma, the absolute truth. Darshanam, realization. Firewood is a transformation of earth, but smoke is better than the raw wood. And fire is still better, for by fire we can derive the benefits of the superior knowledge through Vedic sacrifices. Similarly, passion, rajas, is better than ignorance, tamas, but goodness, sattva, is the best, because by goodness one can come to realize the absolute truth. But as explained above, one can get released. As explained above, one can get released from the conditional life of material existence by devotional service to the personality of Godhead. It is further comprehended here in that one has to rise to the platform of the mode of goodness so that one can be eligible for the devotional service of the Lord. But if there are impediments on the progressive path, anyone, even from the platform of tamas, can gradually rise to the sattva by the expert direction of the spiritual master. Sincere candidates must therefore approach an expert spiritual master for such progressive march, and the bona fide expert spiritual master is competent to direct a disciple from any stage of life, tamas, rajas, or sattva. It is a mistake, therefore, to consider that worship of any quality or any form of the Supreme Personality of God is equally beneficial. Except Vishnu, all separated forms are manifested under the conditions of the material energy, and therefore the forms of material energy cannot help anyone to rise to the platform of sattva, which alone can liberate a person from material bondage. The uncivilized state of life, or the life of the lower animals, is controlled by the mode of tamas. The civilized life of man with a passion for various types of material benefits is the stage of the rajas. The rajas stage of life gives a slight clue to the realization of the absolute truth in the form of fine sentiments in philosophy, art, and culture with moral and ethical principles. But the mode of sattva is still higher stage of material quality, which actually helps one in realizing the absolute truth. In other words, there is a qualitative difference between the different kinds of worshipping methods as well as the respective results derived from the predominating deities, namely the Brahma, Vishnu, and Hara. बेजिरे मुनयोऽथग्रे भगवन्तं मदोक्षजं सत्त्वं विशुद्धं क्षयमाय कल्पन्ते ये तान्यहां synonym Bejire, rendered service unto Manayaha, the sages. Ataha, thus agree previously Bhagavantam under the personality of Godhead. Adokshijam, the transcendent Sattam, existence, Vishuddham, above the three modes of nature, Kshimaya, to derive the ultimate benefit. Kalpan, the deserve, yeah, those, Anu, follow, Tan, in those, Iha, in the material world. Translation. Hare Krishna, Hare. Previously, all the great sages rendered service unto the personality of God due to his existence above the three modes of material nature. Previously, all the great sages rendered service unto the personality of God due to his existence above the three modes of material nature. They worshipped him to become free from material conditions and thus derive the ultimate benefit. Whoever follows such great authorities is also eligible for liberation from the material world. Purport. The purpose of performing religion is neither to profit by material gain nor to get the simple knowledge of discerning matter from spirit. Hare Krishna. The ultimate aim of religious performance is to release oneself from the material bondage and regain the life of freedom in the transcendental world, where the personality of God is the supreme person. Laws of religion, therefore, can be directly enacted by the personality of God and except from the Mahajanas or the authorized agents of the Lord. No one knows the purpose of religion. There are 12 particular agents of the Lord who know the purpose of religion, and all of them render transcendental service unto Him. Okay, persons who desire their own good may follow these Mahajanas and thus attain the supreme benefit. मुमुक्षवो घोररूपां हित्वा भूतपतिम् अथ नारायणाकलशान्ता भजन्ति अनसूयवः. Mumukshava, persons desiring liberation, ghora, horrible, ghastly, rupam, forms like that, hitva, rejecting, bhotapatim, demigods, atha, for this reason, Narayana, the kalaha, the plenary portions, shantaha, all blissful, bhajanti, do worship, he, certainly, anashuya, non-envious. Those who are serious about liberation are certainly non-envious and they respect all. Yet they reject the horrible and ghastly forms of the demigods and worship them only the all blissful forms of Lord Vishnu and his plenary portion. Purport. The Supreme Personality of God is Sri Krishna, who is the original person of the Vishnu categories, expand himself into two different categories, namely the integrated plenary portions and separated parts and parcels. The separated parts and parcels of the servitudes and the integrated plenary portions of the Vishnu Tattva are the worshipable objects of service. All demigods who are empowered by the Supreme Lord also separate the parts and parcels. They do not belong to the categories of Vishnu Tattva. The Vishnu Tattvas are the living beings, equally as powerful as the original form of the personality of God, and thus they display different categories of power in consideration of different times and circumstances. The separated parts and parcels are powerful by limitation. They do not have unlimited power like the Vishnu Tattvas. Therefore, one should never classify the Vishnu Tattvas or the plenary portion of Narayana or the personality of God in the same categories with the parts and parcels. If anyone does so, he becomes at once an offender by the name Pashandi. In the age of Kali, many foolish persons commit such unlawful offences and equalize two categories. The separated parts and parcels have different positions in the estimation of the material powers, and some of them are like Kala Bhairava, Smashana Bhairava, Sani. The Lord is more pleased when he sees that his servants are properly respected, because such servants risk everything for the service of the Lord and are very dear to the Lord. The Lord declares in the Bhagavad Gita 18:69 that no one is dearer to him than one who risks everything to preach his glory. By serving the servants of the Lord, one gradually gets the quality of such servants, and thus one becomes qualified to hear the glories of the God. The eagerness to hear about God is the first qualification of a devotee eligible for entering the kingdom of God. Eagerness to hear about the God is the first qualification devotee for entering the kingdom of God. Srinvatam Zakatah Krishna Punya Shravana Ketana Vidyantasto Bhadrani Vidnoti Suhrusatam. Srinvatam, those who have developed the urge to hear the message of Swakataha, his own words, Krishna, the personality of God, and Punya, virtues, Shravana, hearing Kirtana, chanting Hridyantahastaha, within one's heart, he certainly Abhadrani desired to enjoy matter, Vidunoti cleanses, Suhri, the benefactor, Satam of the truthful. Translation. Sri Krishna, the personality of God, who is the Paramatma supersoul in everyone's heart and the benefactor of the truthful devotee, cleanses the desire for material enjoyment from the heart of the devotee who has developed the urge to hear his messages. Wow, wow, wow. Which are in themselves virtuous when properly heard and chanted. Srinvatah Swagatah Krishnam Punyashravana Kirtana Hridyantasto Bhadrani Vidunoti Suhrutsatam. Messages of the personality of God Sri Krishna are not different from him. Whenever therefore offenseless hearing and glorification of the God are undertaken, it is to be understood that Lord Sri Krishna is present there in the form of transcendental sound, which is as powerful as the Lord personally. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in his Shastra declares clearly that the holy name of the Lord has all the potencies of the Lord, and thus he has endowed his innumerable names with the same potency. There is no rigid fixture of time, and anyone can chant the holy name with attention and reverence at his convenience. God is so kind to us that he can be
be present before us personally in the form of transcendental sound, but unfortunately, we have no taste for hearing and glorifying the Lord's name in activities. We have already discussed developing a taste for hearing and chanting the holy sound. It is done through the medium of service to the pure devotee of the Lord. The Lord is reciprocally responding to his devotees. When he sees that the devotee is completely sincere in getting admittance to the transcendental service of the Lord and has thus become eager to hear about him, the Lord acts from within the devotee in such a way that the devotee may easily go back to him. The Lord is more anxious to take us back into his kingdom than we can desire. Most of us do not desire at all to go back to Godhead. Only very few men want to go back to Godhead. But anyone who desires to go back to God, Sri Krishna helps in all respects. One cannot enter into the kingdom of God unless one is perfectly cleared of all sins. The material sins are products of our desires to lord it over material nature. It is very difficult to get rid of such desires. Women and wealth are very difficult problems for the devotee making progress on the path back to Godhead. Many stalwarts in the devotional line fell victim to these allurements and thus retreated from the path of liberation. But when one is helped by the Lord himself, the whole process becomes as easy as anything by the divine grace of the Lord. To become restless in the contact of women and wealth is not an astonishment, because every living being is associated with such things from remote time, practically immemorial, and it takes time to recover from this foreign nature. But if one is engaged in hearing the glories of the Lord, gradually he realizes his real position. By the grace of the God, such a devotee gets sufficient strength to defend himself from the state of disturbances, and gradually all disturbing elements are eliminated from his mind. Wow. Nashtaprayeshu Badreshu Nityam Bhagavata Sevaya Bhagavati Uttamasloke Bhaktir Bhavati Naistiki. Synonyms for translation purport by His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada. Nasta, destroyed, Prayeshu, almost to nil. Badreshu, all that is inauspicious, in Nityam regularly Bhagavata Srimad Bhagavatam, the pure devotee Sevaya by serving Bhagavati. Under the personality of God, Uttama transcendental sloka praise, Bhakti, loving service of Bhavati, becomes into being Naistiki irrevocable translation. By regular attendance in classes on the Bhagavatam and by rendering of service to the pure devotee, all that is troublesome to the heart is almost completely destroyed in loving service under the personality of the Lord, which is who is praised with the transcendental songs is established as an irrevocable fact. Therefore, here is a remedy for eliminating all inauspicious things within the heart, which are considered to be obstacles in the path of self-realization. The remedy is the association of the Bhagavatas. There are two types of Bhagavatas, namely the book Bhagavata and the devotee Bhagavatas. Both the Bhagavatas are competing remedies, and both of them, or either of them, can be good enough to eliminate the obstacles. A devotee Bhagavata is as good as the book Bhagavata, because the devotee Bhagavata leads his life in terms of the book Bhagavata, and the book Bhagavata is full of information about the personality of God and his pure devotees. What all the Bhagavata, book and person are identical. The devotee Bhagavata is a direct representative of Bhagavan, the personality of Godhead. So by pleasing the devotee Bhagavata, one can receive the benefit of the book Bhagavatam. Human reason fails to understand how by serving the devotee Bhagavata, the book Bhagavata, one gets gradual promotion to the path of the devotion. Human reason fails here. So wonderful, Prabhupada has written. A book Bhagavatam on the path of devotion. But actually, these are the facts explained by Sri Narad Deva, who happened to be a maidservant's son in his previous life. The maidservant was engaged in the menial service of the sages, and thus he also come into contact with them. And simply by associating with them and accepting the remnants of the footsteps left by the sages, the son of the maidservant got the chance to become the great devotee and personality of Sri Narad Deva. These are the miraculous effects of the association with the Bhagavatas. And to understand these effects practically, it should be noted that by such sincere association with the Bhagavatas, one is sure to receive transcendental knowledge very easily. With that result, he becomes fixed in the devotional service of the Lord. The more progress is made in devotional service under the guidance of the Bhagavatas, the more one becomes fixed in the transcendental loving service of the Lord. The messages of the book Bhagavata therefore have to be received from the book devotee Bhagavata, and the combination of these two Bhagavatas will help the neophyte devotee to make progress on and on. Tadarajastamo bhavaha kamalobhadishche chetayetena viddhim sitam sattve prasidati. Tata, at that time, Rajaha, in the mode of passion, Tamaha, the mode of ignorance, Bhavaha, the situation, Kama, lust and desire, Loba, hankering, Adiyaha, others, Cha, and Ye, whatever they are, Cheta, the mind, Yeta, by these, Anavidim, without being affected, Stitam being fixed, Sattva, in the mode of goodness, Prasidati, thus becomes fully satisfied. Translation: as soon as irrevocable loving service is established in the heart, The effects of the nature's modes of passion and ignorance, such as the lust, desire, and hankering, disappear from the heart. Irrevocable loving service is established. Oh, then on it will go. Huh? The lust, desire, hankering disappear from the heart. Then the devotee is established in the goodness and he becomes completely happy. Wow. A living being in his normal constitutional position is fully satisfied in spiritual bliss. This state of existence is Brahma Bhuta or Atmanandi, or the state of self-satisfaction. This self-satisfaction is not like the satisfaction of the inactive fool. The inactive fool is in the state of foolish ignorance, whereas the self-satisfied Atmanandi is transcendental to the material state of existence. This stage of perfection is attained as soon as one is fixed in the irrevocable devotional service. Devotional service is not inactivity, but the unalloyed activity of the soul. The soul's activity becomes adulterated in contact with matter, and as such, the diseased activities are expressed in the form of lust, desire, hankering, inactivity, foolishness, and sleep. How is that? In the form of lust, desire, hankering, inactivity, foolishness, and sleep. The effect of devotional service becomes manifest by complete elimination of these effects of passion and ignorance. Lust, desire, hankering, inactivity, foolishness, and sleep. 6 anarthas: lust, desire, hankering, inactivity, foolishness, and sleep. The devotee is fixed at once in the mode of goodness, and he makes further progress to rise to the position of Vasudeva state, the unmixed sattva or Shuddha sattva. Only in this Shuddha sattva stage one can always see Krishna eye to eye by the dint of pure affection for the Lord. A devotee is always in the mode of unalloyed goodness, therefore he harms no one. But the non-devotee, however educated he may be, is always harmful. A devotee is neither foolish nor passionate. The harmful, foolish, and passionate cannot be devotees of the Lord. Ooh. However, they may advertise themselves as devotees by outward dress. A devotee is always qualified with all the good qualities of the God. Quantitatively, such qualifications may be different, but qualitatively, both the Lord and his devotees are one and the same. Evam prasanna manaso bhagavad bhakti yogatah bhagavat tattva vijnanam mukta sangasya jhayate. Synonymous translation and purport: Evam, thus prasanna, enlivened, manasaha, of the mind, bhagavate bhakti, the devotional service of the Lord, yogatah, by contact of Bhagavat, regarding the personality of God, tattva, knowledge, vijnanam, scientific, mukta, liberated, sangasya, of the association, jhayate, becomes effective. Translation: thus established in the mode of unalloyed goodness, the man whose mind has been enlivened by contact with the devotional service of the Lord gains positive scientific knowledge of the personality of God in the stage of liberation from all material association. Purporting to Bhagavad Gita 7.3, it is said that out of many thousands of ordinary men, one fortunate man endeavors for perfection in life. Mostly men are conducted by modes of passion and ignorance, and thus they are always engaged in lust, desire, hankering, ignorance, and sleep, and inactivity. Out of the many such man-like animals, there is always a man who knows that the responsibility of human life and thus tries to make life perfect by following the prescribed duties. And out of many thousands of such persons who have thus attained the success in human life, one may know scientifically about the personality of God as Sri Krishna. In the same Bhagavad Gita 1855, it is also said the scientific knowledge of Sri Krishna is understood only by the process of devotional service, Bhakti Yoga. The very same thing is confirmed here in the above words. No ordinary man, or even who has attained success in human life, can know scientifically or perfectly the personality of God. Perfection of human life is attained when one can understand that he is not the product of the matter, but he is in fact spirit. And as soon as one understands that he has nothing to do with matter, he at once ceases his material hankerings and becomes unleavened as a spiritual being. Whoa! This attainment of success is possible when one is above the modes of passion and ignorance, and in other words, when one is actually a Brahmana by qualification. A Brahmana is the symbol of Sattva-guna and the mode of goodness, and others who are not in the mode of goodness are either Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, Shudras, or less than Shudras. The Brahmanical stage is the highest stage of human life because of its good qualities, and so one cannot be devotee unless one is at least qualifies as Brahmana. The devotee is already a Brahmana by action, but that is not the end of it. As referred to above, such a Brahmana has to become a Vaishnava, in fact, to be actually called in the transcendental stage. A pure Vaishnava is a liberated soul and is transcendental even to the position of a Brahmana. In the material stage, even a Brahman is also a conditioned soul, because although in the Brahmanical stage the conception of Brahman or transcendence is realized, scientific knowledge of the Supreme Lord is lacking. One has to surpass the Brahmanical stage and reach the Vasudeva stage to understand the personality of Godhead Krishna. The science of the personality of Godhead is a subject matter for study by the postgraduate students in the spiritual life. Foolish men of men with a poor fund of knowledge do not understand the Supreme Lord, and they interpret creation according to their respective whims. The fact is, however, that one cannot understand the science of personality of Godhead unless one is free from the contamination of material modes, even up to the stage of Brahmana. When a qualified Brahmana factually becomes a Vaishnava in the enlivened state of liberation, he can know what is actually the personality of Godhead. Wow. विद्यते हृदये चिद्यन्ते सर्वसंशयाः ह्यन्त्यतास्य कर्माणि दृष्ट एवात्मनीश्वरे. Vidyate appears to hridaya, heart, granthi, knots. Chidyante, cut to pieces, survey all. Samshayaha, misgiving, kshyante, terminated cha, and asya his karmani, a chain of fruit actions, drishte, having seen, eva certainly atmani under the self, ishvare dominating. Translation: thus the knot in the heart is pierced, and all misgivings are cut to pieces. The chain of fruit actions is terminated when one sees the self as master. Attaining spiritual knowledge of the personality of Godhead means seeing one's own self simultaneously. As far as the identity of the living beings as spirit soul self is concerned, there are a number of speculations and misgivings. The materialists do not believe in the existence of the spirit soul, spirit self, and in fact, philosophers believe in the impersonal feature of the whole spirit without individuality of the living beings. But the transcendentalists affirm that the soul and the super soul are two different identities, qualitatively one but quantitatively different. There are many other theories, but these different speculations are at once cleared off as soon as Sri Krishna is realized in truth by the process of Bhakti Yoga. Sri Krishna is like the sun, and the materialistic speculations about the absolute truth are like the darkest midnight. As soon as the sun, Krishna's sun, is risen within one's heart, darkness of materialistic speculation about the absolute truth and the living beings is at once cleared off. In the presence of the sun, the darkness cannot stand, and the related truths that were hidden within the dense darkness of ignorance becomes clearly manifested by the mercy of Krishna, who is residing in everyone's heart as the super soul. In the Bhagavad Gita 10.11, the Lord says that in order to show special favor to his pure devotees, he personally eradicates the dense forest of the old misgivings by switching on the light of pure knowledge within the heart of a devotee. Therefore, because of the personality of God, he had taken charge with illuminating the heart of his devotee. Certainly, a devotee engaged in his service, in his transcendental love, cannot remain in the darkness. He comes to know everything of the absolute and the relative truth. The devotee cannot remain in darkness, and because the devotee is in alignment with the personality of God, his knowledge is certainly perfect. This is not the case for those who speculate on the absolute truth by the dint of their own limited power of approach. Perfect knowledge is called parambara or deductive knowledge, coming down from the authority to the submissive oral receiver who is bona fide by service and surrender. One cannot challenge the authority of the Supreme and know him also at the same time. He reserves the right of not being exposed to such a challenging spirit of an insignificant spark of the whole, a spark subjected to the control of illusory energy. The devotees are submissive, and therefore the transcendent knowledge descends from the personality of the Godhead to Brahma, from Brahma to his sons and disciples in succession. This process is helped with the super soul within such devotees. That is a perfect way of learning transcendental knowledge. This enlightenment perfectly enables the devotee to distinguish the spirit from the matter. Because the knot of the spirit and the matter is untied by the Lord, this knot is called ahankara, and it's falsely obliges the living being to become identified with the matter. As soon as this knot is loosened, and therefore all the clouds of doubt are at once cleared off, one sees his master and fully engages himself in the transcendental loving service of the Lord, making a full termination of the chain of the fruity action. In the middle existence, a living being creates his own chain of fruity work and enjoys the good and bad effects of those actions and life after life. But as soon as he engages himself in the loving service of the Lord, he at once becomes free from the chain of karma. His actions are no longer create any reaction. The separated parts and parcels have different positions in the estimation of material powers, and some of them, like Kala Bhairava, Samshana Bhairava, Shani, Mahakali, and Chandika. These demigods are worshipped mostly by those who are in the lowest categories of the mode of darkness and ignorance. Other demigods like Brahma, Shiva, Surya, Ganesha, and many similar deities are worshipped by men in the mode of passion and urged on by the desire for material enjoyment. But those who are actually situated in the mode of goodness, Sattva Guna, or the material nature, worship only Vishnu Tattvas.
Vishnu Tattvas are represented by various names and forms such as Narayana, Damodara, Vamana, Govinda, and Adokshaya. The qualified Brahmanas worship the Vishnu Tattvas are represented by the Shaligrama Shila, and some of the higher castes like the Kshatriyas and the Vaishyas also would generally worship the Vishnu Tattvas. Highly qualified Brahmanas situated in the mode of goodness have no grudges against the mode of worship of others. They have all respect of for other demigods, even though they may look ghastly like Kala Bhairava or the Mahakali. They know very well that those ghastly, horrible features of the Supreme Lord are all different servitors of the Lord under different conditions. Yet they reject the worship of both horrible and attractive features of the demigods, and they concentrate only on the forms of Vishnu because they are serious about liberation from the material conditions. The demigods, even to the stage of Brahma, the supreme of all the demigods, cannot offer liberation to anyone. Hiranyakashipu, however, underwent a severe type of penance to become eternal in life, but his worshipful deity Brahma could not satisfy him with such blessings. Therefore, Vishnu and none else is called Muktipada. Muktipada, or the personality of Godhead who can bestow upon us the Mukti liberation. The demigods, being like other living entities in the material world, are all liquidated at the time of the annihilation of the material structure. They are themselves unable to get liberation, what to speak of giving liberation to their devotees. The demigods can award the worshippers some temporary benefit only and not the ultimate one. It is for this reason only that candidates for liberation deliberately reject the worship of the demigods, although they have no disrespect for any one of them. रजस्तमः प्रकृतयः समशीलभजन्ति वै पितृभूतप्रजे सादिन् श्रियाशैश्वर्यप्रजेप्सवः. Synonyms, purport, and translation by His Divine Grace Sri Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. Rajaha, the mode of passion; Tamaha, the mode of ignorance; Prakrityaha, that mentality; Samasila, have the same categories. The Bhajanti do worship. Why? Actually, Pritra, forefathers. Both are the living beings. Prajesh are the controllers of cosmic administration. Shri, enrichment; Aishwarya, wealth and power. Praja, progeny. Ipsavaha, Ipsavaha, so desiring. Those who are in the modes of the passion and ignorance worship the forefathers, other living beings, and the demigods who are in charge of the cosmic activities, for they are urged by a desire to be materially benefited with woman, wealth, power, and progeny. Oh. Purport. There is no need to worship demigods of whatsoever category if one is serious about going back to Godhead. In the Bhagavad Gita 7:20-23, it is clearly said that those who are mad after material enjoyment approach the different demigods for temporary benefits which are meant for men with a poor fund of knowledge. We should never desire to increase the depth of material enjoyment. Never increase the depth of material enjoyment. Ooh, 27 sloka. Depth of material enjoyment. The material enjoyment should be accepted only up to the point of the bare necessities of life and not more or less than that. To accept more material enjoyment means to bind oneself more and more to the miseries of the material existence. More wealth, more women, and false aristocracy are some of the demands of the materially disposed man, because he has no information of the benefit derived from Vishnu worship. By Vishnu worship, one can derive benefit in this life as well as in the life after death. Forgetting these principles, foolish people who are after more wealth, more wives, and more children worship various demigods. The aim of life is to end the miseries of the life and not to increase them. For material enjoyment, there is no need to approach the demigods. The demigods are but servants of the Lord. As such, they are duty bound to supply necessities of life in the form of water, light, air, etc. One should work hard and worship the Supreme Lord by the fruits of one's hard labor for existence, and that should be the motto of life. Worship the Supreme Lord by the fruits of one's hard labor for existence. That should be the motto of life. One should be careful to execute occupational service with faith in God in the proper way, and that will lead one gradually to the progressive march back to Godhead. Lord Sri Krishna, when he was personally present at Vrajadhama, stopped the worship of the demigod Indra and advised the residents of Vraja to worship by their business and to have faith in God. Worshipping the multi-demigods for material gain is practically perversity of religion. The sort of religious activity have been condemned in the very beginning of the Bhagavatam as a Kaitava Dharma. There is only one religion in the world to be followed by one and all, and that is Bhagavad Dharma, the religion which teaches one to worship the Supreme Personality of God and no one else. Vasudeva Paraveda, Vasudeva Paramukha, Vasudeva Parayoga, Vasudeva Para Kriyaha, Vasudeva Param Gnanam, Vasudeva Param Tapaha, Vasudeva Paro Dharmo, Vasudeva Paragati.
Vasudeva, the personality of Godhead, Paraha, the ultimate goal, Vedaha, revealed in the scriptures, Vasudeva, the personality of Godhead, Paraha for worshipping Makahas, sacrifices, the Vasudeva, personality of Godhead, Paraha, the means of attaining yoga, mystic paraphernalia, Vasudeva, the personality of Godhead, Paraha, the untold, under his control, Kriya, fruitive activities, Vasudeva, the personality of Godhead, Param, the supreme Gnanam knowledge, Vasudeva, personality of Godhead, Param, best, Tapaha, austerity, Vasudeva, personality of Godhead, Para, supreme quality, Paraha, Dharma, religion, Vasudeva, the Godhead, Paraha, ultimate Gati, goal of life. Translation. In the revealed scriptures, the ultimate object of knowledge is Sri Krishna, the personality of God. And the purpose of performing sacrifices is to please Him. Yoga is for realizing Him. All fruitive activities are ultimately rewarded by Him only. He is supreme knowledge, and all severe austerities are performed to know Him. Religion or Dharma is rendered loving service unto Him. He is the supreme goal of life. So, purport. That's Sri Krishna. That's Sri Krishna. That Sri Krishna, the personal God, is the only object of worship, is confirmed in those two slokas. In the Vedic literature, there is the same objective, establishing one's relationship and ultimately reviving our lost loving service unto Him. That is the sum and substance of the Vedas. In the Bhagavad Gita, the same theory is confirmed with the Lord in His own words. The ultimate purpose of the Vedas is to know Him only. All the revealed scriptures are prepared by the Lord through His incarnation in the body of Sri Vyasadeva, just to remind the fallen souls conditioned by material nature of Sri Krishna, the personality of Godhead. No demigod can award freedom from material bondage. That is the verdict of all the Vedic literature. Impersonalists who have no information of the personality of God minimize the omnipotency of the Supreme Lord and put Him on equal footing with all other living beings. And for this act, such impersonalists get freedom from material bondage only with great difficulty. They can surrender unto Him only after many, many births in the culture of transcendental knowledge. One may urge that the Vedic activities are based on sacrificial ceremonies. That is true, but all such sacrifices are also meant for realizing the truth about Vasudeva. Another name of Vasudeva is Yajna, sacrifice. And the Bhagavad Gita, it is clearly stated that all sacrifice and all activities are to be conducted for the satisfaction of Yajna or Vishnu, the personality of God. This is the case for also with the yoga systems. The yoga means to get into touch with the Supreme Lord. The process, however, includes several bodily features such as asana, dhyana, pranayama, and meditation, and all of them are meant for concentrating upon the localized aspect of the Vasudeva, represented as Paramatma. Paramatma realization is but partial realization of Vasudeva, and if one is successful in that attempt, one realizes Vasudeva in full. But by ill luck, most yogis are stranded by the powers of mysticism achieved through the bodily process. Ill-fated yogis are given a chance in the next birth by being placed in the families of good learned brahmanas or the families of rich merchants in order to execute the unfinished task of Vasudeva realization. If such fortunate brahmanas and sons of the rich men properly utilize the chance, they can easily realize Vasudeva by good association with saintly persons. Unfortunately, such preferred persons are captivated again by the material wealth and honor, and thus they practically forget the aim of life. This is also so for the culture of the knowledge. According to Bhagavad Gita, there are 18 items in culturing knowledge. By such culture of knowledge, one becomes gradually prideless, devoid of vanity, non-violent, forbearing, simple, devoted to the great spiritual master, and self-control. By culture of knowledge, one becomes unattached to earth and home, and becomes conscious of the miseries due to death, birth, old age, and disease. All culture of knowledge culminates in devotion service with the personality of Godhead, Vasudeva. Therefore, Vasudeva is the ultimate aim in culturing all different ranks of knowledge. Culture of knowledge leading one to the transcendental plane of meeting Vasudeva is real knowledge. Physical knowledge in its various branches is condemned in the Bhagavad Gita as Ajnana, opposite of the real knowledge. The ultimate aim of physical knowledge is to satisfy the senses, which means prolongation of the term of mental existence, and thereby continuance of the threefold miseries. Satisfy the senses, which means prolongation of material terms of material existence, thereby continuance of the threefold miseries. So prolonging the miserable life of material existence is in a science. But the same physical knowledge leading to the way of the spiritual understanding helps one to end the miserable life of physical existence and begin the life of spiritual existence and become Vasudeva. The same applies to all kinds of austerities. Tapasya means voluntary acceptance of the bodily pains to achieve some higher end of life. Raman and Hiranyakasipu underwent a severe type of bodily torture to achieve the end of sense gratification. Sometimes modern politicians also undergo severe types of tapasya to achieve some political end. This is not actually tapasya. One should accept voluntary bodily inconvenience for the sake of the knowing Vasudeva, because that is the way of real austerities. Otherwise, all forms of austerities are considered as modes of passion and ignorance.
On. Passion and ignorance cannot end the miseries of life. Only the mode of goodness can mitigate the threefold miseries of life. Vasudeva and Devaki and the so-called father and mother of the Lord Krishna underwent pregnancies to get Vasudeva as the son. Lord Sri Krishna, the father of all living beings, Bhagavad Gita. Therefore, he is the original living being of all other living beings. He is the original eternal enjoyed amongst all other enjoys. Therefore, no one can be his begetting father, as ignorant may think. Lord Sri Krishna agreed to become the son of Vasudeva and Devaki upon being pleased with their severe austerities. Therefore, if any austerities have to be done, they must be done to achieve the end of the knowledge Vasudeva. Vasudeva is the original personality of Godhead, Lord Sri Krishna. As explained before, the original personality of Godhead expands himself by innumerable forms. Such expansion of forms is made possible by his various energies. His energies are also multifarious, and his internal energies are superior and external energies inferior in quality. They are explained in the Bhagavad Gita 7.4 to 6 as the para and apara prakritis. So his expansions of various forms which take place via the internal energies are superior forms, whereas expansions which takes place via the external energies are inferior forms. The living entities are also his expansions. The living entities which who are expanded by his internal potency are eternally liberated persons, whereas those who are expanded in terms of material energies are eternally conditioned souls. Therefore, all culture of knowledge, austerity, sacrifices, activities should be aimed at changing the quality of the influence that is acting upon us. For the present, we are all being controlled with external energy of the Lord, and just to change the quality of the influence, we must endeavor to cultivate spiritual energy. In the Bhagavad Gita, it is said that those who are Mahatmas are those whose minds have been so broadened as to be engaged in the service of Lord Krishna are such broad-minded living beings are constantly engaged in the service of the Lord without deviation. That should be the aim of life, and that is the verdict of the old Vedic literatures. No one should bother himself with the fruitive activities or dry speculation about transcendental knowledge. Everyone should at once engage himself in the transcendental loving service of the Lord, nor should one worship demigods, different demigods who walk at its different hands of the Lord for creation, maintenance, and destruction of the material world. There are innumerable powerful demigods who look over the external management of the material world. They are all different assisting hands of the Lord Vasudeva. Even Lord Shiva and Lord Brahma are included in the list of demigods, but Lord Vishnu or Vasudeva, he is always transcendentally situated. Even though he accepts the quality of goodness of the material world, he is still transcendental to all the material modes. The following example will clear the matter more explicitly. In the prison house, there are the prisoners and the managers of the prison house. Both managers and the prisoners are bound by the laws of the king. But even though the king sometimes comes in the prison, he is not bound by the laws of the prison house. The king is therefore always transcendent to the laws of the prison house, as the Lord is always transcendent to the laws of the material world. Sayevedam sasarjagri Bhagavan Atmamayaya Sadasadrupaya Chasho Gunamayanuga Vibhuhum. Saha that ever suddenly idam this sasarj created Agre before Bhagavan, the personality of God. Amaya by his personal potency said the cause, said the effect, forms, and so the same Lord, Gunamaya, in the modes of the material nature. Agunaha, transcendental Vibhu, the absolute translation. In the beginning of the material creation, that absolute personality of God in Vasudeva, in his transcendental creation, created the energies of the cause and effect by his own internal energy. The position of the Lord is always transcendental because the causal and the effectual energies required for the creation of the material world were also created by him. He is unaffected, therefore, by the qualities of the material modes. His existence, form, activities, paraphernalia all existed before the material creation. He is all spiritual and has nothing to do with the qualities of the material world, which are qualitatively distinct from the spiritual qualities of the Lord. तया विलसितेष्वेषु गुणेषु गुणावानिव अन्तः प्रविष्ट आभाति विज्ञानेन विजृम्भितः Taya by him Velasitesh, although in the function Yeshu these Gunesh in the modes of the material nature, Gunaman affected with the modes as if Antah within Pravista entered into Abhati appeared to be Vignan by the transcendental consciousness Vijripitaha, fully enlightened translation. After creating the material substance, the Lord expands himself and enters into it. And although he is within the material modes of nature and appears to be one of the created beings, always fully enlightened in his transcendental position. But the living entities are separated parts and parcels of the Lord, and the conditional living entities who are unfit for the spiritual kingdom are strewn within the material world to enjoy matter to the fullest extent. As Paramatma, the eternal friend of all the living entities,
The Lord, by one of his plenary portions, accompanies the living entities to guide them in their material enjoyment and to become witness of all activities. While the living entities enjoy the material conditions, the Lord maintains his transcendent position without being affected by the material atmosphere. In the Vedic literature Shruti, it is said there are two birds in one tree. One of them is eating the fruit of the tree, while the other is witnessing the actions. The witness is the Lord, and the fruit eater is the living entity. The fruit eater, living entity, has forgotten his real identity and is overwhelmed by the fruity activities of the material conditions. But the Lord Paramatma is always full in transcendental knowledge. That is the difference between the super soul and the conditioned soul. The conditioned soul, the living entity, is controlled by the laws of nature, while the Paramatma, the super soul, is the controller of the material energy. यताहि अवहितो वाहिनी दारुश्रियेकः स्वयोनिषु नानी बभाति विश्वात्मा भूतेषु तथा पुमान्. Yata, as much as he said exactly like Avihita, subcharged with Vahini, he fired Darushu in wood. Kaha one Swayonishu, the source of the manifestation, Nana Eva, like different entities, Bhati illuminates Vishwa Atma, the Lord, as Paramatma, Bhuteshu, and the living entities, Cha and Tata, in the same manner. Puman, the absolute person. The Lord as Super Soul pervades all things, just as fire permeates wood, and so he appears to be of many varieties, though he is absolute one without a second. Lord Vasudeva, the Supreme Personality, by one of his plenary parts, expands himself all over the material world, and his existence can be perceived even within the atomic energy. Matter, antimatter, proton, neutron, except all the different effects of the Paramatma feature of the Lord. As from wood, fire can be manifested, or yes, butter can be churned out of milk. So also the presence of the Lord as Paramatma can be felt by the presence of the by the process of legitimate hearing and chanting of the transcendental subjects, which are especially treated in the Vedic literature like the Upanishads and Vedanta. Srimad Bhagavatam is a bona fide explanation of these Vedic literatures. The Lord can be realized through the oral reception of the transcendental message, and that is the only way to experience the transcendental subject. As fire is kindled from wood by another fire, the divine consciousness of a man can similarly be kindled by another divine grace. His divinity as the spiritual master can kindle the spiritual fire from the wood-like living entity by imparting the proper spiritual message, injecting through the receptive ear. Therefore, one is required to approach the proper spiritual master with the receptive ears only, and thus a divine existence is gradually realized. The difference between animality and humanity lies in this process only. Human being can hear properly, whereas animal cannot. असोगुणमयैर्भावैर्भूतसूक्ष्मेन्द्रियात्मभिः स्वनिर्मितेषु निर्विष्टो भोङ्क्ते भूतेषु तद्गुणान्. So that Paramatma Gunamayi influences the modes of nature, Bhava is naturally both a greater Sukshma, certainly since the Atma be but the living being Sva Nirmiteshu in his own creation, Nirvishtaha entering Bhunkte causes to enjoy Bhuteshu, the living entities. That Guna and those modes of nature. Translation: the super soul enters into the bodies of the creating beings who are influenced by the modes of material nature and cause them to enjoy the effects of those modes by the subtle mind purport. There are 8,400,000 species of life, of living beings, beginning from the highest intellectual being Brahma down to the insignificant, and all of them are enjoying the material world according to the desires of the subtle mind and the gross material body. The gross material body is based on the conditions of the subtle mind, and the senses are created according to the desire of the living being. The Lord is Paramatma helps the living being to get material happiness because the living being is helpless in all respects in obtaining what he desires. He proposes and the Lord disposes. In other sense, the living beings are part and parcels of the Lord, and they are therefore one with the Lord. And the purpose of the living beings in all the varieties of the bodies have been claimed with the Lord as his sons. The sufferings and enjoyments of the sons are indirectly the sufferings and enjoyments of the Father. Still, the Father is not in any way affected directly by the suffering and enjoyment of the sons. He is so kind that he constantly remains with the living being and his Paramatma and always tries to convert the living being towards the real happiness. भावयति येष सत्त्वेन लोकान् वै लोकभावनः लीलावतारुणरतो देवतीर्यान्नारदीषु. Bhava Yati maintains Yesha all this Sattvian in the mode of goodness, Lokon all over the universe. By generally Loka Bhavana, the matter of all, master of the all the universe, Leela pastimes, Avatara incarnation, Anurataha, assuming the role, the demigods, Triyaka, lower animals, Nara Adish in the midst of the human beings. Thus the Lord of the universe maintain all planets, inhabited by the demigods, men and lower animals. Assuming the roles of incarnation, he performs pastimes to reclaim those in the mode of pure goodness. Oh, purport. There are innumerable material universes, and in each and every universe, there are innumerable planets inhabited by the different grades of the living entities in different modes of nature. The Lord Vishnu incarnates himself in each and every one of them and in each and every type of living society. He manifests his transcendental passing among them just to create the desire to go back to order. The Lord doesn't change his original transcendental version, but he appears to be differently manifested according to the particular time, circumstances, and society.
Sometimes he incarnates himself or empowers a suitable living being to be act for him. But in either case, the purpose is the same. The Lord wants the suffering living being to go back home, back to God. And the happiness which the living beings are hankering for is not to be found within any corner of the innumerable universes and material planets. The eternal happiness which the living beings want is obtainable in the kingdom of God, but the forgetful living beings under the influence of the material modes have no information of the kingdom of God. The Lord therefore comes to propagate the message of the God at kingdom of God, either personally or as an incarnation, or though through his bona fide representative as the good son of the God. Such incarnations, sons of God, are not making propaganda for going back to God only within the human society. Their work is also going on all types of societies amongst demigods and those other than the human beings. Thus, in the Bhaktivedanta purpose of the first canto, second chapter of Srimad Bhagavatam, entitled Divinity and Divine Service. Krishna is the source of all incarnation. Sutavata Jagre Paurisham Rupam Bhagavan Mahadadivihi Sambhutam Shodasha Kalam Adoloka Shishrukshaya. Sutaha Uvacha, Suta said, Jagrihe accepted Paurusham, the plenary portion, as the Purusha incarnation, Rupam form, Bhagavan, the personality of God, and Mahat Adivihi, with ingredients of the material world. Sambhutam, thus there was in creation, or Swadasakalam, 16 primary principles, other in the beginning, Loka, universe restriction on the intention of creating. Translation Sutta said, in the beginning of the creation, the Lord first expanded himself in the universal form of the Purusha incarnation and manifested all the ingredients for the material creation. As at first there was a creation of the 16 principles of material action. This was for the purpose of creating the material universe. He first expanded himself in the universal form of the Purusha incarnation, manifested all the ingredients for the material creation. And thus at first there was creation of 16 principles of the material action. This was for the purpose of the creation of the material universe purport. But the Vedic Gita states that the personality of God Sri Krishna maintains that this material universe with extending is a plenary expansion. So this Purusha form is the confirmation of the same principle. The original personality of God Vasudeva, location, who is famous as the son of King Vasudeva or King Nanda, is full with all opulences, all potencies, all fame, all beauty, all knowledge, and all renunciation. Part of his opulence are manifested as impersonal Brahman. And part of his opulence as manifested as Paramatma. This Purusha feature of the same personality of Lord Sri Krishna is the original Paramatma feature of manifestation of the. There are three Purusha features in the material creation, and this form, which is known as Karanadakshaya Vishnu, is the first of the three. The others are known as Garbhodakshaya Vishnu and the Kshirodakshaya Vishnu, which we shall know one after another. The innumerable universe is generated from the skin holes of this Karanadakshaya Vishnu, and in each one of the universes, the Lord enters as the Garbhodakshaya Vishnu. In the Bhagavad Gita, it is also mentioned that the material world is created at certain intervals and then again destroyed. This creation and destruction is done by the Supreme Will because of the conditioned souls of the Nityabadha living beings. The Nityabadha eternal conditioned souls have the sense of the individuality, the Ahankara, which dictates them sense enjoyment, which are unable to have constitutionally, which they are unable to have constitutionally. The Lord is the only enjoyer, and all others are enjoyed. Living beings are predominated enjoyers, but the internally conditioned souls, forgetful of this conditioned position, have a strong aspiration to enjoy. The chance to enjoy matter is given to the conditioned souls in the material world, and side by side, they are given the chance to understand the real constitutional position. Those fortunate living entities who catch the truth and surrender to the lotus feet of the Vasudeva after many, many births in the material world join the eternally liberated souls, and thus they are allowed to enter into the kingdom of the Godhead. After this, such fortunate living need not come back again within the operational material creation, but those who cannot catch the constitutional truth are again merged into the Mahatattva at the time of the annihilation of the material creation. When the creation is again set up, this Mahatattva is again let loose. This Mahatattva contains all the ingredients of the material manifestation, including the conditioned souls. Primarily, this Mahatattva is divided into 16 parts, namely the 5 gross material elements and the 11 working instruments of senses. It is like the cloud in the clear sky. In the spiritual sky, the effluence of the Brahman is spread all around, and the whole system is a dazzling and spiritual light. The Mahatattva is assembled in some corner of the vast, unlimited spiritual sky, and that part which is thus covered with the Mahatattva is called the material sky. This part of the spiritual sky called the Mahatattva is only an insignificant portion of the whole spiritual sky, and within this Mahatattva there are innumerable universes. All these universes are collectively produced by the Karanadakshaya Vishnu, known as Mahavishnu, who simply throws his glance to impregnate the material sky. Yasyambasi sayanasya yoga nidram tanvataha nabi Hradambujadasi Brahma Vishwasrijampatihi. Synonyms: Yasya, who is Ambasi in the water, Sayanasya, lying down, Yoga Nidram, sleeping in the meditation, Vitamataha, ministering Nabi, navel, Hrada, out of the lake, Ambujad, from the lotus, Asit was a manifested Brahma, the grandfather of the living beings, Vishwata, universe, Rijam, and ingenious Patihi, master. Translation: a part of the Purusha lies down within the water of the universe. From the enamel lake of his body sprouts a lotus stem. And from the lotus flower atop the stem, Brahma, the master of all the engineers in the universe, becomes manifest. The first Purusha is the Karanadaksha Vishnu. From his skin holes, the innumerable universes have sprung up. In each and every universe, the Purusha enters in as the Garbhadaksha Vishnu. He is lying within half of the universe, which is full with the water of his body. And from the navel of the Garbhadaksha Vishnu has sprung the stem of the lotus flower and the birthplace of the Brahma, who is the father of all living beings and the master of all all demigod engineers engaged in the perfect design and the working of the universal order. Within the stem of the lotus, there are 14 different divisions of the planetary systems, and the earthly planets are situated in the middle. Upwards, there are other better planetary systems, and topmost system is the Brahmaloka, the Satyaloka. Downwards from the earthly planet system, there are 7 lower planetary systems inhabited by the Asuras, similar other materialistic living beings. From Garbhadaksha Vishnu, there is expansion of the Kshiradaksha Vishnu, and who is the collective Paramatma of the all living beings. He is called Hari, and from him, all incarnations within the universe are expanded. Therefore, conclusion is that Purusha Avatar is manifest in 3 features. First, the Karanadaksha Vishnu, who creates aggregate material ingredients, Mahatattva. Second, Garbhadaksha Vishnu, who enters into each and every universe. And third, the Kshiradaksha Vishnu, who is the Paramatma, the material objects, organic and inorganic. One who knows these planetary features of the personality of God and knows God properly. And thus the knower becomes freed from the material conditions of the birth, death, old age, and disease, as it is confirmed in the Bhagavad Gita. In this look, the subject matter of Mahavishnu is summarized. The Mahavishnu lies down in some part of the spiritual sky by his own free will. Thus, he lies in the ocean of Karana, from where he glances over his material nature. And the Mahatattva is at once created. Thus, electrified by the power of the Lord, the material nature at once creates innumerable universes, just as in due course of a tree decorates itself with innumerable grown fruits. The seed of the tree is sown by the cultivator, and the tree or creeper in due course becomes manifested with some fruit, so many fruits. Nothing can take place without a cause. The Karana ocean is therefore called the causal ocean. Karana means causal. We should not foolishly accept the atheistic theory of creation. The description of the atheist is given in the Bhagavad Gita. The atheists do not believe in the creator, but he cannot give a good theory to explain the creation. Middle nature has no power to create without the power of the Purusha, just as Prakriti, woman, cannot produce a child without the connection of the Purusha, man. The Purusha impregnates and the Prakriti delivers. We should not expect milk from the fleshy bags of the neck of a goat, or that they look like breastplate nipples. Similarly, we should not expect any creative power from the material ingredients. We must believe in the power of the Purusha, who impregnates Prakriti of nature, because the Lord wished to lie down in meditation. The material energy created innumerable universes at once. In each one of them, the Lord lay down, and thus all the planets and the different paraphernalia were created at once by the will of the Lord. The Lord has unlimited potencies, and thus he can act as he likes by perfect planning. Although personally he has nothing to do. No one is greater than or equal to him. That is the verdict of the Vedas. यस्यामया संस्थाने कल्पितो लोकविस्तरः तद्वै भगवतो रूपं विशुद्धं सत्त्वमोर्जितं यावनि expresses samsara. Imagine Loka past planets we inhabit and Vistaraham, various that why, but that is Bhagavata, the personality of God in Rupam form, Vishuddham, purely Sattvam existence, Urjitam excellence. It is believed that all the universal planetary systems are situated in the extensive body of the Purusha, but he has nothing to do with the created material ingredients. His body is eternally in spiritual existence par excellence. The conception of the Virat Rupa, the Vishwarupa of the Supreme Absolute Truth, is especially meant for the neophyte, who can hardly think of the transcendental form of the personality of God. To him, a form means something of this material world, and therefore an opposite conception of the Absolute is as necessary in the beginning of the to consider the mind of the powerful, on the power extension of the Lord. As stated above, the Lord extends his burdens in the form of the Mahatattva, which includes all material ingredients. The extension of power by the Lord and the Lord himself personally are one in one sense, but at the same time, the Mahatattva is different from the Lord. Therefore, the potency of the Lord and the Lord are simultaneously different and non-different. The conception of the Virat Rupa, especially by the impulsive sense, is thus non-different from the eternal form of the Lord. This eternal form of the Lord exists prior to the creation of the Mahatattva, and it's trust be here that the eternal form of the Lord is in power, excellence, spiritual, or material, transcendent to the modes of material nature. The very same transcendental form of the Lord is manifested by his internal potency, and the formation of his multifarious manifestations of incarnations is always of the same transcendental quality without any touch of the Mahatattva.